Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we are on the eve of a landmark ruling from the Supreme Court after the petition against the election of one Deputy President William Ruto as president-elect. The 7 judges had the hearing from both the petitioners and the respondent. Now, tomorrow morning is the D-Day. The day, I believe, is the day of Kenya and her destiny. Will it be make or break? Will it be, will it have casualties or just warnings? Well, let's dive into the same. The 7-bench judge bench has a monument responsibility on their shoulders in determining the future of this country. The question is, kill or save the child? What will it be? We look forward to interacting tonight, even as we continue looking at the heart and the soul of Kenya's democracy. Welcome, everybody. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking and sharing the latest on this particular subject. And of course, I want to encourage everybody who is getting us to invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people so that we can all be on the same page, even as we discuss and hear Kenyans airing what they think and feel about the whole situation. Landmark ruling tomorrow morning. Where will you be? Are you ready for anything, or are you expecting what? We need to know that even as we start out the discussion. Thank you, everyone that is making every effort to join us. We appreciate everybody for your continued followership and support from Mtembei TV. Karibu sana kila moja. Kuna Dahi Abdi, karibu. Salome Mbone, karibu sana. Flo Makoha, karibu kwa show. Kuna Bushra Abdile, karibu kwa show. I hope I got that right. Kuna Salma Jerida, karibu kwa show. Kuna Martin Kalu, kuna Adam Shizo Swafi, karibu sana. Kuna Waithera, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Innocent Olekuta, DP 2044, karibu sana. Belindo Gweno, karibu kwa show. John Ogila, kuna Alvin Peter, kuna Blessed Mom, thank you so much. Kuna Basi Bashiri Were Wabusia, karibu kwa show. Moses Kenju, karibu sana. Blessed Mom, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Kuna Alice Wanga, karibu kwa show. John Juma, karibu sana. Kuna nani? Charles Mkombozi, kuna nani huyu? Ida Bahati, kuna George Auma, okay. Evans Kogei, asante. Kuna Serem Kipungetich Haron, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Otima Odulo, nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Fahia Ali, kuna Elize Masharia, kuna Wisdom Maz, Salome Okoth, Kenneth Okech, kuna Simba Omar Said, Collins Opana, alafu nani huyu? Thank you Cosmos Owino, nani sitaki kuruka yeyote, Akinya Molo, huyo nishakuwa naye. Elvin Mutinda, Job Iza, thank you everyone. Samson Okumu, kuna Ochuang Nyanduko, thank you son, karibu kabisa. Tunakushukuru kwa kujiunga nasi. Fauzaya, karibu sana. Willy Humbleson, kuna Patricia Nzioka, kuna Catherine Akinyi, asante sana. Eunice Kabui, nani mwingine, Teresia Li, kuna Lee de Leila, alafu Jojo Lendo, Thomas Nyaucho, karibu Nyaucho, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali ukifika kwa studio hakikisha kamera iko on. Hii ni wakati wa kila mmoja kusema yaliyoko moyoni. Tumekuwa kanisani, tumeomba, tunaamini kwamba Mungu anakwenda kutekeleza yaliyo mapenzi yake, na hapo basi kesho kuna uamuzi wa Supreme Court. Wewe unaona itakwenda vipi? Na ikikwenda namna ile unayofikiria, kutakuwa na nini kitakachotokea? DP Ruto ashasema atakubali matokeo ya ama uamuzi wa Supreme Court. Do you believe him? Do you support him? And whatever way it goes, are you set? This is Kenya and her destiny, waiting for the 7 judges to show the way forward, to demonstrate leadership, either to save the child or kill the child. What will it be? Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everyone for joining us. Please, let's keep inviting 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. I salute everyone for making every effort to be here in this great show. God bless you. We are, it was Psalm 254 Kenya. Habari leo? Mbona waingia gizani? Mbona waingia gizani?
Oh, nimeingia gizani.
Kuna nini, umezima taa ama?
Acha niweke kidogo.
No problem. Endelea, salimia wa Kenya, alafu mawili matatu tukisonga mbele. That's great.
Yes, jambo wa Kenya. Hii ni mara yangu ya kwanza kukuwa nanyi. Lakini huwa nafuatilia sana. Sasa sisi tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu siku yenye tulikuwa tunangoja imefika. Na hiyo siku nyingine ni masaa tu tumengojea. Japokuwa jaji alituambia hiyo siku inaisha saa 6 usiku. Lakini mimi naona ni kama itakuwa mapema sana. Na sisi kama wanaazimio kuna furaha sana sababu hii kitu inaona ni kama imelalia kwetu. Na tunaomba Mungu iweze kulalia kwetu zaidi ili kesho itakapofika tuone kama tutarudi kwa rerun na tuko ngangari sana. ID zimelala tu pale zimengoja hivi. So tunangoja kivumbi. Hiyo tu ikishatangazwa hivi ni mafilimbi tuamshe watu mapema. Hata kampeni ni tuanze usiku huu wa leo kwa sababu hii kitu ni yetu. Watu wazimio wenye walikuwa wamekufa mioyo naona kina Kiraitu. Sasa mtu anaanguka huko anakufa na wewe ndio unakimbia kwenda kukufa huko. Sasa hiyo ni mambo gani? Inafaa unaamsha akili, unaangalia mbele. Sasa yeye ameonyesha ni kuwa yeye tumbo ndio ilikuwa inamsukuma. Na hata watu wa Meru waliona hii mtu tukiweka hapa itatuangusha bure. Ndio sababu aliangushwa mapema hata bila kuangalia. So sisi tuombe Mungu atuweke uhai. Sababu kama ni Supreme Court tayari Mungu ashaiwekea maamuzi yao. Ambapo hayo maamuzi sisi wanaazimio tunajua kuwa yatalala kwetu. Tunashukuru sana kwa sababu kesho hiyo itakuwa ni siku ya historia na haitaifutika. Wacha ile ya Maraga iliandikwa na watu wakasema tumekuwa na historia Afrika. Hii itakuwa historia tena mpya ya Afrika na dunia mzima. Kwa hivyo sisi tukae na tuombe Mungu na tutulie. Asante sana ndugu yangu na nimefurahi maana hii ni siku yangu ya kwanza. Unaweza ona nikismile, nimefurahi sana.
Asante, karibu Sam. Tunashukuru kwa utangulizi na tunashukuru kwa maoni yako kwa Wakenya na maombi yako. Tunaamini kwamba mambo itakwenda kama vile tumeomba na Mungu ametusikia. Asante sana. Endelee pamoja. Haya, my own sister Rhoda, vipi leo?
Oi, tafadhali bet yangu iko 1%. I hope it will not be because I have a very slow battery, but I will just say thank God. Continue praying. Today I'm fasting whole day till midnight. So I've been praying today whole day. So I will talk later. Take another person.
Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that, and let's keep up. Hey, nani lero ni lero. Habari ya leo?
Bena, thank you very much wenzangu ambao Wakenya watukufu. Unajua saa zingine tunataka kufurahia, lakini saa zingine tuko na toto tumboni. But the fact is, tomorrow we expected the verdict, and we sincerely don't know. Remember, I still have this story still bickering in my head of the Bramba. You know, you might find the Bramba is also behind the Supreme Court. So we need to pray so much, man, because you know, these Venezuelan guys, they are not a joke. Whatever they did, perhaps you know the speed at which this number two is doing his things. It might have planted his own shenanigans around, but we need to pray. You know, sometimes prayers can change mountains. We need to pray a lot, and then maybe we change those minds which were about to go the other way around. We need just 1/4 to veto. We need 1/4 to veto this so that it can be. By the way, whatever we are waiting for tomorrow, it's not there's a gentleman, a friend of mine, who told me about, it's not about Raila presidency. This is Kenya and our constitution. Remember, the moment we just do a mistake tomorrow, it will take us many years to come before we recover. Remember, our name has already been spoiled. We made a big mistake, and no matter what happens, we've been a beacon of hope in the entire of East Africa. When we just allowed this one gentleman to just do whatever he did, honestly, it really messed our beautiful country. You know, they say that if you just mess up with your name, coming up to rebuild that name, that plant, it will take you centuries. It will take you millions and billions of money. So I hope that our judiciary, the Chief Justice and his team, our team, honestly, they will do something good for the Kenya so that at least we can be able to smile and say, otherwise, remember, if they will be able to cancel this thing, nobody's gonna lose or win, but they will save the country. They will save the country because there was no election done. So whatever, it's fraudulent. So if it's turned down, honestly, it's a savior to our country. We need to save our country no matter what happens. So my urge, members like Bernard, the clergyman, please pray for us, pray for the country. But remember, people should remember. I don't want to hear today somebody saying that we need to look for peace. Peace, we said a long time ago, peace is negotiable, and it flows when we have justice. If there is justice, everything works. And remember, every community, every family stands when there is justice. So anything else is none of our business. I hope we're not gonna regret. That is why did we put in? Remember, the Supreme Court is there because of the new constitution. The new constitution, we lost a lot of lives. People died. People were killed so that the new constitution doesn't come up. Since we have it, the Supreme Court was built. The IPC, now we call it the dead IPC, came into being, but they just spoiled our name. However, we still have time. We still have time. We're gonna recover, and I hope tomorrow. I don't know what time it will be. I hope I'm gonna smile. I'm not gonna smile that maybe election was cancelled. But I'm going to be happy that Kenyans will be given an opportunity to be able to elect a good leader. That is what I would say today, Bernard.
Okay,
Yes,
asante sana
Bernard.
bwana Leo, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Tunaamini kwamba Mungu anasikia na anajibu maombi. Ni ombi letu kwamba nchi yetu iokolewe na iwekwe katika msingi ambao unafaa, msingi wa haki, msingi wa ukweli, msingi ambao tutafurahi kuachia watoto na watoto wetu. Kwa hivyo like you well put, the Supreme Court has a great responsibility on their shoulder, not just to give a ruling about elections, but to determine where the country will go and how the country will be, and whether our democracy will work or it will be left for picky pongi. That is the whole matter with the Supreme Court.
Yes,
if
Bernard.
they leave us in the picky pongi, that is it. We are doomed tuanze kutafuta visa. But if we will be put back on the right trail, we go and do what we are required to do, then we are good to go. So the 7 judge bench has what it takes, I believe. We just want to pray that God give them courage and wisdom to stick out their neck and do what is right, even when it is difficult. More than that, I want heads to roll.
Yes,
The
Bernard.
pampering and the advice from the Supreme Court is enough. We need to see some heads rolling, because we can't be taken for a ride as a nation forever. What we can't punish is what will be perpetuated, no matter how long we preach against it. Thank you very much. Collins, what is it?
Bernard, how are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine, thank you. I like the session, and this is my first time, and I'm glad that I'm among you people. But my take is very simple, Bernard. Is it a must you win for justice to be obtained? Like today, Manu has thrashed Arsenal 3-1. Thrashing 3-1. So does it mean when you lose, you become annoyed? So there's the mere fellas should not be amazed if they lose. The thing is,
Collins,
let us have
all due respect. With all due respect, did you listen to what we said?
But I'm reacting to what Leo was saying. Evans was talking about one side, and you are allowing to talk about one side.
How many sides have you spoken?
No, I'm just saying I was given an example of Manu and Arsenal.
Okay, you say this is your first day here, so that is the reason why you needed to patiently listen to 1, 2, 3 people, how they are making their contribution, and then you will know how to come in. Okay, we are not one side. We are here for Kenya. Okay, if Kenya goes to the dogs, all of us will suffer. Nobody's going to lift yellow handkerchief and be exonerated from the suffering. There is no way we are going to have bad elections and then have one group celebrating and the other one crying, and then you say we are okay. All we are working out for is, can we have the voter determine the leader? That's all. Our electoral system, the reason it went to the Supreme Court, whatever the evidence submitted and the proofs given are telling us otherwise. So it is not winning. You talked about Man U and Arsenal. How many of the goals did Man U score using their hand? Is there any? Will it be valid if they did so? So it is not just the goals, it's how you score the goal. It's important. If in case you went to play against Man U and you are 12, they are 11, okay? Will the referee say, I don't care? let us start. You're in uniform. Let's go. Everything is governed by rules. And when those rules are broken, the game is no longer normal. And that's why we went to the Supreme Court for the interpretation. Was Jebukati in order? Was IBC in order? Was the way the election conducted constitutionally? Those are the questions we are talking about. It is not about yellow and blue anymore. It is about Kenya. Will we leave Kenya in the hands of people who are trustworthy, or we will leave Kenya in the hands of the rule of the jungle, survival for the fittest? Is that the kind of country you want your children to grow in? I don't think so. So let's be responsible Kenyans and not get caught up into the narrow mind of, as long as UDA have got it, I'm happy. As long as Azimio have got it, I'm happy. We want Azimio to get it the right way, or UDA to get it the right way, because when UDA goes wrong, we can only call them to order using the right way. If Azimio goes to order out of order, we can only call them to order using the right way. But when somebody corrupts the right way, that person is an enemy. It's just like somebody who goes to poison a well that is feeding the whole community. Wewe umekuwa watchman angoje borehole, okay? Ili mtu asiweke sumu. Huyo watchman amechukua pesa, okay? Atumiwe kuweka sumu ili watu wakunye maji wafe. Na wewe unasema ni vizuri. Hey, please Kenyans, let's outgrow this petty politics and begin to reason like grown-ups. Asante sana. Naomba tusonge mbele. We Bwana Guru, habari ya leo? Guru ni kama ameendea kapu la maji. Anyumba. Anyumba, are you there? Kila mtu kavamiwa leo. Mama Selina, habari ya leo? Is it me who is not audible or something? Mama Selina, are you there?
Yes, Bernard.
Okay, karibu salimia watu wetu, tunaomba pamoja ili inchi ipone.
Thank you so much. Naona watu wanakuja na maswali yenye haieleweki. Bernard, for me, we are praying to God. I know it is almost 7 hours, so how many hours to be morning or almost morning in Kenya? Ya kwamba tutakubali the ruling of the Supreme Court. Baba ameongea na Mother na Ruto ameongea. But we are asking these people the truth. Ni kwamba Supreme Court ipatie Kenyans what they deserve. We went for election. We elect our president, both sides. But the person who has put us in this thing is Chebukati and the group. Now, Kenyans are asking questions, and some people are coming here playing. Inchi ikichomeka, haitachua you are safe or you are not safe. You may be safe because you are in interior, but inchi ikisharipika penat, inapata waliyekuwemo na wasiyekuwemo. What we are saying here is Supreme Court watatoka na atujui kama watanalify election, atujui nini waliona, but I want to ask Kenyans, today is Raila, tomorrow is you or your uncle or it's somebody else. What will happen? Kama hatutarekebisha mambo ya uchaguzi Kenya, it is not about Raila. You know, I pet people when they are talking about Raila. You guys, you don't know what you are talking about. This is the old man amesimama the entire life Penat akitetea Kenya. Mungu aliye pinguni ndiye anajua moyo ya Raila, not a human being. Na today 5 years Raila can say, okay, then let's go for another election. It will come another Otieno, it will come another Kamau, it will come another Philip. Then, kama hatutarekebisha, tuko na katiba mzuri sana, but those who can implement kama boti kama ya Chebukati, independent. How can a body be independent and they don't do independent things? Where are we going? With Venezuela, today is Venezuela. Another 5 years, it will be Putin, it will be another group. Where will our country go? Vile Uhuru na Raila walisema, we want to put our country in the right track. They are not putting for their children. You know these people, Penat. Raila anaweza ishi ama awache kukua rais. Watoto yake wataishi miaka ingine 100 when they are okay. The same as Uhuru and the same as Ruto, because now he's in the same league. How about you Kenyans? Wale munafanya kazi mouth. Usipopata mshahara unalala njaa. We need to think twice. It is not about Raila. Martha Karua aliwaambia kotini, rate yake ni 100 and something billion. How do you think she can finish tomorrow? Hiyo ni yake na watoto yake na wachukuu yake. Why are we blind? Na munasema bottom up, munasema nyinyi ni maskini, and then you are the one. You know, sometimes, Penat, I feel so frustrated that I'm a Simio and I love Baba. But sometimes I want to say, why can these people be given that? Iyo wembe wapatiwe. And we see in after 3 months or 1 year, people will be in the street. Watakuwa wanalilia nani? Uhuru will not come out. Raila will not come out. Mutakuwa munachapwa, mutakuta Kashakwa na Ruto. Watawanyorosha mushangae vile mutafanya. You know, people are playing. Anyway, Asimio, kama mukati ni 200. Do you think Kenya Kwanza watanunua na 20 na Asimio wananunua na 200? No. Kama kila kitu imeharibika, itaharibika kwa Kenyans. Mtu yote anaitwa Mkenya. Kuna kitu, mimi tuko hapa Penat. Hawa watu mnaita wherever you call the ACAS. Wakenya kitu ya kwanza wangefikiria is the fate of their life and their passports and their document, because these people ni watu wako na shida ulimwengu dunia, wanakuja na maji. And I will spend it one day after this election. I want you to get that video ya watu wanaitwa hiyo Venezuelans. Wale wanachimba shimo, wanachimba shimo kutoka Kenya mpaka Rwanda, wakitembea na wako chela, wako na inchi yao ni ya shida. And then now you invite them in Kenya. Wenye hata amujui, document yako itakuwa na picha ya Musungu, si Musungu, unajui watu ni Maspanish. Watakuwa wanaitwa Kamau, watakuwa wanaitwa Cherotich na ako na passport, na wewe mwenye unachifanya hapa, ukienda airport ama kama uendi airport, picha yako na IT sako imetumiwa na Venezuelans. We have to think of these people. Munafurahi wakiiba kura. What is the consequences? What do we get as Kenyans? How do we sell our country to foreigners? How about your children? Penat, today or tomorrow in Kenya, either we go in dogs the way you say, or we save our country and the country of our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. You are happy, these young people. You know, for us, I'm pity about my grandkids, not my life. the same as Raila, the same as Martha Karua, and these all other people. William Ruto thought is an ambassador in Turkey. After he get the presidency, all his children will be out of Kenya. You stupid Kenyans. You don't know even what you are doing. You will be crying. Pray for that old man Raila to save you the way Luther King did in America. That it is almost 200 years. Kila mahali, everywhere in the world, they talk about Luther King because it did not make it to be the president of America, but he makes something that people are referring even today. The Nelson Mandela, he was in jail for 27 years. He never enjoyed the life. Raila has been frustrated in Kenya. Yes, we may not like him in Kenya, but other countries will be referring to Raila as they too Luther Kings, as they too Mandela. So it is up to us and our judges tomorrow to give us Kenyans penalty. Kama si kotini, somebody could be president-elect by today. But because of that stop, Mungu akawapatia nafasi. It is up to them tomorrow. We better go back to election and let a real winner win. If Deputy President William Ruto will win genuinely, Kenyans will love him and vote for him. We will salute him and call him our president. But this one of rigging, we cannot call somebody the president of Republic of Kenya. Again, let me remind you, what happened with 2017 election, Ruto and Uhuru won, and they were not even able to go to Mombasa. They could not even go to some part of Kenya. Do you think that that thing has gone away? You can be the president, yes, and surrounded only in Central and Rift Valley. Kidogo kidogo, the Central will get away. Kidogo kidogo, the Rift Valley. And then what will happen? People will go to street. You better be the president of Republic of Kenya, that everybody will call you the president and love you as their president. We are here to pray to God for tomorrow, that please, the churches, if we are to go back to election, let us go. Wacha Ruto a win Pila Venezuela na Pila Chebukati. And again, penat. I know Ruto akikuwa president tomorrow, Chebukati, you will not take him anywhere. For the sake of Kenyans, nullify the election, give us Chebukati alive or dead. We see what we can do to him. He has to face the consequences. Lazima Chebukati aende kotini. We are not even talking about Raila or Ruto. Kama ungesimama, kama umepatiwa kasi kama chairman ya commission and refuse the money, pile pipi yako aliomba. Your wife tell us, pray for my husband because he's going to do the wrong. Penat, huyu mama alisema ukweli. Where are we today? Bibi yake aliongea. Thank you so much, Penat. Let me not take time, but nataka kuambia wa Kenya ya kwamba this child will come out alive or dead. Awezi songeshwa, mimba akolepa what? And this child is coming out either alive or dead. Akiwa amekufa atasikwa wapi? Na nani atamusika? Akiwa alive, nani atachukua, ni baba ama ni mama yake? We need to know all these things. People are playing na watu wanafikiria ni rahisi. Ati I'm doing this, the country. Mutalia mutaamini. Sisi yote tuko hapo. We have our children, we have our parents, we love our country. But kama hamutaki kufuata ukweli, wewe umechukua wakati yako, umekuwa panelist kwa hapa, umekuja umeongea na Wakenya, and then you want us to follow, utaki kulete umoja, unataka kutuambia yellow na sijui vitu gani na haitusaidii sahi. We are not talking of yellow, green or blue. We are talking of Kenyans. Maisha yetu itakuwa aje after tomorrow. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa wasia huo. Na young Kenyans, let me give you free advice. If you want to enjoy your life, begin by taking responsibility for what happens to your life. The moment you leave that to be given to someone else, that someone else may not take care of your interest. This country can only be taken care of when each one of us takes responsibility on how this country is governed. Those of you who are celebrating corruption, celebrating perverting our systems, getting the plumber in the bathroom and all that, it's a laughing matter right now. But like Mama said, not many days from now, the outcry will come out. Don't think we are... Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. Okay? Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. If these people are not sworn in and you're already threatening everybody, what will they do as soon as they take the oath? Let us think deeply as Kenyans. Don't play. Don't joke. And if there is a complicated country to govern, it's called Kenya. This Kenya is not as easy as people think. And that because I'm president, I have a flag, everybody going to bow. That used to happen during Moi Day. Not anymore today. You will release the bulldozer, you will release the tankers, you will release the tear gas, but the resolve of the soul of Kenyans is something you cannot break. So understand yourselves and push for what you know is right. Don't support what is evil. Our judges know, I'm happy that our judges are not strangers. They are not aliens. They are not foreigners. They are Kenyans. They know this country. And they know where this country is coming from. They know where it's going. So the verdict that comes out tomorrow, it may not be based on the evidence, but it will be based on the heart and the soul of this great country. Either we make or break. Tomorrow with the ruling, just stick out your neck and do what is right. Stop messing yourself up. Young people, listen to the elders. They have counsel for you. Don't despise their counsel. There are some of you who think that you can educate your grandfathers on how to be fathers, and you can educate your grandmothers on how to be mothers. You are misguided. You're deceived. When you're in the presence of the elders, shut up and learn. Stop displaying your ignorance. Thank you very much. Now, naomba tumsikilize Mr. Guru as I prepare a video to play. And if you want to stay on the screen, please keep your camera on. Keep your camera on. Rhoda, mute your mic, please. Mute your mic. If you want to speak, you lift your hand. I will pick on you. Please. Thank you.
This problem is studying. Please, it's my... Sorry, it's something was wrong with my internet. I'm sorry. Jeremy, today I am fasting. Whole day I'm not eating anything to pray for my country, Kenya. Because I love my country so much. I'm crying today. I've been crying to God and I say, God, do something to our country. Do something. The way you did the children of Israel, you deliver them 400 years. Do the same, our country, God. The God of miracle, you raise dead, the one we want in Kenya. The one who lays dead, the one we want in Kenya. That Kenya people, they humble themselves. They cry to God of Israel. That's the now we need. You know, sometimes we don't know what to do. We need God than before. So I've been crying. I say, Jesus, come and heal our land. I humble myself. I just put my knee and cried to him because we are going, if Ruto take power, we are going the bad way. So there's a time we let God to fight for our battle because this is a war. This is a war. It's not belong to us. It's from God. Let us God fight for us. The way he fight for the children of Israel, he deliver them. They cry to God for and I believe is a God of a miracle. He raised, I remember there is one man from Pasa from North Korea. South Korea, he was saying that there is man was dead and he prayed for him and he get life. I believe he was preaching as this country in the church. I believe he can raise our country. This now your country is dead. Everybody is blind. We don't know where we don't know where we are now. It's darkness. We are in the darkness, you know. That's why you see every community, we are not unity. My community, we are not unity. Your community, because we have the enemy. You know, the work of the enemy is to kill and to destroy. The devil, he came to kill and to destroy. Right now is a devil, is in our country to destroy our country, to destroy joy, our peace, our development, our families, you know, because when the country go bad, even our family, they go bad. We want our family live good life. We want our children live good life, to go to the school with a good system. Everything is in control. You know, let me tell you, people, they'll never forget President Uhuru. President Uhuru, he's a man of the word. President Uhuru ni mtu anajipenda. If you really love yourself, you love your country. And that's the way that now I'm praying every tribe in Kenya must love themselves. Because when you love yourself, you will not take power with the force. You know, like the way Ruto always, he wants people to be close to him because he doesn't love himself. Even the Bible says you have to love yourself because you can have something to give other people. He doesn't love it. President Uhuru, he loves himself. He is humble. That's why he loves every tribes. You try to unite us. You know, that's why we need our country. People who love themselves. Hata wazungu, why wazungu nchi zao zinakuwa development? Wao wanajipenda sana. All the time wanaamka na visions. What we are going to do in our country. You know, but if people like Ruto, they take the government, we are going the bad way. We are going, you know, even you see the American ambassador, they are sad. Even ambassador in Kenya, they are sad because they know Kenya is going bad way, you know. So that's now I'm praying that God to give our justice the wisdom to do the right tomorrow and to use the righteousness, not to force a Raila or Ruto. If they go, they said to people to go to the debe, turudi kwa debe sisi wote, to vote. You know, na watoe Chebukati because Chebukati is a mess. Ni ameturudisha nyuma. We have to go exactly when it was. You know, me, I was 2017, nilikuwa naona everything was going on. By the way, me, I was excited for the Uhuru. And I say, wow, our country is a really democracy. They can cancel the elections. I was so proud. I was like, oh, my country is very far because I've not been in Kenya for many years. I was like, wow, we are going far. You know, I was really proud with the Maraga. And I said, and President Uhuru, he was so patient. He waited because President Uhuru, he respects our constitutions and our democracy, you know. And he made the history and he loved peace. And he continued to do, you know, and he was I remember in the UK, Luo and Kikuyu, they were fighting. Oh, like praying, you know, they were just, and then now you see we are coming together. Luya and Kikuyu, we are coming together than before. After what happened we understand later on. Later was not bad person. You know? So let me tell you, if the enemy tried to separate Kikuyu and Luo, we will never separate. We are the same. And when Luo, they are crying, even me, I'm crying because I feel hurt. What the Ruto trying to take our country, not respect our democracy, and not the constitution, the one they voted 2010. You know, so I want our justice. God give them wisdom. You know, even there's one prophet from Zimbabwe. He said, I was listening to him today. He was saying, let us pray today, midnight until midnight. I'm fasting until midnight, until something happens. I'm calling for the heaven until something happens to our country. We cannot leave our country like that. We cannot. People who doesn't love themselves, people they don't care. No, we can't.
Okay. Thank you, Rhoda. Thank you for that. And we are in this together, and we must come out as winners. The most important thing is that nobody should poison our well. If you want to participate into our election, let the election determine the winner. Don't influence the elections and turn it into a selection. I trust that the judges got into the same and want to save our democracy. It's not just the win of one candidate over another. It is our democratic process. It needs to be salvaged from those who want to abuse it, hijack the whole country, and sell it to foreigners. That is too bad, and we can't allow that. And so, as Kenyans of goodwill, let's do what is right. The rest that wants to joke around, they will learn the hard way later. Some of the people here are millennials. They have no idea where this country has come from. Their history class did not do them any good, or they didn't do good in the same. But the truth is, this country has come from far. There are days you would lose your ID card and go to a police station for an abstract. And the police officer will give you a photocopy of the abstract and tell you to go and photocopy so that you come back with it, and then he can write for you an abstract. And I'm not talking about long time ago. It's just recent history. The country was grinding to a halt. We have come a long way. We cannot allow ourselves to be taken back to where we have come from. So as young people, believe in this country and understand that it will take you embracing what is right. Hii culture mnataka kutuintroduce kwayo at the end justifies the means. Cut anybody on the way, get it anyhow, grab it, cheat. No, that's not how to build a country. And so as we wait for our judges to exercise their wisdom, by God's help, we trust that they will save for us democracy, because right now is our democracy that is on trial. It is not Raila Odinga, it's not William Ruto, it's our democracy. Will it ever work, or it has been left in the hands of Piki Pongi? Si wewe lakini ni wewe. If that is what is left of us, tuko kubaya. Naomba tusonge mbele, tafadhali tuchunge muda, line ni mrefu sana, lakini naamini kwamba tutasonga mbele. Let's share our views as we wait for the verdict. Remember, God is overall. God is overall. And God can give us leadership. One way God gives us leadership is to help us go forward. Another one, he can give us leadership to punish us. So not everybody that has been made leader is made by a leader. Is made a leader by God for good reasons. Not everybody. There are some who are raised for punishing of God's people. So you can dance now, but your cry will soon show up. Mr. Guru, make your submission, please, as we move forward. Thank you.
Yes, habari yenu.
Yeah, tuko poa sana.
Today I have heard the two contestants have said they will accept the outcome of the Supreme Court tomorrow. That is good because it brings down the temperatures that are there. However, where this matter has reached now, it is not just about those two men. It's about the soul of this country. Do we accept that a foreigner can come into our country and align himself or herself with a part of our political elite to circumvent the wishes of the majority of Kenyans? That is the crux of the matter. There are signs, because I can see Bernard here has asked whether we kill or save the child. The child can be killed in many ways. Many ways. And already the Kenyan child, if we take it as such, has already started dying. If you listen today to the statements that were made in Nakuru, it brings a lot of bad memories for some of us who lived through the 90s as adults. One of the leaders comes and starts saying that they will return people to the forests in Kuresoi and elsewhere. I think he is the recently elected governor of Kericho, I think so. That is very scary because, you know, the country is at a point where increasing forest cover has been actually the main target of this government. I heard him talk ill of the Minister of Environment, Tobiko, for what he has been doing. Now, that is the first sign of a child who is starting to get sick and dying. Then again, you listen to the kind of statements that were made by one Gachagua. He's talking of harmony in that region, but when you read between the lines, you start asking yourself, until when will Kenyans who have settled in other areas be reminded that their safety depends on other factors other than the constitution? Okay? Then that is another sign of a child that is sick and that could die. Then you hear the same person saying that they will return the economy where it was during Kibaki's time in 1 year. Blatant lie. Those who are economists here, they know that pulling up an economy that is been doing badly will take more than 1 year. If it is that agriculture, you have to invest. Unfortunately, most of our agriculture is rain-fed, so you can even give farmers a lot of fertilizer, and then the rains fail. These people have not understood that governing a country is not a joke. They are still in that mood of going, exciting people out of nothing. That is another seed and sickness of a child that could die. Because Bernard, imagine giving hope to our people who are poor, and then 1 year down the line, they are still struggling to find something to eat. Aren't you fomenting trouble? So those young people who are here, they must know that there is nothing that is easy. This idea that there is somebody who will come and pour money in their pockets is a liar. Things don't work like that. Pulling a wobbling economy up has never been an easy job. In fact, when you look at the leaders that are surrounding that man, I don't know whether they will give him space to breathe. Today, the senator who has yet to take office has already demanded that they be given money, apparently because they are running around in their counties. Imagine the first item of demand is to be given money for fuel. Not about those who are sleeping hungry in that area. No, it's about themselves. That is another sickness and an indicator of a child that could die. So my brothers and sisters, if you are waiting for any signals that we are headed in the wrong direction, then I don't know what you are waiting for. In the last few days, you have seen the same man consolidate his power. He is calling everybody from across the country, perhaps even buying. I don't know what he is using. Then finally, what we have? We have a situation like the one in Tanzania, where you have multipartyism by name. In reality, it's a one-party state. And how do you maintain it? A corrupt leader will just keep money, your money, that you use to buy the same people so that they can be loyal to him and do what he wants. Your money. That's how it works. And that is how it worked during Moi's time. I don't know whether, Bernard, you are then able to understand what was happening. But that is precisely what was happening. Everybody will be given a prize. Huyu ni milioni yake moja. Huyu ni wa milioni 10. Huyu ni wa milioni 5. It's called the patronage system. And this is not about communities. He will have patrons across the communities to eat on your behalf. He will go to the village of Bernard and pick some few people who will be, running around the village with the big vehicles and praising the man. That's how it works. Tukiwa ndogo tulikuwa tunaimba juu juu zaidi. I think we are headed there again, because I wonder, because when you look at people who should be wise enough, the likes of Kivuda Kibwana, who spent quite a time fighting for the freedoms that we have, the likes of Kiraitu Murungi, who also sacrificed to fight for the freedoms that we have, how far have we degenerated that they have only forgotten now? And then again, the young generation does not seem to be any different. In fact, they are worse because they don't know the cost of democracy. They don't know the cost of freedom. These youths have grown having freedoms in social places. You can go have your drink even up to midnight. My friends, this is coming to an end. I can assure you that very soon, the second most powerful man is a provincial administrator. He will not allow this. You know, just some few years ago, a directive was given by Matiang'i that he doesn't want the police to spend their time running after youths who are coming from social places to enjoy their drink. But those who are here and partake, I can tell you, if we continue with this platform, six months, 1 year down the line, you come and tell us what your experience is. You know, what Bernard has told you, listen to the elders. We have been there. You have seen this or the other. Because what happens when you don't get a legitimacy? Right now, if these two are given the government, they will lack legitimacy because half of the country does not support them. So the only other way is to use force. That's what happens. They'll have to show you that they are now in government so that you can start softening. You have to be softened. EMT. And that is why there was handshake. Uhuru could not take the hand line of using force. And he has said several times, if he wanted to use force, he would have used it. But to what effect? And for how long? Hii ni maneno ambayo ni ya ndani zaidi, lakini saa zingine kunasemekana mtoto akililia wembe mpe. Today, a so-called hustler tried to get to where that man was. I don't know what story he can give right now because I think every part of his body is hot from the kind of beatings that he could have received, because he thought that that hustler, that hustler thing is a reality. It's a mirage. It's nothing like that.
Wewe unasema atuundi serikali. Serikali.
Hapana,
Ya mama mboga na mkokoteni.
Unajua huyo jamaa niliona ni wao tu analikuwa anajiita hustler. Alijaribu kukimbia pale, sijui ni makaratasi alikuwa anapeleka ama ni nini. Alipigwa chenga mara 2 3 na watu kama 5. Huyo jamaa, the second most powerful man, was just looking at him like a ghost that has fallen from heaven, or is it from hell? So these youths, these young people, when the elders like Raila wants to leave you a country where you enjoy with your family all the rights like the ones enjoying in Western countries which have developed. In fact, we are moving very well. Kenya is among the best countries in terms of individual freedoms. Ukuti serikali kila pahali. But this is not what happens in other countries. Now, some will say, oh, we can't go back there. Who told you that? The price of democracy is eternal vigilance. Na nikiangalia hawa vijana hawa, they easily give up. That is why some of them now are starting to, you even know that over 80 million did not turn up to vote. Majority are from that category. So if we continue like this and you give up, what will happen? 30% of those who are eating from the government are the ones who will go to vote next time. And you continue complaining that the government is doing nothing for you.
Hey, Wanakuru,
Okay?
conclude, time back.
So, as we wait for the verdict tomorrow, we hope for the best. And Baba today was asked whether you concede or how he thinks the matter of the verdict will be. He said something very strong, that the judges at the Supreme Court are people who are well learned. Ni watu wamesoma, ni wasomi. And I believe also they are Kenyans, like what Bernard said. They are here in Kenya. They are not Aryans. They are not Venezuelans. They know that, in fact, some of them have grown their careers in the trenches. The Chief Justice herself has confessed when she was being interviewed that she was actually the lawyer for Raila when he was in incarceration, fighting for the democracy that some young people here insult Raila for. And then they are told history is not important. Let me stop there for now, Bernard. Thank you very much. Lakini uambie hii vijana wafungue macho na masikio.
Asante Dadi, tunashukuru na wamesikia. Mimi nataka tu vijana wote wawajibike. You have no business being calling yourself a youngster in Kenya if you're not responsible. I will not have, a respect for you. Show me how responsible you are for this country, I will respect you. But if you're just here to yap and call people names based on nothing, we'll get rid of you. Kuna wale ambao wanateta kwamba tuna block watu wa UDA. Kama mdomo wako ni chafu ama vidole zako ziko chafu, you're typing wickedness, we'll get rid of you without thinking twice. Hatuwezi kukuacha hiyo tabia yako ulijifunza kwenu, kaenda kachezee huko kwenu, sio hapa. You need to listen when elders are talking. And this country has come a long way. We will soon be celebrating 60 years of independence. We still don't have food enough for all Kenyans. Our education system is wanting. Our health sector has not worked to the maximum. And then where you're yapping here, you don't care how somebody becomes president. As long as he's president, God has made them president. God is not a thief. And God is not a Venezuelan. Tuache mchezo. So let's grow up. Let's do what we are required to do. And when somebody has done something wrong, let us stick our neck and insist on the right thing. That's what will save us. Sio yu mtu amechukua madawa ya wagonjwa, okay? Alafu ninyi mnampigia makofi. Let's be real. Let's do what is real. Let's do what is good for Kenya. And what is good for Kenya is Kenya for all Kenyans. Bwana Nyumba, wewe nakupimia stopwatch. It is 9 minutes after. By the 11th minute nimekukata. Anyumba.
Bernard unanionea bwana.
Hiyo ndio jina yangu ya katikati. Asante.
Amjambo nyote.
Karibu.
Asante sana. Unajua uliwacha yule jamaa ameenda kabla sijamjibu, lakini haina shida. Atarudi tu tena, ningemjibu lakini iko na bahati. Yule mwingine.
Wachana.
Yule sijui alikuwa anasema sijui nini, ukamwambia anaishi nchi gani, lakini ana bahati.
Alitoroka
Sasa
mwenyewe, alafu ananilaumu hapa ati nilimfukuza. Alitoroka
you know,
maswali.
today I think I don't have much to say, but I will also second my brother Guru that the Supreme Court people, they are not from another country. They are from Kenya. They live in Kenya. So, you know, some people think as if after ruling, they will just get a flight and go to another country and leave us here. They will live here and they will continue living here. So it is now upon them to uphold the democracy or to chase it away. That is what they are doing. And these UDA people, I told you there is nothing like Kenya Kwanza. It is a UDA. These UDA people, they are behaving as if they have already planned a ship where after verdict, they will all go to that ship and run away from this country. My friend, any UDA person, you are a Kenyan like me. In this forum, we are not fighting Ruto or Raila Odinga. We are making Kenya to be better for our children to come and enjoy what our forefathers fought for, what our brothers and sisters fought for. That is what we are doing. So if you come here telling us that we hate UDA people, you are out of your mind and you should be chased away from this group because you don't know what you are looking for. I believe that Kenya is not for two people. Kenya is not for three people. Kenya is not for Uhuru Kenyatta. Kenya is not for William Ruto. Kenya is not for Raila Odinga. Kenya is for many millions of Kenyans. And I can go back to what my brother said, that some people are now asking for money to fuel their cars. Yet there are other people who do not have food. You know, it is a shame when someone go to ask for a money to fuel the car, and some people from part of this country doesn't have food. It doesn't make sense. It is not logical. So we are praying, and I do believe, and I'm a strong believer, that our people will make sure this country enjoy what they fought for. They will not allow us to go in the dark position where people were, the dark eras of Moi. And I can repeat what I said, and I will continue saying this. William Ruto is not looking for presidency just because of sake of him being a president, but he wants to finish these three families. Look at what he has done to Moi family. That is a grudge. He's now targeting Odinga family and Kenyatta family. That is a grudge. That is why Raila Odinga is telling you and me, look, this man opposed the Constitution 2010. This man went to Mount Kenya and told them, see, your son is busy with BBI, yet you don't have money for business. And they believed him. This man said that he did not want a ceremonial, imperial president who doesn't have power. That's why he opposed the BBI. But Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta wanted a country where me and you will be a president and everybody will love you because there will be no power. Look what these people are enjoying today, governorship. That is a money where it was in the national government, now they have it here. That is the country that we are looking for. It is not about me being president or you being president, but your people getting the service of the government. But few people who are sitting in a corner somewhere looking at their family and
your time is up by far. Conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. Let me just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move forward, please, and restrict ourselves to 2 to 3 minutes so that the queue doesn't take too long. We are almost getting into the second hour and people have not said anything. Wellman, how are you? Wellman.
Bernard, I'm fine. I'm fine, sir.
Karibu mawili matatu tukisonga.
Thank you so much. Me, I only have one word. I always feel bad when I see a big person talking nonsense, like the other guy mwenye alitoka hapa. So chenye nataka kusema, ukiona Ruto ameanza kusema vitu zingine hapa zenye alisema leo ati I will accept the Supreme Court. Huyo jamaa ni mjanja, maybe ashafanya kitu na atujui. So hiyo ndio ilikuwa inanipea worries. Yeah.
The Supreme Court does not discuss whether you accept or reject their ruling. There is no appeal. So he has no choice but to accept whatever ruling they come up with. It's not that he has a choice on it. Atafanya nini? You cannot even call demonstrations against the Supreme Court. Even if you demonstrate, there are 7 judges. They will be at home with their wife and children. So it's nothing. Whichever way.
Yeah, whichever way now. But I'm feeling like diarrhea.
Well, ma, take care of yourself, please. Relax. Unajua, some of us here feel like we were more on the ballot than Raila Odinga and Martha Karua.
Yeah, it's true.
Of which it's true. It is our Kenyan liberty that is at trial right now. But we will come around. We will come around. Nothing is beyond repair, in my opinion. We will do this thing and it will come out clearly and favorably for all Kenyans. Like we said, the judges are not aliens. They are not foreigners. They are here. They know what is good for this country. They know what is not good for this country. They have access to the intelligence. They have access to who can help us against corruption, who will help enhance corruption. If anybody is in their right mind and says he will take people back to Mau Forest, yani akili yote ila ameendea shule na ingine ameongezewa na Mungu, anaona tu kurudisha watu kwa forest ndio maendeleo, then we are doomed as a people. And the other people who think that Kenya Kwanza is not Kenya, Azimio is not Kenya. Kenya Kwanza is just a fraction of a few Kenyans. Azimio is just a fraction of a few Kenyans. We have Kenya that carries both of those parties. That is what we are looking forward to. When Kenya gets corrupted, there is no way we'll have a clean Azimio and a clean Kenya Kwanza. We are here to protect that Kenya will not be corrupted. If it is corrupted, we are doomed as a people. Our political system has had issues and we need to clean it. But where will we be standing to clean it? We must have a country that we are standing on that can judge these political parties. But you want, after corrupting political parties, political process, you now want to corrupt the country at the end of the day, what will you have left? Nothing to run to. And that is what results into people going to the street and demanding their rights by all means. Let us be careful to differentiate between a political stand and a national issue. Corruption in this country and twisting of the truth in this country is an epidemic that has to be dealt with. Don't joke around with it, because it will finish all of us and none of us will escape. Don't be narrow-minded to think that forging for this and that is going to help you. Punishing Raila Odinga, you have done it from 2013, you have done it 2017, you are repeating it 2022, but this man is here. He's looking healthier, stronger, and younger. You've been sending him to Bondo every year, but he's still here. Give up. You may die and leave him here. So relax yourself. And as a young man, don't go against Raila Odinga. You will die before your time. Just free advice for you. Now, naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Unless Welma uko na la kusema, tusonge mbele. Relax. I advise you to relax. Judges know what is going to be. We are going to get a very favorable verdict from the Supreme Court. That one I'm sure of.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I know that things are going to work for the good of this country.
Wow.
The William Ruto presidency can be a very good divine punishment for this country. Just know, if that carries the day, jua tu ni punishment, na tuanze tu kutubu mapema ile makosa tumkosea Mungu mpaka akaamua atucharaze kutupatia kiongozi kama huyo. Hiyo najua tu bwana. Yes.
Bernard, sorry, it will be Donald Trump moment America. It will be like Donald Trump moment. They ran for him, and after 6 months, everybody was running away. Even now, you cannot get lawyers. Everybody is running away. So that is Kenyan, and it will be like American.
God will help us. Thank you very much. Tusikilize Honorable Anthony. Honorable Anthony, vipi?
Niko poa. Habari zenyu?
Salama. Wewe ni mheshimiwa wapi sasa?
Mimi pande ya Kiambaa. Yes, Kiambaa.
Kiambaa, ninyi ndio mtuletea mbunge ambaye hawezi ongea Kizungu.
Usiongee. Tulienda mpaka physical. Now, I'm going to agree with Uguru about the Moi era, whereby we are going to be like zile enzi za ati Moi akikuja lazima maduka zote zifungwe, kila mtu lazima hudhurie, because these are divide and rule nature. And this thing, I'm praying like I'm a young person, and I'm very pleading my young people. Right now, people are being given money to come to attend for meetings. Raila does not give money to attend for meetings. That shows who is a leader. Why should you buy? Why should you hire a crowd to come and listen to you? The next thing, we are going to be as the youth. Mama sisi watu wadogo kabisa. Tunatumiwa, we have been used. Tunatumiwa na akili yetu ni kidogo. Unakuja unapata 200, maneno yako inaisha. What I'm trying to say is wakati wa Moi, it's where we are heading. And where we are heading is whereby Bernard, right now you're driving. Uguru is driving. I'm driving. And the other person is driving. There's a place, there's a time to reach that. Utasikia hawa ndio walinyakua Kenya yetu. And whereby, ni sisi tu wenyewe tulichagua nani? Tulichagua mwenye tutaki. But for me, I stand firm. And hata ukiambao wanajua, I was the first person and I'm still the only one standing with Baba. Kabisa, and I said, if I'm going to fall because of Baba, let it be. Because I know, when you listen to ukisikiza your elders, you'll go far. Lakini ukisikiza watu wadogo wanapiga yapi, empty debes, make the most noise. The last thing that I'm saying, We, as Kikuyu, we say there's no a drunk mason who goes home not making noise. Ruto is making noise because he's drunk. And every drunk person goes home making noise because he knows if at all atapata mtu amejifichia mahali, ataogopa, atajua hata tuko wengi. Ama utashika ameshika sigara mbili unafikiri ni watu wengi sana wanatembea kwa giza. That is what I'm praying that tomorrow's verdict ikuwe ni ya haki na Mungu atusaidie. Whatever comes, let us accept it. Na tuombe Mungu that favors be on our side. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Honorable Anthony, that's great and we appreciate it. Wakenya wote tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tuko sehemu ambayo itafaa kihistoria. Kesho ni siku ya kihistoria kwa hii nchi. Tutakuwa na landmark decision from the Supreme Court. Nataka tu kila mmoja awe tayari kwa matokeo yale na kila mmoja ajitahidi. Kumuonea mtu ama kumhujumu mtu akusaidii. Lazima tutengeneze Kenya ambayo itafaa kila Mkenya. Na hiyo Kenya ambayo itafaa kila Mkenya itabidi kila mmoja awajibike. Hii story ya kutake advantage of others simply because you think they are ignorant, they are stupid, they are old, they are younger is not the way to go. So let us embrace the diversity that we have and harness the resources that we have for the welfare of each and every Kenyan, especially the unborn Kenyans. We can't eat everything today and have something tomorrow for others. It will not work. So let's wake up and embrace the reality that Kenya is bigger than any individual, is bigger than any political party, is bigger than any political persuasion. But the good of this country requires the welfare of every Kenyan. Don't forget that. Thank you very much. Naomba sasa tusonge mbele. It is possible. How are you?
I'm okay, Bernard.
Yes.
Yeah, it is possible. That is it.
We
have voted for 2017. We voted. We started 2013, 2017, 2022, and we believe that is possible. One thing I like, I don't know how tomorrow verdict will be, but there's something we need to appreciate is that Raila is the father of democracy. If you look at even how every year things are changing, it's because of him. Imagine if 2017 Raila will not have gone to the Supreme Court. I hope I'm being heard. I'm saying I'm just imagining.
Okay. One moment. It is possible. Leo, what do I say?
Nilikuwa nasema huyo it's possible asikiki sauti yake haitoki.
Sisi tunampata. Inaonekana hitilafu iko kwako. Endelea, it is possible.
So I was saying that just imagine that 2017 Raila will not have gone to the Supreme Court. Then the changes that we saw this year, despite the fact that Chebukati tried to manipulate the whole process, but at least there are things we observed from the polling station that something changed. And the same thing has taken us to court this year, which I believe 2027, there will also be something that will change in the whole process. So I call him the father of democracy. He may be fighting alone as the way people are trying to brand him, the way people want to see him like a failure. But there's something that we need to know as Kenyans, that the freedom we are enjoying today, the kind of changes we are experiencing in this country today is because of that old man that we see him being old. If you do not allow, if Raila, I always look at him and I ask myself, why is he sacrificing a lot for the people of Kenya? And I find that there is something in him that God has planted in him that we are not seeing. You know, as much as you want to brand him names, call him whatever we want to call, but let us agree that if today we are enjoying the constitution that we have, that we can be able to speak, that we can be able to have such forums, is because of him. So there's a time after this election, I was trying to ask God some questions that God, do you mean you are God of partiality? What is this that this man has done to you that you cannot forgive? To an extent that you are now giving the UDA team or the other opponent, people who have been opposing him, glory. What are you trying to say? And something came into my mind that if he does not go through that, it's like a sacrificial lamb. If he does not go through that, me and you will not have the joy and the freedom that you are having today. That one aside, I want to talk to all Kenyans or the people who are listening, that indeed, if you are a supporter of Azimio, let us also stop being lazy to some extent. We always reach to a point where we are very comfortable and we always think that we are winners. Automatically, we are winners. We cannot be winners if you don't work for it. If we know, I've been hearing how we have been trying we are a bit scared with Ruto's government, and indeed we must be scared. From the way he speaks, we can be able to see the kind of a dictator he is. You know, you ask yourself, if things are this tough this now, what if this particular person gets this, becomes the person in charge of this particular country? What will happen? Where I work, I'm trying to imagine how many spies will be around that you cannot even speak. It has really created a lot of fear in some people like us who speak anything anyhowly. And if that is what you are feeling, and if tomorrow, God willing, because that is the prayer, that is our prayer, that tomorrow we will wish that we win this petition and let us go back to the ballot. If that happens, don't be that comfortable as mere supporter who will sit in the house and don't go and vote. Or don't be that particular supporter who will not go and carry people and take them to the polling station. It's high time that each and every one of us must take this thing like it's a do and die thing. Go vote. Go and make sure that we take this particular government back to the person who can really help us in the few years that God will give him. So that's what I want to tell the people, that sometimes we are very comfortable. We vote by our mouth, It's just by our tongue, we keep on voting, but there's no action. We are people who are very comfortable, and we want to blame everybody around us. So kindly, if tomorrow God, and I believe that God is going to give us this one chance, and this one chance is upon us, because if you look at the strongholds of Azimio, as much as yes, we believe we won, but if you look at the strongholds of Azimio, the turn-up was very low. I'm trying to imagine if the turn-up was much higher or bigger than the one we experienced. Definitely, even the person who wanted to rig this election, hangeweza, But if the margin is also too narrow, then it's very easy for the opponent to rig your election. So even the supporters from Nyanza, Western, go to the coastal region, kindly, let us not just be people who will be voting by a word of mouth. Let us show it by action. As much as we are praying, let us also act. And let us also educate other people. I've realized that there are people who do not even know why they are voting for Ruto. It's all about emotions. If you ask somebody, why are you voting for Ruto? Some are saying, as we are saying, that it's like they are very angry with Uhuru. Others is because he's a youth and he looks youthful and he's eloquent. Others, there are no reasons as to why they want Ruto to become the president. Others are just doing it for fun, like Arsenal and Manchester. It's just for fun, not knowing that a game, a football match, today Man U has won. It has no repercussion on our lives, our social life, economical life, our psychological life. We will continue with life. That's a game. But your vote is not a game. Your vote is going to define the policy makers and the rulers of this country. And as much as you'll call God, sometimes I ask people, why waste time to go to church and start calling God when God gave you a chance to make a decision? God has given you an opportunity to make, and remember, choices have consequences. Sometimes we bother God so much, God, please, God corruption, God's what and what. God, when God gave you a chance to choose, He showed you good and bad. This is evil. You went for evil. Now uko ndani ya shimo ya evil and you start telling God, God deliver me from the evil. Can you also spare God some time? African is a religious country, so we believe everything is God, even when you're doing the wrong thing. Can you also sometimes use logic? Can you use our brains? It's high time that you can also ask people. Can you ask people, look at the personality. Put Raila there, put Ruto there. There's no one who is perfect. All of them have their weaknesses. They may have missed at one particular point, but look at the personality. The way somebody speaks, the way somebody treats other people, the way somebody carries himself, you'll be able to tell who is our leader and who is not. Kenya, at this particular time, you need just somebody with wisdom, somebody who is mature enough to know how to handle us. But if you give us a dictator this party, especially this young, the generation ya kwetu kuteremka chini, hii generation iko confused. This is a generation that is very careless with whatever they say. Now I'm trying to imagine the way they are. Na wapewe kijana mwenye pia angali ako na nguvu mingi, tutachapwa my friend, tutawekwa viboko. Ile viboko utakuwa ukichapwa kwa njia, you'll be looking back and wish that you could have a grandfather as your president. So that is what I wish to say, that let us be logical to some extent. And remember, even witches are in charge. Even witches are in, thieves are in charge. So kukimbia kanisani does not mean that somebody is holier than thou. By the way, for those who are Christians, God concentrates on your character more than you are going to church. So that is what I wanted to say, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is possible. We appreciate that, and I believe the message is home. It is about time everybody took responsibility, and as Kenyans, that's a very good admonition. Tusiweke kiongozi mbaya alafu tuende kuomba Mungu atukomboe kutokana na kiongozi mbaya. Tukichagua vibaya, tuwe tayari kuishi katika ya mabaya. Kile naomba tu ni kwamba tutumie hekima na tuwajibike. Now the best way to vote is think about your children and your children's children. What kind of country do you want to live into their care? If the person who is asking for leadership cannot take care of your children and your children's children, his policies cannot do that, his projection cannot do that, his agenda has nothing to do with your children's children, then you know he's a man taking us in a wrong direction. So as Kenyans, let's wise up. I just got something that I want to read out. This question came up in the Supreme Court about IEBC Act states that whenever a vacancy occurs in the office of the chairperson, the vice chairperson shall act as the chairperson and exercise the powers and the responsibilities of the chairperson until such a time that the chairperson is appointed according to the act. If Chebukati goes, what happens? I think I will, if that is how the act reads, then there is no cause for alarm. Chebukati can go to take care of his ship if he will be late to go, and IBC can still function with the remaining judges. Those that have cases to answer, let them go and answer the cases. So the Supreme Court judges need to save this country. They have been given the key to help this country. We want to see them acting with that sense of responsibility and deliver the verdict that will help this country move forward. Let's just play one more video and then we can bring in the next person to make their submission.
But that is as much as they had in common when delivering the verdict that now reshapes the presidential contest. The verdict was backed by 4 out of 6 judges, with a greater number in favor of NASA's petition that claimed the presidential election was rigged in favor of President Uhuru Kenyatta.
The greatness of a nation lies in its fidelity to its constitution and a strict adherence to the rule of law. And above all, the fear of God.
The judges indicted the IEBC and how it conducted the election in each of the grounds for the nullification of the election.
Election is not an event. It is a process from the beginning to the end.
The court, however, did not place blame on Kenyatta or his party. In reaching this decision, the judges had three things to determine.
The first respondent failed, neglected, or refused to conduct the presidential election in a manner consistent with the dictates of the Constitution, and inter alia, the Elections Act, Chapter 7 of the laws of Kenya. The first respondent committed irregularities and illegalities inter alia in the transmission of results, particulars and the substance of which will be given in the detailed and recent judgment of the court. The court was satisfied that they did, and thereby embanning the integrity of the entire presidential election.
Two judges, however, struck a different tone. Justice Njoki Ndungu holds the election was conducted in accordance with the Constitution and the law. In her view, the duty of Kenyans to delegate their sovereign power to their elected representatives is sacred and can only be upset if there is a compelling reason.
It was not proved that the voters' will during the conduct of elections was so affected by any irregularity cited so as to place this court or the country in doubt as to what the result of the election was.
Justice Jackton Ojwang, in his dissenting view, also notes that the threshold of evidence was not sufficient to nullify the election. He says in summary that much of the evidence the petitioners gave in court and which was accepted by the majority was unascertained. He also sees no merit in invalidating what was a clear expression of the Kenyan people's democratic will on the 8th of August. In his view, the IEBC conscientiously applied the law and the resulting electoral process had all the vital features of merit, as all the observers had publicly acknowledged.
For my part, I would dismiss in its entirety the petition which came up before us, as it was devoid of requisite supporting evidence.
Once more, the Supreme Court only gave its decision but reserved its reasons for nullifying the election of President Uhuru Kenyatta, citing the huge volumes of paperwork that they have to drill through to write a full judgment, and within a very short period of time. So the country has to wait another 21 days to fully understand the reasoning behind the judge's decision. Sheila Sendeo, NTV, Nairobi.
Okay, there's a revisit tomorrow. Let's all watch out for the verdict. Major, Generali, habari leo? Unmute, Bwana Major. You're still mute. Yes.
Mzuri sana. I hope kila mtu ako na good state. Mimi pia niko sawa na ngoja tomorrow's ruling. Na yangu machache tu. Na ni kuhusu leo vile huyu mama alikuwa anaomba mafuta, huyu anaitwa Keroche. Huyu ni Keroche huyu, anasema sijui senator ama ni MP. Ashaanza hata hajaapishwa. Unaona? Anaitisha mafuta. Sasa watu wanajiangalia wao, unaona? Hawaangalii watu wengine. Unaona? Alafu wewe unasema mnangangania hustlers. Hustler gani mnapigania? Mshavukishwa daraja, mshafika panile nyingine, mmeanza madharau. Unaona? Haya. Hao waliojitoa kwenye Azimio wakajiunga na Kenya Kwanza, wao wa Garissa huko North Eastern. Hiyo chama ya upya. hao watu wanawasaliti wananchi, hawajasaliti chama. Wananchi alikupatia kura, alikupatia kura kwa sababu ya yule mtu ambaye umesimama na yeye. Ni mtu ambaye ni kiongozi na chama ambacho umesimama nacho chama kile. Mara nyingi ni kiongozi ambaye umesimama naye ni kiongozi. Ni mtu wa maendeleo ama ni mtu ambaye anaenda kupoteza. So, as you know, Northeastern huwa ngome za Raila. Northeastern, Rift Valley, hizo 5 provinces. Central huwa tunagawana na Rift Valley kiasi. Manake Rift Valley saa hizi Ruto viko pale, wengi wao watampatia. Manake Kenya imekuwa ya nchi ya kikabila. Ukichaguana kura mnachaguana kikabila. Ambao ni majority wanafanya hivyo, minority wako wise. Unaona? So hapo nimeona hapo kama kesho ruling itakuwa ni wanamchagua wanasema kuwa wanachagua itakuwa nullified. Kwa mfano ikiwa nullified, then waweze kumtoa pia Chebukati, waweze kumtoa Chebukati. Wakimweka Chebukati pale ataharibu kila kitu. Bado tu hao watu watarudi. Muona leo vile Gachagua anaongea tu mbaya, bado anazidi kuongea vile anataka. Na Uhuru si mjinga. Uhuru simuone vile alienda Mombasa kusherekea na hakusherekea Ruto, hata kumwambia congratulations alinyamaza. Akaenda kusherekea Mombasa. Anajua chenye anafanya. So after tomorrow's ruling, Uhuru hata achilia kiti iende na Ruto. Ngoja uone. Pia watacheza game yao. Hao wakicheza game yao, wanacheza game yao. Tupatane uwanjani. Ni hayo tu nitazungumza kwa sasa.
Asante Bwana Meja, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunasonga mbele. Naomba tusipeane uamuzi, tungoje koti ipeane uamuzi. Alafu kwa uongozi wetu wa Kenya kwa miaka na mikaka umekuwa wa amani kutoka kwa mmoja mpaka kwa mwingine. Tunaomba itakuwa hivyo. Kile ambacho hatutakubali ni udanganyifu hapo katikati. Waongo wote wakamatwe, wakora wakamatwe, ili inji ipone. Hatuwezi kuishi kwa uongo. Uongo hauwezi kutupeleka kokote kule. Tukikubali uongo, basi tutakubali uchawi na tutakubali upotovu wa nidhamu wa kila aina. Let us be on the lookout. When you have 6 children, among 6 children, there are those who are striving, and there is one who is level-headed. The one who is looking out the interests of the others is the one you leave responsibility for the family for. Not the one who wants to prove that he is this, he wants to be that, he wants to show this, show that he is that. You don't leave that person even to be in charge of lunch, because your lunch itakuwa chaos. I'm sure Kenyans are sober and they know what is right. Our judges are learned, experienced, vast in their understanding. They will not give us Jose Camargo to continue reigning in this country. Venezuelans, plumbers, wachukue tools zao, wahame. We want our privacy in our bathrooms. Tom, karibu lakini.
Habari ya jioni ndugu yangu. Mko salama?
Tuko salama. Vipi, kuna kelele kwako?
Kelele kidogo tu, wacha ni control. Iko sawa sasa.
Controller.
Nime control kabisa.
Aya, endelea mawili matatu tusonge mbele.
Mawili matatu tu, sina mengi, ni machache tu. Roho yangu iko strong kulingana na vile maneno itakuwa kesho. Nimeweka Mungu yangu mbele. So kwa upande yangu sina mengi Bwana Bernard. Ni kuomba tu Mungu. Kila kitu tumepeana, evidence yote, judges wako nayo. So uamuzi iwe, I believe itakuwa sawa. So mimi kwa upande yangu, ndugu yangu, nimeweka maombi tu, sababu kesho itakuwa siku ya maana sana. Vile umesikia wameweka barabara, wataki kelele mingi karibu na court. Hiyo ni sawa, lakini tutasherekea tu bado, hata kwa manyumba tutasherekea. So wacha tuweke Mungu mbele. So ile kitu tunataka Kenya ni amani. Amani ndio kitu ya maana. So vile itakuja, because I believe hata wale wa Supreme, those judges, wako na akili, sio watu tu wenye watachukua tu hii maneno tulipeana kotini evidence lightly. Watatumia wisdom yao yenye walipewa na Mungu pia na masomo yao pia. So I believe kila kitu itakuwa sawa bila maneno. So mimi nitamalizia hapo tu na nitasema tuwe tu strong kama wanaazimio, tuweke Mungu wetu mbele. Chenye itatokea kesho tuchukue tu hivyo vile itakuwa, lakini Mungu wetu najua iko pande yetu. Asanteni sana.
Asante Bwana Tom, tunashukuru. Mungu iko sehemu yetu na tunashukuru kwamba mambo yote itakwenda poa kulingana na vile inji inapaswa kwenda. Kile ambacho lazima tuokoe saa hii ni demokrasia yetu na inji yetu. Masuala mengine tutashughulikia baadaye. Wale ambao wanadai kwamba lazima wapate njia yao kwa kutumia vyovyote vile, hiyo haitakubalika. Lazima we must take care of the most vulnerable and the weakest person in our society. That's how a serious government operate. They take care of their most vulnerable and their weakest person. They don't safeguard the strongest regardless of the weakest. So as a people, our pursuit for justice and our pursuit for transformation must be geared towards that, the most vulnerable, the most weakest people in our society. How are they catered for in whatever ruling that we are going to pass across, or whatever leadership we are going to put in office? Meja, kuna nini? Meja General, iko nini?
Kuna kitu nimesahau. Nilikuwa nataka kumwambia Guru na Roda. Mara hii tukirudia hizi kura ni kumira kumira kama last time. So this time,
yes.
this time round,
Yes.
yeah.
Kumira. Pale wawa.
Yes. Kwa sababu wanajaribu kumuonyesha Uhuru, kupaint picha mbaya sana kwa Uhuru kule Central, ambapo haikuwa hivyo, waliiba kura mingi sana kule Central. So ndio hivyo sasa. Mara hii tutawaonyesha vile tuliwaonyesha Kakamega na Mombasa, ile hasira.
Sawa, asante Generali, tunashukuru kwa hayo, na niseme tu vile it is possible amesema, si yetu watu wa stronghold ya baba wa kupiga kura zilipigwa vizuri. Kile ambacho nilikuwa nafikiria kitatokea katika Supreme Court ambacho sijaelewa mpaka sasa ni kama kwa nini Wanga na Nyong'o wawe na kura nyingi kuliko Raila with a difference of over 200,000. That is not possible. Not in Luo Nyanza. That Wanga akona 400,000, Nyong'o akona 400,000, Raila akona 200,000. How is that possible? So hiyo ni masuala ambayo there was deliberate suppressing of votes za baba to balance an equation. Ndio zile 500 zipatikane. But all in all, let's hope for the very best tomorrow. And those of you who want to come to the studio, please be patient. And then those of you have made submission, kama umemaliza point yako na unaweza achia mtu nafasi ya kuje, utarudi baadaye, that's still fine, because the studio can only hold 10 people at a time, and there are people who want to come in. So usikae tu eti unangoja kutafuta point. Kama ushambeana point yako na unaweza rudi baadaye, you are free to do that. The show is extensive. It goes nowadays almost 10 hours. So let's be lenient to allow others also to make their contribution, even as we proceed with the discussion. Naomba tumsikilize Nikas William. Hold on, Rhoda. Rhoda, unasemaje? You're mute.
It was nice to be with you here. I'm continue pray because I have a midnight prayer, and together we are together in spirit, like we shall overcome. This war is not belong to us. To the fight. I have a spiritual warfare. You know, spiritual war, fighting every. Yeah, munaelewa. Sasa nataka kwenda kwa maombi sasa. Thank you so much, you guys. God bless you.
Thank you. See you thereafter. Asante
okay.
Sana. Nikas William, continue.
Shalom. Mimi niko na mambo matatu nataka kuzungumza jioni hii. Kwanza, na kesho nimedeclare mimi ni public holiday kwangu mimi. I'm not going to work tomorrow. Cause hata nikienda kwa kazi sitafanya. Nitakuwa na chungulia. I will not be efficient to work tomorrow. So kitu ingine ninayotaka kusema jamani. Hivi kweli sisi wa Kenya tunataka kurudia habari kama ya Watanzania ya kuchagua Magufuli akawa anachinja watu shingo? Mtachinjwa wa Kenya kama huyu Ruto atakaa hapo kwa kiti, hamtakuja kuamini. I'm telling you, I'm not the prophet. Mimi sio mchawi, lakini
Bwana Williams, samahani. Usitumie mfano wa nchi fulani ukitumia majina fulani ambayo hawana uwezo wa kuja kujitetea.
Haya, nimefuta kauli.
Utatuweka katika majaribu na YouTube na wengine wote. Tafadhali
nimefuta kauli
yako, usiingilie watu. Asante.
Nimefuta kauli, lakini roho yangu inaniambia kwamba uhuru wetu utapotea. Kwa maana kwa sasa hivi tu ukiangalia watu wanaomjoin huyu mtu ni watu wanaokuja kwa maana ya wanataka kuconvince kila mtu kwa namna yoyote ili kusudi wamsujudie. Sasa ile regime ya kusujudiwa ilikuwa wakati ule wa Moi, na ndo utakuja sasa uwepo kwa sasa hivi. Ziko nchi kadhaa ambazo hapa kwetu Afrika zina hizo tawala. Sitaki sasa kuzizungumzia, lakini kwa hapa wa Kenya tumekosa. Tunasubiri tu Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie kesho kwa Supreme Court ituambie kitu ambacho tutaenda kuangalia. Kitu ingine niliona leo Oparanya alikuwa Bungoma kama sikosei. Lakini nikaona pia Wamarwa alikuwa kule. Leo wameongea vizuri sana. Nikasikiliza Orengo pia naye ameongea vizuri sana. Lakini kitu ambayo nataka kusema, bado roho zetu hazina furaha. Zinatakiwa angalau Mungu huyu tunayemtumikia ambaye wao wanadhani ni Mungu wa kwao peke yao. Na sisi pia tunaomba vile vile na tunafunga vile vile, na Mungu ni wa kwetu sote. Mungu atusikie kesho tupate majibu. Tumelia sana, lakini Mungu tusikie. Lakini pamoja na hayo yote, mapenzi yake Mungu yatimizwe. Kama atakavyopenda yeye basi na iwe hivyo, hatuwezi kumlazimisha. Lakini katika hali ambayo tunaipitia sisi wa Kenya kwa sasa, ni ngumu sana. Hatujui kesho yetu itakuwa namna gani. Naomba niwashukuru, niwaachie hapo.
Okay, asante Bwana Williams, nashukuru kwa hayo. Naomba tusonge mbele and nani huyu anasema Penny Nyagaka say Bernard, I'm blocked. Why? I don't know. Wewe mzee wangu wewe. Ukiwa blocked sasa hivi shida siwezi kuunblock Bwana Penny. Kwa hivyo na uko YouTube, endelea tu hapo hapo. Unataka kuingia studio hapa sasa itakuwa kisungumkuti. Lakini tutaangalia mambo yako baadaye. Sijui kama kuna la ziada na yes, leo unasemaje?
Waje niondoke studio niajie Penny aingie. At least nitasikiza kutoka hapo nyuma, nichunge huyo plumber asikuje kwa studio. Nitasikiza kutoka nyuma, waje tu niondoke kidogo aingie. Asante.
Sawa, karibu. Bwana Lara. Olara, you are treating yourself. Treat us also now.
No, I'm just trying to make my end of the part is quiet. Sasa kuna mawili na Mungu ametufikisha hiyo siku ya leo, lakini kuna mawili. Ya kwanza ni maombi ambayo tulikuwa tuko nayo, na hatukufika hapa bure, tulifika hapa kwa sababu tuliombeana na tukaomba na wenzetu pia wameomba, lakini huyo Mungu huyo mmoja si atumani. Kuna point moja hapa Mr. Bernard ulikuwa unaongelelea kuhusu ulipatiwa nafasi ya kumchagua mtu ukaamua ukachagua mwingine. Hayo ni mbivu na mbichi ya masuala ya leo. Na tukiendelea mbele, Bernard, kutoka juzi nilikuwa napendelea kuongelea tu ushahidi ambaye iko mbele ya mahakama. Hiyo ushabiki kwa hapa yote ni bure. Mahakama wanaangalia ukweli. Na nilikuambia hiyo ghost constituencies, I think kuna judges waliuza subsequent questions about that, wakasema what is the rejected vote? Rejected votes has just been counted somewhere else to pump up something else. And those questions are mathematical. And I don't think our Supreme Court does not have mathematicians, or they don't understand statistics. In as much they know law, they will also be assisted with factual mathematics. This is how it's going to be judged. A lot of mathematics is going on, and in a large extent, some of it were exposed. There's some opaqueness on this part of the mathematics, and mathematics is the only science which doesn't lie. Numbers is numbers. It's only the equations it matters. Sasa wakiuliza maswali hii valid vote, hii kitu ngine, hii a constituency, all these are ghost polling stations. These are all equations being removed into the equation. So if you remove the equations out, this is how you reach on a judgment. Alafu kuna kitu ingine pia leo ambayo is something which caught my eye. Cherera's and especially Cherera, she was concerned about the cargo manifest of the ballots. Kwa sababu kama ulifanya kazi ya clearing and forwarding, mzigo wako ikija na kujanga na cargo manifest. Box 1 has item 2, 3, which in this time, if you call it ballot for Kakamega, ni box gani na gani, ballot for that. This is what defines the manifest. If in any case you find that you find out that kuna ballot of areas ambayo ilifika kwenye areas zingine, which is clearly in Cherera's affidavit, it means either those ballots were entering the country through other means, even the surprise arrival of the ballots, only the chair knows, then he calls few other who he feels is not is part of the deal to come and witness that it arrived. It raises a lot of concern, at least. Not conclusive, but concern. So, sisi kama leo, I would suggest for Mr. Bernard before talking uombee nchi uhaki imebakia kwa watu 7, na hawa watu hawakuwekwa pale kwa sababu wamesoma, kwa sababu wamefanya nini peke yake. Waliwekwa pale kwa sababu watumie hekima, watumie hekima na wachunge nchi, na walipatiwa nguvu nyingi, na hizo nguvu wanatazamiwa vile watakavyoamua. Kuna wenzao walikuwa kwa hiyo kiti hapo walichukua mfano tofauti na mfano tofauti. Sasa wao pia wana uhuru wa kuchukua mfano, wawe mfano bora, na wenzao wote walikuwa hapo walikuwa mfano bora. Mungu asaidie Kenya, amani idumishwe, lakini sio amani peke yake. Ukweli utamkwe na ionekane kama imetamkwa na ishughulikiwe. Ukweli, justice, sio amani peke yake. We want justice and peace. We want justice and peace. Sio amani peke yake, amani. So peace. We want justice and peace. We want justice and peace. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Bwana Olara. Justice be our shield and defender, and then we will dwell in unity, peace, and liberty. That is how our founding fathers saw it. That is how we should uphold it. Asking for peace without serving us justice is asking for what cannot be availed. We are all asking everybody to be on the alert and ensure that what happens is all for the welfare of all Kenyans. Na mtu asikasirike kama mtu amepatikana ameiba, ashughulikiwe kulingana na sheria. Kuna huyu Ringera Jadel Mbrugu says, according to section 138C, the tallying and verification was only done by Chebukati. Leo CEO Marijan, who is not a commissioner, from 34C was not signed by other commissioners, hence no results. Whichever way. Bwana Joshua, sema.
Habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama nashukuru.
Kesho is our big day. Watu wa UDA wali celebrate tarehe 15 last month, so sisi yetu pia tuna celebrate tarehe kesho tarehe 5. But what I know, kuwa William will never be the president of Kenya. Hiyo ni ukweli. God cannot allow somebody like that to be our president. Na in any case akiallow, ni vile aliallow Saulo kuongoza Waisraeli, and what they saw, it was very bitter. His leadership was one of the worst. So God cannot allow somebody who is not just to rule this country. So William will never be the president of Kenya. That is a fact, and that's the reality. Now I remember wakati wa tulipokuwa pale kwa Supreme Court, they were using some terms ambazo sijui kama walikuwa walijua kama they are really good Solomonic wisdom. You know, mtu anakuambia kuwa judges watumia Solomonic wisdom. And I remember very well the people who want this child to be killed are UDA. But Raila, being mtu ambaye anapenda amani, anasema no, don't kill this child. That's why Raila went to Supreme Court. Because if Raila was somebody who was ready, tarehe 15, this country could have banned. But being a peacemaker, he said no, no one should. But hata ukiangalia zile fujo za hizo za nyuma hizo ambayo huwa zafanyika kama 207, Raila didn't participate. 2013 it was very cool. 2017 it just erupted ile tu kidogo tu. But this time around he really contained it, because kama angejitokezea akasema kuwa nao nimeibiwa, I'm telling you that 15th hiyo jioni it could burst fire. But being Raila is somebody who loves peace. I remember 207 when he was being pushed by the like of Ruto kuwa is not asikubali mambo ya handshake na Kibaki. But him being somebody is a Democrat, somebody love peace, alisema it's better kama ni wanyang'anya hii, but for the sake of the country I'm going to hold on so that can rule this country. So that's why when somebody is saying the issue of Solomonic wisdom, ni kama huyo mtoto wa UDA waliua mtoto wao na mtoto wa Azimio ni mzima, wakabadilisha. That's what they did. Wakachukua yule mzima wakampatia Raila yule amefariki. Now they wanted Raila to go to street so that our country can burn. But Raila said no, we need to save this child. That's why Raila alienda kotini, and now our democracy is going to be saved by tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to save this country, and indeed at the end of it, the world is going to celebrate and say that indeed if Kenya can be a peaceful country, even if the commission has split it into two, but still they manage to hold themselves. So what I'm trying to say that let tujipange for marudio uchaguzi. The team ya Azimio, can they now wajipange vizuri so that we can go back to election. Kuna watu hapa Nairobi ambao wanatakana wasafiri waende nyumbani. We need now this time our leaders watoe mabasi hapa hivi, basi zitoke hapa hivi Nairobi, kama Nairobi basi zitoke, kama ni Eldoret basi zitoke, zipeleke watu nyumbani na warudishe, because there are people who are saying that kama ni kurudi uchaguzi, me I'm not going back. I can't waste another 3,000 or 2,000 to go. So our leaders ambao were elected, can they sponsor the buses? Itoe watu hapa hivi Nairobi, kama ni Nairobi, kama ni Mombasa, watu waende nyumbani wapige kura warudi, because I know that tomorrow the election is going to nullify. I know that saizi already Uhuru anajua Uhuru ashajua the verdict. They know what's going to happen tomorrow. Ni vile si hatujui, because they cannot declare this thing before informing Uhuru. So I am sure that our president know very well who the election is going to be taken. So above all, kesho naomba amani, but hii mambo naambiwa kuwa to accept anything that's going to come tomorrow, to me I'll not accept. Me what I know kuwa it's Raila who should be the president of Kenya, but not any other person. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I was just saying that let's cross the bridge when we reach the river to see. Okay, that's a picture of Baba. There is Uhuru. I don't know what's cooking there. And of course, there is one more here that I want us to see what is cooking there. Right at the feet of the apostolic table. Okay, one moment. We are coming. Hii ndio ile Mr. Guru alikuwa anaongelea. Okay. Here we go. Hiyo ndiye yule hasla. This is Gashagwa, right at the feet of the apostle. This man is being manhandled, and this one is not moving even an hand. Hey. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying and continuing to follow us on Tembe TV. Please, let's keep inviting each other so that we can discuss hii maneno na tujue kwamba hii nchini yetu na lazima tuilinde kwa vyovyote vile. Bwana Liberation, huko?
Yeah, I'm here.
Aya, liberators.
Okay, let me start with the liberation. There is no actually a better time to be an opposition in the government than this. Ruto is a very lucky person. Dating the circumstances, just believe 10 years before. Ruto angekuwa kama if it was truly Raila had the deep state helping him. Ruto angeweza kufanya hizi vitu zote amefanya with the state helping Raila. Mr. Bernard? No, the situation would have been different. This case would have been thrown away. Raila is an advocate for democracy in this country. I'm impaired the freedoms that he's saying, and he can do all those things, and he's the embodiment of freedom. So they tried to pull a trick on the court by giving a submission on the doctrine of necessity. They don't really understand the doctrine of necessity. And it's high time that we, hata sisi in Kenya, the only bad thing is that we have to fight this tribalism. Something doing with tribalism kabisa. It's the only thing yenye inaregesha wa Kenya nyuma, inatufanya tuna lose focus. And believe me, if we don't get the leadership we want, then we will pull the doctrine of necessity on them, and they will understand the true meaning of it. In whatever means, we must liberate ourselves, and we are hoping for better judgment kesho from our judges, and hopefully the peace will prevail and everything will be fine. We as Kenyans are tired of this shenanigans running around here and there. Lakini we have nothing but hope. Hope is what we hope for, because the same system that we are hoping for tomorrow is the same system that Raila helped build. Yani hiyo freedom ya judges sio lazima umsikize kiongozi. The judges can make their own decision. Hii ni kitu Raila has advocated for. So they really have to thank that old man. When wanamwita mzee, with old age comes with the wisdom. So they really have to thank huo mzee. Waache hizi shenanigans. 10 years back bila Raila wasingeweza kufanya hivi with the state. They should have to thank that man. He's a true advocate of peace and siasa safi. Hiyo siasa safi wenye wanaongeaga wao, he's an advocate of it. And we've seen him all through. Hakuenda Hague. Yeah. And he was the main, ilikuwa ni it's on the other side it was Kibaki, and on the other side it was Raila. So they were the main opponents. Sasa why wili hawakuenda? Sa the truth ilijulikana, yupi ni siasa safi and who is the crippled one kwenye siasa. Unajua kuna watu wanaleta ujinga kwa siasa. Saa tomorrow we are hoping to end that in Kenya, and believe me not, our future generations will never have to go through this. Since we are the last people, hii kitu ita happen kwetu. From tomorrow and forward it will be smooth. Thank you so much, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Bwana Liberation, one of the things that I pray that will be found tomorrow in the judgment is the possibility of punishing somebody for meddling with elections. Hiyo naomba sana, sababu tumefanya mazoea. Mtu anaenda kuharibu demokrasia yetu, anaenda kuharibu process yetu ya kuchaguana, alafu anaachwa scot free. Hiyo lazima ikome. Kuna nani huyu Bet Patrick, please, naomba tafadhali just focus on the debate and debate. I don't do liquor, I don't drink any alcoholic thing. This is just energy drink, okay? It's to keep me strong here. Nimekuwa church all day. I must be here for this show, so I must boost my energy to be able to reason out with you people. This casting wherever aspersions on people, it's wicked. Let's just be mature. Let's just be mature. You cannot conclude that I'm taking liquor when you have not tasted. Chukua hii pereka kwa mahabara. Nenda utest how much alcohol is inside it. Mwache na kuingilia. I've made it very clear here. I've been given offer of somebody to buy me, people to buy me liquor here. I have said categorically, I only take altar wine, okay? Altar wine ile ya divai ile ya Roho Mtakatifu. Hii ingine hapana. Na si eti na condemn wale ambao wanatumia. My father was an alcoholic. My mother used to make changa to take me to school. This English I'm speaking is out of changa. Despite the fact that I'm a pastor and I preach the gospel, I don't shy away from that. Sitawaambia nilikuwa nauza kuku. Mimi nilifundishwa, nilipelekwa shule na pesa ya changa. Na weekend ilikuwa tunabeba maji kwa kichwa tukitengeneza hiyo changa. Tulijua kutengeneza changa tukiwa class 3. So usituingilie, we are the really scientists. But the reason why I don't do alcohol is because of my father. Okay, and I have brothers. The reason why they are drunkards is because of my father. So it all depends on the choices you make. They want to be like father, like son. Me, I said what I saw happening with my father, I don't want it to happen to me. So even if I'm offered free alcohol, no. Have I ever taken alcohol? Yes, of course. Tuwezi tengeneza changa alafu tukose kunywa. Hizo siku ulikuwa unakunywa changa ndio ulale. Hakuna food. God has taken us from far. But thank you everyone. Please, let's keep going. Tumsikilize huyu nani huyo back zone, is it?
It's ni Aboxon Aila.
Aboxon Aila. Hii ni ya wapi hii?
Mimi hiyo ukiongeza ari na kwa Raila.
Haya, karibu.
Yeah, actually mimi naitwa Aboxon Aila, niko Netherlands, but I'm a young Kenyan. I'm a stand-up comedian. If you've been watching Churchill, nimekuwa hapo. But now I got opportunity to reside in the Netherlands. Actually, niko The Hague. Mahali walileta wale watu. I'm 100 meters away from the court itself.
Si ukujie hawa tukuongezee. Kuna wawili hapa wanajiita president elect. Waliletwa hata na Venezuela. Tunaomba tukuwekee kwa cargo. Tunataka tu mtu wa kupokea. Sisi tutaweka kwa cargo tufunike. Lakini we need an address to send to.
Niko ready kabisa. And actually that's one of the most painful thing I've been watching, because naangalia politics, comparing our Kenyan politics, Africa in general, na nikiangalia politics ya huku, to be honest, we are way much far behind. That's number one. Number two, there's no one who can buy voters in developed countries like this. That's number one. Number two, exactly. Ukiangalia, uwezi pata mtu with a politician amekuja kukuonga umpigie kura. Hata siku ya polling station, you can never find anybody, any vying candidate anakuambia chukua hii unipigie kura. Hiyo ni offense number one. let me talk about Kenyans as a young man, young guy who is here. Wakenya tuko na shida moja, and I don't blame the Kenyans, I blame the leaders. You see, ukiangalia mtu kama Raila ni mtu ndio ako na pesa, anaweza nunua kura, but ni mtu anataka to be a just elected leader. No corruption, it's only to be true, fair election. Nikiangalia venye Rigathi Gachagua anaongea, ukiangalia William Samoei Ruto, I'm really shocked and sometimes I feel like crying, you know. Those are not leaders. Those are people who are focused on their family and focused on their stomachs, you know. Those are tumbocrats. They're not Democrats. Unaona? If a true leader is like someone who goes there knowing, okay, utanipigia, usiponipigia, ni sawa, we'll move on. I don't come back and buy you. You see? Number 4, actually, Ruto amejua aliiba hii kitu. Even ukiangalia body language, even Gachagua, I don't know if Kenyans were able to analyze this wakati alikuwa anapewa certificate. Even Gachagua was shocked. Hey, tumechukua hii kitu. He was not like fully celebrating it, eti tumeshinda genuinely. No. Alikuwa amepigwa na bumbuazi. It was like a shock to him. Yani tumeenda na hii kitu. You see? And number 5, I was sharing what happened in Kenya with some of my friends here, and they were like, what do you mean? You people steal elections? How? That's a very big offense. It's a very big offense. It's not democratic at all. And it makes me cry a lot. Nikiangalia, as young people, tunaambiwa eti we are hustlers. Hustlers how? Hustlers na umeiba. Hustlers na uko na nyumba, uko na makuku, eti wewe uko na paka mandege, wewe ni hustler kiasi gani? And when you're told to tell us, okay, ulipataje mali yako? Eti nilikuwa nauza kuku. That is stealing. Ukiangalia Dam alipewa ajenge eti Roland Kimorel, haezi sema eti only 7 billion got lost. Alijuaje ni 7 billion that got lost? You see? And now the other thing, I'm quite shocked, and I don't know how Kenyans will receive this. After the nullification, God willing, ataenda tena mbele aambie wa Kenya eti au mimi kama mimi mwenyewe, if I'm caught that I stole, I don't even have that energy to stand in front of people to ask for votes. You see, integrity is what is killing us. Na uongo, you know, uongo na wizi. Ruto cannot rule Kenya. Ruto akikuwa president Kenya, Mtembei, hii site yako itafungwa. That's number 1. Number 2, Citizen TV, they will not have any right to air anything. Hiyo imeenda. Citizen imeenda. There will be no democracy in Kenya. Number 3, umeona huyo kijana alipeleka file, amebebwa kama mwizi na alipigia jamaa kura. Why? Etieni hustler. Why? Mbona hustler anabebwa kama mwizi? Why? You know? Huyo mtu number 1, tukiangalia, if you go to human rights, he has a right to approach the leader that he elected, and he has a right even to sue Ruto if you look at the constitution. But no one in Kenya will allow that. The leaders himself. Ukiangalia BBI was bringing equality among the Kenyans. Equality. But what did he do? Alienda akasema hii ni uongo, watu wanatafuta vyeo, huyu mtu hataki kuacha kazi. No. Uhuru Kenyatta is the most intelligent president that Kenya has ever had. Na Uhuru akitoka, I promise you Kenyans, we will miss that guy. Uhuru alileta Kenya pamoja. Uhuru alisema ndio. Unaona, yeye ni president but anatembea na raia pamoja. You saw in Mombasa. Yeye ni president. The first time I met Uhuru Kenyatta, I was like, really? Huyu ni president na ako hivi? You know? Uhuru ni mtu, ndio, it's power, but be close to people, not people fear you. Ruto akikuwa president, hakuna Mkenya atasonga karibu yake. The likes of Oscar Sudi, I don't know where other Kenyans will put. Because wale ni watu wenye tukiwaangalia wakiongea wanasema wewe ni mjinga, wewe hivi. Kwisha. They are dictators, even from the body language. Look at the people of Azimio. How do they talk? They talk with humanity. Ukiangalia huyu Gachagua alikuwa provincial administrator. wakati ya Moi, and you can know venye Moi wakati yake ma PC provincial DC tuliwaogopa, you know, you could never utter a word. And let me tell you, the way umesema like Tanzania, there's somebody says like Tanzania is democratic with multipartyism, but it's only one party. Hizo zingine ni wanasema uzuri wa nyumba ni kuingia ndani yake, si mlango, unaona? You know, and Mtembei, for young people, nikiangalia mahali tuko huku sahii, Kenya, we can actually be where we are, where this Netherlands is right now. Netherlands hawana shamba. 90% of Netherlands is water. But if you see what the country is producing, because there's no corruption, here it's not about whom do you know, it's about what do you know. Sitio niko na godfather huko juu. No. And that's the Kenya we want. That's the Kenya we want. Siti wewe uko kwa ofisi kwa sababu baba yako, mama yako, uncle yako. No. Uko kwa ofisi because umesoma. You have the ability and the capability to do what you are told to do in the office. Unaona? Ukiangalia huku hizi country, ini mahali unaweza enda ugote polisi, uambie polisi ni aje, uko fiti? Niko fiti. Kenya uwezi, utapigwa slap. You see? And you want to say eti unataka Gachagua na Ruto. Gachagua na Ruto wakikuja, Kenyan police will be worse. Itakuwa worse. And this is a message for young Kenyans, please. Ndugu zangu, I'm not here to support Raila. I'm not here to support Ruto. I'm here to support the generation and the future of the children who are coming, you know? I'm fighting for my child's child. I'm not fighting for my own. Hiyo 200 nitakula sahi, kesho nitakula nini? Nitaikula sahi, kesho nitakula nini? Utanipeleka lunch leo, kesho mtoto wangu atakula nini? You see? If you look at the Kenya, pesa yenye inatumwa kwa county government, it's quite a lot of money. Abroad, unaangalia unapata ni county council imetengeneza kiwanja ya watoto kucheza. County council, not national government. Municipality ndio imekuja, Kanjo imejenga kiwanja. Na kila estate iko na kiwanja. Kenya, we can do that. But we are not able to do that. Why? Unapata governor angalia tumbo yake. And sahi Mtembei, hata hii after this, what I'm suggesting to do, let's also go to our regional politics. Tuangalie, like, I like what Simbarati is doing right now. Ameangalia, ametoa ghost workers kwa county government yake. And that's the other thing. Even if wakitunyima hii presidency, so what do? Let's focus on our county politics. Tuachane na hiyo national. And believe you me, all the neglected regions, tukiangalia Nyanza region, Western, tukishikana na tuseme, okay, governor, baraza, tushikane hivi tuseme, let's look at our economical block. We will not eat politics, but the economy of the county will make us live and thrive. And sooner or later, they will come to copy what we are doing as a county government. You see? Because now, Ruto ni mtu amejipanga, by the way. Ukiangalia wakati alikuwa na campaign before election, alisema ukiniangalia mimi nakaa mtu wa kuibiwa kura. Akaenda kanisa on Sunday, kumbe usiku ingine yeye alishajipanga venye anaenda kufanya. But it's quite a shame. Chebukati has brought a huge disappointment to Kenyan democracy. Chebukati amefanya sisi wa Kenya tuwezi aminiwa anywhere now, because we've been categorized as the thief, you know. We are not how do you say, we are not we are not legally or eligible, you see, as Kenyan people. Like huku ukiangalia, I'm sorry to say this, abroad hakuna mtu ana trust in Nigeria hata moja. Why? Look at the Nigerian politics. Look at what Nigeria is going through right now. So what is happening in your house, people will judge you according to the discrepancy that is happening in your house. You see? So as Kenyans, anatupatia jina mbaya. Unaona? Uhuru is not a bad guy. Ni siasa ya Ruto, siasa ya Gachagua, people who are focusing on themselves. And Gachagua is whom he is because of Ruto. Ruto akona ile ubinafsi. Ruto ni mtu akona revenge blood. You see?
Wanaila, conclude.
My conclusion is this. As we go into a rerun, please, Kenyans, vote wisely. Don't vote because umepewa pesa ama don't vote because we ni hustler. No. Think about your children, think about your future, think about tomorrow, not today. Asante sana kwa hayo machache.
Okay, thank you, Aila. We appreciate that and wish you all the best where you are. And let's keep praying for this country. This country can come back from where it is to where it ought to be. We just need to get rid of the bad elements, Chebukati and team, those who don't understand why they are given those responsibilities in the first place. I pray that the judges are going to give a verdict that is going to help to give this country energy to rise up and pick up the pieces and reconstruct our country. We want a country that is reliable, trusted, and where our international dignity is not compromised. We can't steal election and not steal money. We can't steal elections and not steal. One of my greatest fears is with the Ruto presidency is that that will mark the beginning of the end of devolution. That one, because the reason why William Ruto was opposed to the 2010 constitution is because he said devolution cannot be done. Hakuna pesa ya kufanya devolution, ya kurun other government. That is something that he has withheld. Even when we were talking about increasing the money to 35%, he said, where will the money come from? So the target here is to get all those contracts that are being decided at the county level for them to be decided at the national level. And that will be the closure of devolution. And without devolution, this country cannot develop. We'll still go back to siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Support the government, get development. Oppose the government, be denied development. When that begins to come into play, revolution will be loading. That is if we live to see that day. But if not, let us be careful. No matter where you find yourself, let's ensure that our devolution works. There is development we have seen that has never been seen for 50 years because of devolution. If there is anything we must fight to retain, is our developed government. Hiyo ikienda meenda, and history has a way of repeating itself. Remember, the independent Kenya had majimbo, it had devolution, okay? But it was with a stroke of a pen that Jomo, the founding father, called back everything to the central government. KANU, yo. That's what Ruto is up to. So nyi mkiona tu eti anataka kunini kusaidia mahasla, anataka kuleta bottom up, akitumia channel nyingine, hataki kutumia devolution. You get channel nyingine. You will send money through SACCOs. You send money through. The alternative is to be a replacement. It's not just to be a channel for distributing money. Where will he be getting the money to distribute? Let's wise up as Kenyans, bila kuingilia mtu yeyote, na tuna hope kwamba majudges wanaona hii kipindi na wanamakinika katika uamuzi wao. Sisi tunataka Kenya yetu, hatutaki Kenya ambayo hatuwezi sema chochote, tunaishi katika uoga. I grew up during Moi's time where you couldn't say anything. Even thinking anything against the president was treasonable. It was treasonable. You were careful. Even debating at school, you couldn't debate that the government is bad and the home is good. That debate will be banned. The school will be closed. Please, let's not get back there. Let's not get back there. Let's give the leadership of the country to people who believe in the new constitution and can enhance the functionality of the new constitution, whereby all institutions will be free to function rightly and be vibrant, to expand, so that we multiply the cake and let every Kenyan eat comfortably. That is what we need. Not somebody who wants to take the cake, run away with it, and tell us tujitegemee. Tujitegemee, tunataka Kenya kujitegemea. Kila mtu jipambanie mwenyewe. Hustle, hustle ni hustle. Kazi ni kazi, sio? Hapana. Let's make sure that we do the right thing. Naona mheshimiwa ameingia, nataka kumpatia nafasi, lakini kabla hiyo wacha tusikilize huyu mwana sheria shortly, then we proceed further.
Hata kidogo ya kwamba maamuzi ya kesho itakuwa ya kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga alifanyiwa maajabu kupitia ujanja na ukora ya hawa mercenaries ambao walitoka nchi ya Venezuela. Hata hapa ambapo tuko tuna vijana ambao wanajua mambo ya kompyuta, wanajua mambo ya IT. Si lazima tutoe watu kutoka Venezuela. Na Venezuela ni nchi ambayo tunawapatia heshima kubwa sana kama nchi huru. Tunaheshima kabisa. Lakini kuwa na watu ambao ni majambazi kutoka nchi hiyo wakiungana na watu wa IBC, tumekataa katakata.
Hapo sawa, tumekataa katakata. Huyo ni His Excellency Agri Orengo, the CEO of Siaya County.
Have they hugged you?
Yeah, nafikiri Penat amekutwa, so unaweza ongea. Habari yako?
Huyu Bernard wetu wako na bahati mbaya na hii wakora. Mzuri sana dadangu Mama Selina.
Habari ya Baringo, habari ya watu.
Tuko wazima, tunashukuru.
Asante.
Habari Tom Jakadete. Habari Aboxan. Habari Alfred Sakwa. Habari Jeff Mboro, sura hakuna. Shiko. Bas. Na Bernard. Watu ya Venezuela wamemshika. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a blessed day. Ilianza siku nzuri sana, Jumapili njema. Tumekuwa kwenye maombi. It has been great. And in fact, I joined Bernard in the morning service where he sent us the message of raising standards, that we should not just be Christians by going to church, but being disciples of Jesus. And so I'm happy. Tomorrow is the D-Day. Oh, it is today. It's already midnight. Okay, today. Today is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Tom, we shall rejoice. Don't be miserable. It shall be well. I want to encourage each one of you that God is good. Just like the days of the Israelites, the night before the Passover, when the angel of death was passing over, so is it tonight. Because our God does not
cherish in deception. Is not a God of falsehood. Wacha ile ya kubeba Biblia mbili. Nimeona leo mjamaa amebeba Biblia sijui mbili ama tatu. Those are the guys that Jesus warned. That you go to the crossroads with the big banners and maybe long robes with big crosses and with the public address systems and claiming how holy you are and how God is on your side as if it's your age mate or kinsman. Oh, welcome back, Bernard. We shall remember you in prayers always. So Jesus said, be careful of those people. The Pharisees and the scribes and the Sadducees. The guys that think that by their actions and how much they give at the offertory, they shall be counted worthy or righteous. No. No, and you don't need to say, Lord, Lord, Lord. We shall know you by your fruits. We shall know you by your action. And blessed is Kenya, because where we've come from, it's far. As brother, was it Nguru, who was sharing with us about how far we have come. Some of us are victims of that bad rain. We suffered wherever you raised your voice. The so-called political lineage. Unajua nyinyi vijana wengine hamjui, kulikuwa na wakati Kenya hii ilikuwa unaangaliwa huko upande gani, huko kwenye laini ama nje ya laini. Na kama hauko kwenye laini, because the person that will determine kama uko laini are the characters that are now purporting to be in leadership. And the characteristics of those guys, one, patronage. Two, illiterates and semi-illiterates. Three, people who have money without having any dignified source of income. Four, people who are within the power illegitimately. And sadly, those are the guys. They will hoover over this land like vultures. Just timing any one of you that is lying idle, maybe in your mind, in your spirit, if you'll not be a person of strong faith and strong will, they shall devour you. Watakupepeta na wakumalize kwa haraka sana. But thank God, the God we believe in is a God that loves this country. He cannot allow it to go to the dogs. I want to encourage each one of you to be hopeful, to be humble. Today we learned that blessed are the humble. Hey, Bernard, nilikuwa kanisani ulipokuwa unahubiri. Ni vile sijatuma wa sadaka na fungu, lakini I was blessed.
Thank you.
So we must raise a standard of leadership in this country. That deception will not be part of our values. You see, when you find somebody that even changed his name purposely to deceive us years ago, when you find people that brand themselves for purpose of deception and hovering around us with the purpose of devouring us. They cannot do that to all of us. The same Bible tells us that you shall not be chased throughout the whole city, the whole land, before Christ comes back to save us. So wengine wetu tuliangalia kwa kona ile, tumehangaika kwa kona hiyo ingine, but it reaches a time that the Lord says, it's enough. My people must be set free.
Amen.
Tomorrow is a day that we all want to wait upon with hope. Today, yeah. And I want to encourage our people that it shall be well.
Amen.
It shall be well.
Amen.
Because the facts and the evidence that were presented were clear. They were unconstitutional. There were irregularities. There were unlawful acts. And so we just need to go back. It will take long. It might take longer than we expect. But it will not be in vain. It shall be worthy. So tutajitokeza. You've never met some of us campaigning. After this year, I think we didn't do so well because of the confusion that came in the coordination of the campaign. But let me tell you, those who are with us are more than those who are with them. Hiyo wacha niwaambie, they only have a lot of optics and a lot of noise. Those who are on our side are more. Na tutapiga na tutapita. Mwache kutishwa. Hey, don't. Mwache kutishwa. Hiyo ni kelele tu. And that money, if you find somebody spending so much, like for example today, that the best, a new senator, a billionaire that has not paid taxes, asks or requests for fuel. Shenzi sana. Fuel to where? Where does she want to go? Some of us come to Nakuru every day at our own cost. We don't need any more money, anybody's money. Already as a senator, there's mileage, there's fuel. She'll get another car if she needs, although she has better cars than the one that they'll give her. But that is it. Imagine that's the first thing that a leader, shenzi sana, in the name of hustlers, border borders, mama mbogas, and do this. Sorry for that young man. He forgot that that girl was a hustler only until 9th. That business of called branding oneself hustler ended. Alikuwa anataka kura, alipata, we kwenda pambana na hali yako bwana. Chunga usiuliwe bure. So kila mtu ashike leni yake, aishi maisha yake. Interestingly, even I've been telling people where I come from, they've asked me, mtoto anaenda next week shule, tusaidie fees. Nikamwambia, but Raila had promised you free education. But you chose where you pay. Please. Enda mwenye alisema akulipie. Wacheni story kutusumbua hapa. You know, some of us that have been in these positions, people think that we have money in some box somewhere or some privilege. So anasema, Senator, mtoto anaenda shule, niko na watoto wanne, watatu, wawili form 2, form 1 na college. Kaambia, but the other day you had a choice before you. Just as the Lord had given the children of Israel a choice, that before you I put life and death. And then God gives you a leakage. Mwakenya kidogo. I would wish that you choose life. Alafu ukichoose death, unaanza kupiga kelele, get to hell. That's what our people must learn. Must face the consequences of your choices. But there's a chance that this country can be better. We can make this country much better. Even for the period 2003 to 2007, most of the things that were being done under Kibaki were in the manifesto of LDP. Let me give you just some leakages. 2007 to 2013, most of those economic growth were because of the blueprint of ODM. Tumekuwa ndani, tunajua what needs to be done, what can be done, and how it can be done. Unfortunately, because of our love for negative ethnicity, love for stereotyping and prejudice, love for hate of the other, and love of deception, we lose the opportunity of seeing greater things in people and seek political shaming. I want to wish every Kenyan very well. And I assure you also that this country can be better and will be better. We only don't need to lose what we've already gained over the years, and we don't have to give up. Ikisemekana irudiwe, na irudiwe baada ya siku 60. Just rise up again. Rise up again. And we go back to the box. Because let me assure you, on free fair game, those guys are nowhere. They're just thuggish. They just love chaos. And so, because we love our country, we shall build it on a great foundation of goodness. May God bless you. Thank you, Bernard.
Amen.
Mama Selina, Shiku, Walter, and Abazon. Hey, thank you, Abazon. Hey, I don't want to leave without appreciating what you've shared, and just tell Kenyans that Netherlands didn't just fall from heaven. People fought, people struggle to make it what it is. And so as a young person, Ayla, I would wish that you get more of your set age to just know that they must rise up and make this country a better one. And it shall be. In Jesus' name. Good night.
Amen. Amen. Amen, Mheshimiwa. Thank you so much. Mama Selina, you have something?
Yes, I have it is not a question. I want senator, nataka senator, kulingana na mambo ya ni karibu leo, huku kwetu pato tunaita kesho. Ungepatia mawaidha gani watu yetu na wale watu wakuweza kutokea? Umesema haikupangwa vizuri, na in case wakirudia uchaguzi, mheshimiwa, what do you tell our people? What is going on in Kenya? Hiyo tu ningetaka ufananue. You know, when a leader comes in, unawakilisha wale waheshimiwa ama wale watu wana maono, kulingana na vile nimejua since your childhood na kazi mingi umefanya, watu wengi wajui the struggle you have gone through. I would like you to give us an advice na wale watu yetu hasa wenye hakuna kitu wanaona. Hivyo tu mheshimiwa, nilikuwa naomba.
In due time, let this decision be made. We shall guide our people appropriately. Amen.
Okay, thank you mheshimiwa, we appreciate that. Iko mtu hapa ningependa kunisiache atoweke, anaitwa Kimos Bay Boriboy, whichever your name is. It's really sad how our young people interpret the Bible. Okay, it says, if God took a thief that was being crucified with Jesus, why not Ruto? Who are you to make judgment that Ruto is bad? So, Kimos Bay, after the thief was taken by Jesus, when did he become president and which country was he president? Yes, so tell us, because you have started to interpret that scripture. The thief was taken by Jesus. Then Jesus made him president of which country? He said, today I'll be with you in paradise. So if you want Ruto to be taken by Jesus, okay, let them both go to paradise, not to State House. I think that is it. Nani huyu? I think there's a video I will play before Walter comes in. Yes, let's listen out to this before Walter takes it.
Not become a right. And so please, soldier on, fighting for just electoral process in Kenya. And Your Excellency, we believe you got more votes in Meru than what was reported. Meru has always given you more votes than any other part of the Mount Kenya region. And this is evident from what I have just said, that where we got that 1 MCAs out of 45 and 3 MPs who are elected is a proof that we are more in Azimio than they ever thought. We are counting on the Supreme Court to deliver justice, not just for you, but for all the Kenyans who would like their votes to count. Together, we shall overcome, and in Azimio, everything is possible. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Baba the Fifth, we once more want to thank you for meeting this delegation from Meru, composed of members of Jubilee, PNU, and BAS, and ODM. All the parties that were supporting Azimio in Meru. And our message to you is that Meru is intact. We are stronger than ever before. And indeed, the defection of the former governor of Meru is just a confirmation of what we have always known, that his sympathies lay elsewhere. And therefore, it is better to have strong people who are committed to you than have saboteurs within your team. So the saboteurs have left, and we are left with a stronger team that is going to guarantee us victory that we strongly know was stolen from us, because the evidence is there. We believe our victory cannot be taken away, and we are eagerly waiting for the judgment that will be delivered tomorrow. We believe it will be fair and just, and we are ready to continue with this journey to our destination, which is determined that he will be the 5th president of the Republic of Kenya. So count on our support, count on our commitment. Those who have left, we wish them well wherever they have gone. But I think they need to answer questions. I was watching a video where the former governor was talking of a government of this, by this, and for this. So it is very clear he has decided to join that government that he had described so well. It's a government of this, by this, for this. It looks like that's where he belongs. So for us, it's good riddance, so that our team that is committed to this cause can do this work. And I want to thank the team from BAS, led by Lucy Moria and Sarah Kelemi, and Nairobi here, for requesting for this meeting to come and tell you that BAS is a party of members, and those who have left other members. It didn't belong to one person, and they are telling you they are committed to the cause that we are committed to, and we continue with the journey. Thank you very much.
For me, it's just to acknowledge the members and happy that they have clarified that Azimio is intact in Meru, and I know it's intact in Mount Kenya and in the entire country. We will continue fighting for the ideals we so much believe in, and it's better to have a few committed members than to have hangers-on whose minds and soul are elsewhere. So once again, thank you very much, the Meru team, and we will continue to fight for the rights of Kenyans and for our ideals. Together we soldier on. Thank you.
I take this opportunity to welcome this delegation from Meru, led by Waziri Munya, and which includes also 3 members of parliament elected on Azimio ticket for the Meru county. They are very much welcome, and we are also very impressed by the performance of Azimio party in the just concluded elections, where Azimio won 31 members of its county assembly out of 45. That shows it's a very strong showing for our party. We are happy that these members have stood the test of time. At times like this is when you know people who have clear ideological commitment, who stand on principle, and those who are wavering. You have seen opportunists trying to run away from their original positions. This, of course, is not something that is new. This has always been there. It is angels who said that the left radicals have the character of a pendulum. They only go from one extreme to the other extreme. They convert from left radicals to extreme right radicals. This is the character being exhibited by our friends. And it is most unfortunate, but it is something that is historical. We, as Azimio, are confident that our cause is just. And if you fight for a just cause, you never get deterred by setbacks. Setbacks are part of the game. But we have a belief in justice. We believe that ultimately justice shall triumph, and that it is the Kenyan people who will be happier. Therefore, we've said that Kenyans should continue to have us in their prayers. We pray for peace. We also pray for wisdom. And we hope that the Supreme Court will deliver a fair ruling which will help us to strengthen our democracy in our country. We thank you, and you're welcome.
Prime Minister, a question. Are you from Citizen TV? You have said, and so did CS Peter Munya, fair and just. And the court will tomorrow reconvene in what will be a monumental exercise, the gathering to deliver the judgment or render the same. In the event it isn't fair and just as per your wording, will you accept the outcome of the apex court?
I do not want to speculate or to anticipate the ruling of the court. I believe that our judges are people who are learned, qualified, and are fair. Therefore, I believe that they will deliver a just ruling. And therefore, I don't want to preempt the ruling. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Baba.
Baba. Baba.
Well, just one moment, one quick bite, and then we hear from Walter. Thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep it sane, especially on the comment section.
Oh, hello, everyone. How are you all?
Walter, hold on.
As presently constituted, cannot preside over a free and fair election. It must be disbanded and be restructured in a dialogue of the people of Kenya. Na ukikataa, tutakutana na tutakanyagana.
Huyo ni mwenda zake.
He was a great man. I worked with him. He was always seated behind me and nudging me to speak. He was a great man, great man. He encouraged me to give my first maiden speech within 1 week. That was a great man. We miss him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Walter, you can take it now.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Bernard. I appreciate Andy and Kipchumba and Mama Selina. Today, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Hii simu yangu imekuwa FB imeleta shida sana, najaribu kuingia siingii. Sasa kwa leo ninafurahi sana na tunangojea hii matokeo ya kesho na najua itatendeka. Na kitu ningetaka kuambia watu wa Azimio, kwa sababu kuna hiyo kidogo tukitembea huko nje kuna mambo unasikia, alafu kuna kasumba ambao watu sijui wamelipwa ama wanafanya nini ndio wanaitembeza online. Ningetaka kuambia watu wa Azimio, tafadhalini, let's be strong na tuwe na hiyo to believe we can do it, because I know at the end of the day we are going to make it. We are going to make it and I believe in that. Hakuna haja ya kubadilika ati useme sijui nini, sitaamka asubuhi niende kupiga kura. Kama hii kura itarudiwa, sijui judgment itakuwa namna gani, but if kutakuwa na rerun, please everyone, if you know you are the fan and the supporter of Azimio, let's come out, let's vote again. Tuwaonyeshe tunaweza na tuamuke mapema, tuamushe marafiki wetu, kila mtu amushe mwenye anajua ni wa Azimio, tuende tupige kura. Sababu ambayo nasema hivi ni kama kuna kitu ulikuwa unataka kutengeleza na umeambiwa hii kitu unaenda kutengeleza utatumia mayai 10,
ukitoka kununua hizo mayai 10, ukienda karibu ufike nyumbani, mayai 2 zianguke, na lazima upike na mayai 10. Sasa utaenda kuchukua tena mayai 2 kwa sababu hizo mayai kuchukua mayai 2 juu zimevunjika, utarudia ndio tufikishe pahali tunataka. Kwa hivyo naomba kama watu wa Azimio, hiyo siku tuamuke. Last time nilikuwa kazi, na hata saa hii kesho ikisemekana itarudi, nitatokea na nitatembea, kwa sababu hata mimi najua hiyo wakati mwingine nikisimama, hata kama hiyo wakati sikusimama nilikatazwa, nitahitaji watu. Kwa hivyo hata saa hii nitapigania baba until my last blood. I will fight for baba because baba amefanya vitu mingi sana. Baba amefanya vitu mingi sana kwa hii nchi. Nilisikia watu wengine wakisema ati baba tunamtaka akae hapo opposition. Opposition to do what? Opposition mara ngoa, seriously. Baba hawezi kaa kwa opposition. Ameishi hapo kwa opposition. Amekuwa akiongea ukweli pesa zikiibiwa, na tuambiane ukweli. Kitu ikitendeka mbaya amekuwa akijua. Wakati wa mamluki sisi tuko tu tumefunga macho, hatujui, yeye anatufafanulia. So hii ni wakati ambao baba anafaa tuongoze. At least sasa naona watu wanalia. Shule baba alipromise itakuwa bure. From nursery to university. Kulikuwa na baba care. Kwa sababu tuko na system mbaya sana in this country. We have a very very bad system in hospitals. Mi naona watu, mi pali natembea, naona watu wanateseka, mtu ni mgonjwa. Ndio unaona we have a lot of chemistries. Because mtu ana ile pesa kwenda hospitali, itabidi akisikia anaumwa na kichwa, hata kama labda saa zingine unaumwa na kichwa lakini sio hiyo shida, si kichwa, labda ni tumbo, inabidi akimbie tu kwa chemist kununua dawa, na labda anaponya Kenya ambayo si mgonjwa. So watu wakae chini wafikirie, na hii safari ambayo tulianza, hakuna, kwanza namba moja tukumbuke, hakuna kizuri utoka pazuri. Kitu kizuri lazima upitie machungu, upitie nini. Even those people are very prospered. Wale watu wametajirika wamefanya nini? Walianzia pahali pale chini. So I need watu wa Azimio wa spread news, tutafute kura, tuongezee zaidi ya zenye tulikuwa tumepata, because I'm very sure hii kitu tulishinda, na hiyo si tafadhali, hiyo tulishinda. Kwa sababu nilikuwa natembea sehemu mingi, nilikuwa naenda nafanya kazi Kakamega, naenda kidogo natembea Eldoret, naenda natembea Coast, nakuja natembea, nilimalizia hapa Kiambu, na mimi najua tulishinda. Wakati unajua dalili ya moto, dalili ya moshi ni moto, dalili ya mawingu ni mvua. Ukisikia wingi wa watu wakisema kitu, lisemalo lipo. Kwa hivyo ningeomba sana tuchague Raila kama tutarudi rerun. Ya mwisho, Kenyans, please. Kuna haka kama neno naona kanaendelea, and I think this is the time that we should change this. Na mimi na wewe ndio tunaweza badilisha hiyo. We are voting leaders ambao hata uelewi hawa leader wako namna gani. Watu ambao hawana wisdom, watu wanaongea tu, wanafanya venye wanataka. Ukiangalia tabia zao, sehemu ambazo wanatembea, matamshi ambayo wanatoa. Isitoshe, watu ambao wako na unyama, tukikosana na mtu atakumaliza ama umuulize jambo. We need leader who are humble, mtu ambaye atakusikiza, because if you are leader you have to listen. Number one, you have to listen. Hata kama utajibu sahiyo, you just listen for that person first of all, and then go and take your time, uone huyo mtu alikuambia aje. Usiwe tu mtu wa nini hivi, yani wewe unastuka tu. Ukiamka kwa public, unaongea tu kitu, yani first think before you talk. So ningeomba pia wale leader tunachagua, tuangalie. Na mimi naona hawa leader wako kwa Azimio, leader ambao wanajijua, the people that can express their self, people that can listen, and those are the leaders that we need. Watu ambao wanaweza jenga nchi, si kupora nchi ama kubomoa nchi. So kwa leo sina mengi, nasema hayo tu, and I appreciate everyone and I thank you so much. Asante sana Mr. Bernard.
Thank you, Walter. We appreciate that, and it's our concern. He said, garbage in, garbage out. The quality of the National Assembly and the Senate is determined by the people we send in there. You don't choose semi-literate idiots and expect high-class international policies. Kenyans, we have been warning you on this over and over, but it seems like the people who subverted the electoral system brought back to us the wash people that the internal security CS was talking about. As a nation, we must go back to brains. Let's make use of the experts that we have. Let's make use of our educated young people. Let's not waste them by subjecting them to idiots. When small minds rule over great minds, it's great minds that suffer. It's not the small minds. And the small minds will not let the great mind breathe. They'll keep suffocating it, choking it, stifling it, making it unable to work. The country will not take off, led by idiots. Tukubali kwamba kama nchi tusonge mbele kwa kuhakikisha kwamba wale wanatuongoza wako mbele, si eti wanafuata kwenda mbele, wako mbele, wanajua kile ambacho wanafundisha, wanajua kile ambacho
Mama Selina, I think Bernard has hanged up. Kindly take over.
Asanteni sana. Mheshimiwa, ungechukua hiyo usukani uongee 2 points. During that time ambayo uliongea mambo ya going back to the dictatorship and giving a microphone to a wrong person. Sasa mheshimiwa, una nafasi ya kuongea zaidi mpaka Bea arudi. Keep the wisdom moving on. Please bwana mheshimiwa, endelea.
I haven't heard Andy say a word. Andy, ongea bwana.
To the panel, Mama Selina, Olara, and Mheshimiwa. How are you all? I don't know, it's a good morning or a good evening. Either way, I hope you're all fine. Yes, the issue is here. We are waiting for the ruling tomorrow. To some of us, it is like another experiencing a second heartbreak. I don't know if I'm putting it right. You see, why I'm saying so, today I saw the guy, the elect. He was in the church and he was trying to advise the president. He's advising the president that he should be ready to see how to pass over the mantle in a very organized way and accept everything. so that the life should continue. You know, this guy is a very serious schemer. Actually, in real life, the elect is a serious schemer, and we have to know that. And with the talk, sometimes they tell you, if it talks like a duck, walk like a duck, and then does like a duck, then it could be a duck. With what I read from where I sit is that this guy is like, he has it all from that point of him reasoning. So it is really, really discouraging that Kenya has to go that way. It's very discouraging. Because actually, as per now, our hopes are only on the judiciary. Everyone is looking at Justice Martha Koome. Do you think we are going to get the best? Because during the hearing, there were some critical questions which were placed, and the IBC could not answer. Like a simple, the picture taken under the name of the Carmo. It's called who? There is
Jose
yes,
Camargo.
Yes.
Jose
yes.
Camargo.
Yes. So imagine the name of Jose Camargo is there. And this is somebody whom we are told he has left. So that actually creates suspicion. Again, you are told that over 11,000 from 34A, which were tallied, were coming from one server across the country, across the nation. Is it normal? It is not normal. But with all that, will the Kenya get the right answer tomorrow? I don't know what to say. Okay, guys, let's continue. Mheshimiwa, back to you.
Thank you. Now, relax, young man, relax. And this country has moved a lot of strides forward. Don't give up. What you are going through is what some of us had gone through 35 years ago. And sadly, 35 years ago, it was more physical heartbreaks. Wacha hii heartbreak yako tu ya online. Those days it was worse because they would come for you physically if you didn't toe the line. But one thing that these guys have is a brave face. Very brave face. And they can actually and they're brilliant, let me tell you. Brilliant in deception, not positive value. And there's nothing as bad as a bright, wicked man. And that's where at least we can surrender and say, sure, they beat us in that, but that's ungodly. And so because we are on the right side of history and we are standing for the right values and virtues, we shall stick around. Umeona vile kupe inakataa kutoka. We are not moving an inch until our country is liberated. Some of us, I in person, have been in liberation since I was a young man. Very early, before I got, I even started a family. Even while I was in college, we could stand against injustice. And by that time, it was more of nepotism. It was a lot of discrimination. You know, I'm a person with physical disability. And over the years, early in the years, we were never counted as people. I remember attending an interview in 1986, 85, 86. And by then you'd go to the district officers or divisional office, kwa DO. And they had the forms from parastatals, from banks, from teaching, TSC. Alafu umemaliza form 6 wanasema mujaze. A counselor who was in my area just asked who told even those with no legs that they are jobs. And I remember approaching the council many years ago, the town council of Cabernet, with my brown envelope, with my papers, okay, hopping on my crutches. And I go to the office, na nikaulizwa tu, na wewe, ni nini unataka? Nikambia nimekuja kuomba kazi. Akasema hapana. Nyinyi tumewatengenezea rehabilitation center, tumewatengenezea mashine ya kutengeneza viatu, na tunawaletea chakula huko. So that's where you are supposed to be. And I was never given a job. Some guys who had just finished class 7 were offered jobs. And I had my A-level certificate. And that's where some of us started agitating for our rights. I'm among the people that founded the United Disabled Persons of Kenya organization in Kenya. We were 9 guys. Okay? And it reached a time that we were looked at as people who needed sympathy, charity. And the moment ukipita mahali, wanasema sasa huyu anataka nini? Nani yako na kitu ya kumpatia? Labda ni chakula. Is a bother. And then nobody appreciates what you have in terms of academic knowledge or achievement. And that was only as a person with disability. Higher than that, it was where you came from. Let me tell you, some of us come from what is called unknown family backgrounds. But that was perfected during those dark years, that by then they would just ask, wewe ni mtoto wa nani? And they would pick a whole family and give them jobs. I know from a village somewhere that they would pick one, wanaeka Kenya, they used to call it Kenya Post and Telecommunication. They put another guy in Agricultural Finance Corporation. They take another guy to be just a subordinate at a bank. And from just families that are known. Wewe na hiyo makaratasi yako, you make it worse by being crippled, you should disappear. And so we have fought for this. And on several occasions, I suffered being a political detainee. I'm among the first person to start a community-based organization in 1989. By that time, there were no NGOs in my county. And so the leadership saw me as somebody competing with government. You go for a meeting and wanasema huyo anataka shindana na Moi, anataka shindana na serikali. Anaenda kutafutia sijui watu wheelchairs, sijui anaweka watu.
Excuse me please. Au ameweka mic on, wazime tafadhali tusikie.
Okay. So we've been through it, where you are just detained under the instructions of local leaders. It was made worse. We used to have KANU youth wingers. For some of you who don't know, we used to have KANU membership. You had to be a member. You had to subscribe 10 shillings per year. And there was a card we used to carry around with a stamp. So your stamp kama ijawekelewa, when they start rounding you up, even at the bus stages, even in pubs, even on the road, watasema wapi kipande ndio hii, wapi ya chama. If you don't have, maybe you have the card and you don't have the stamp, you'll be forced to subscribe. Enda ofisi ya KANU, lipa shilingi 10 ya stamp. And that could be used as a license to allow you to move around or even access opportunities. There were people who never got scholarships. We tried it, some of us. We were marked. We had wanted to go for further studies, but we could not because we were critics of some of those bad governance. And we suffered. We never got jobs when we needed jobs. Some of us were put in, and therefore, I want to encourage you. Yes, please.
Finalize kindly. You want to give
Okay.
some other people time to talk?
So I just wanted to encourage Andy and other people. Don't give up. You only give up when you are dead. That's why Raila is still strong. Look at him. You just wonder, you are suffering more than the person who was a candidate. It's because these people are on a mission, a divine mission. And therefore, if you want to liberate this country, as you sacrifice, God will sacrifice also to lift you up. And therefore, be encouraged. Tomorrow, whatever the submission of the Supreme Court, be strong. For we believe Kenya will be better when justice prevails. Thank you. Good evening. Good morning.
Thank you, Harold. Thank you for your submission. I don't know whether Bernard has gone, and I want to leave. And Mama Serena, I don't think she has. Sijui kama Mama Serena ako na kifunguo na nikitoka kama utaweza kuadd Bernard akirudi with the other moderators. Are you able
No,
to?
I don't think, I don't have. Tuko wangapi?
Yeah,
Niko hapa
juu lazima
mama Selina, usiogope, Abuya kwa hapa na
Mama
chunga hiyo
Okay,
kura yetu.
let me
Orara, can
listen
you kindly
outside so
mute?
that Bernard can come in. Because tuko
Yeah,
watano.
try and reach him cause mimi siku anataka kukaa na ninaona hayuko. Sasa nikitoka hakuna mtu wa kuadd watu. Anyway, I don't want to talk because I wanted to say something, but then Bernard left, and I needed to give room to those people who are trying to log in and they're not able to. So
Okay.
let me give ni nani hajaongea, nani nimeona hajaongea hapa. Let me give
And
Paris Maningi.
Mheshimiwa Kipchumba can hold on for Bernard a little bit. Let
Who
me
is
get
going to
out
add
so that
people?
Bernard can come in.
Okay. Paris, karibu. Unmute your microphone and talk, yeah? Paris Maningi. Is it
Yes,
Maningi
can
or
you hear me?
Maningi?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good
Yes.
morning, everyone. Okay, me just to encourage our Azimio brothers to believe that everything is to
Just
be
to
okay.
encourage our senior brothers to
Everything
believe
is
that
going to be okay, and I know we are going to win. Again, I believe, not that I believe, I know, and I am sure 100% we won with a very
Mr.
big
Robert, please
margin.
mute your mic. Mr. Robert,
Yes.
please mute your mic.
Hold on. Robert, is it Robert or Robert? Mute your microphone, yeah? There's an echo. Thank you. Paris, go ahead.
I just wanted to encourage the Azimio family and the Kenyans at large that I know wisdom is going to prevail with our judges, and they are going to give us the right judgment. To our belief, we know actually we won. Not that we won, we won with a very big margin. Not to be told because maybe I have got someone who was there who was a statistician and they know what it happened. But that is past and we have to move on. The only thing I will advise now is this time we have to come out in large numbers. As much as we won with a very big margin, we still have to come out in large numbers and get people on board also. And as Mio, I understand there is volunteering groups coming up. If you want to be an agent, a mobilizer, and what have you, let's come out all of us and try to get this thing done, because we really need a change in this country. A different leadership that is going to open ways to the other young people who Raila have fought this freedom for all of us and the people who are coming, our children, our grandchildren, that as he sits on this seat, he will leave a history of what he has fought for, and he has sat on it, and we believe he's going to make more changes that will be better for this country, especially the corruption, because the only problem Kenya we have is corruption. If corruption is dealt with, the rest we are okay. And I hope and believe that we be our brother's keeper at this moment. Tomorrow, majority of us maybe will be at home because most of the roads are closed. But I urge each and everyone, sometimes we don't get online because of time we are supposed to be sleeping or doing something, but I urge you who are here, when you talk to your people, if you are abroad and you're talking to people back home, encourage them. Even those who are on the other side, try to change their mind, try to make them understand that because majority, let's forget about ourselves, let's try to encourage those on the other side who believe that Azimio did not win, and the only thing our leader wants is to be the president. Let's tell them that if he wanted to be the president, he had Uhuru Kenyatta as the president. He would have rigged for him. But I believe he said he believes he wins all the time, and he doesn't want anybody to rig election for him. That shows us what kind of a leader we have. Secondly, the only thing right now we need is to secure our votes, to take care of our votes. We should come out and encourage people not to look at how much will I be paid. This time it's not about money. It's not about what you put in your pocket. It's about the little you have in your pocket, you come out with it and say, since I'm not an agent, I'm going to buy bread and milk and food to go around to to give to agents, to give to the people who are mobilizing people who are going to vote. Do something that you don't need to be paid for it. In Azimio, I don't think we need money to bribe or to do anything. We actually need this win without spending money, without being given money, without being given handouts. We have to finish the tradition of handouts in this country completely. Because as much as you'll be paid, at the end of the day, you'll not get the service. And we encourage our fellow Kenyans who are abroad. It's time once Azimio takes over, we come back home and we build this nation together. Because I believe and I know we have a great nation. That's all my contribution for today.
Thank you, Perry. I can see someone by the name Cyrus. Sema.
Poa sana. Habari ya ndugu na dada Wakenya wenzangu. I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you as brothers and sisters who are over there and all those others who are abroad.
Cyrus, hold on, Cyrus.
Yeah.
Are you trying to comment on what Ferris have said? You want to be given time to talk?
Just a general contribution, kind of to encourage members or
Then what we do, we follow the line, yeah? Kuna mtu maybe amekuja before you, yeah? So I'll come back to you as we wait for Bernard, yeah? Is this guy by the name Master 254? Then we come to Cyrus and Orara. Kindly.
Okay.
Yeah, Master. It's your
Yes.
time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Paris, and thank you to every participant. Bwana Harold, asante sana kwa mawaidha yako. For me, I just wanted to make two quick observations. So first and foremost, going forward, I think even as we anticipate the Supreme Court's decision tomorrow, I think let's just maintain peace as brothers and sisters. And in as much as we've seen what's happened in court, I think it was very much evident. You saw how the lawyers argued out, even if they were in opposite sides of the case. All these people are friends. You could see how they kept on addressing each other as, like Noel Feroz Neuroji was a teacher to Githu Muigai. Orengo studied with Githu Muigai. All these people went to school together. So we don't have a reason as Kenyans to have enmity between ourselves. Let's just be peaceful and see what the outcome comes. So that's one thing. My second point I would like to emphasize, especially on one of the determinations, now that you're speaking about it, there was a fundamental question that was asked: what is the role of the commissioners? And for me, I believe when someone is speaking, they don't just speak out of nothing. If you are all keen, for those who follow the proceedings, you'd realize the last words of the judges were very fundamental, starting from Judge Mwilu to the Chief Justice. And what did they say? They say, here we are all equals, we take decisions, we share roles, and it was very much emphasized. So that is something that if you are wise, you should have taken keen of. Na kwa Kiswahili wanasema mbiu ya mgambo ikipigwa, jua kuna jambo. So let's wait for that jambo kesho na tuone venye itakuwa. Otherwise, thank you so much for giving me this time. I'm always at the backstage, so it's nice being in studio today. Asanteni wote.
Thank you, Master. Thank you for your contribution. Now we have Cyrus Matthew. Karibu.
Hello. Habari ya ndugu na dada, wherever you are, wale wenye mko nyumbani huko Kenya, wale wenye mko abroad, I just send my greetings to you all. For me, kitu ningependa kuchangia ni kwamba watu wenye mko nyumbani, our brothers and sisters, mudumishe amani. Whether it's going to come our way or the other way, what we can see that all of us as a country to make progress. Everybody in the whole world is looking unto Kenya. Wanashangaa how Kenya has really improved its democratic, institutions, the High Court, all these, the Supreme Court, and even the election itself. Kila mtu anaangalia, anashangaa. Some of them walikuwa, wanafikiria like maybe things are going south, but wamerealize Kenya has become, very mature. Our people back home wamekuwa very mature, and the way tumejihandle, it's really awesome. So my sincere prayer ni ile sahi, whichever outcome itakuja, let's take it. Whoever atakuwa president will be the president of Kenya. As much as it may not really go your way or it may not go anybody's way, just know kuna, for example, we appreciate, kama mimi appreciate what the honorable former prime minister Raila Odinga has done to the country. Kuna wengine pia wenye wana appreciate William Samoei Ruto of what he has done. Kila mtu ako na their own side, and for me, what I would appreciate, honestly, I've been a supporter of Papa before.
Cyrus, you have
Yes.
another moderator here. Maybe you're not familiar with me, but I ask question, I interject when maybe nimesikia kitu yenye ningetaka kujua. So what has Ruto done to our country? Kindly, do you elaborate that? What are we going to remember Ruto for?
I'm just saying because kila mtu ako na nini.
No,
kila mtu
you
ako na
have
side
just
yake.
said, and you have said he has done so much into our country too. Would you compare Raila and Ruto? So tell me what I would want you to elaborate and say this is what William Ruto has done to this country, and we are going to remember him for this and that. Please, kindly
for
tell
me-
us now only 3 things, or even the 3 things zenye tutakumbuka Ruto nayo. Maybe I might change my mind and vote for him.
No, for me,
Thank you.
honestly, I don't really have anything I can say about Ruto. What I know ni mtu mwenye pia is a smart guy, just like, any of you, wherever you are, is kind of somebody mwenye ako charismatic, somebody who is a genius in his own way. Like, he has run from both Moi and Raila, and he's really kind of, amechukua, amehug the game to an extent, the way he carries himself around to convince people that he's really the hustler, because he came from a humble background and he is wherever he is. Whichever.
So what is the meaning of hasra? There's no one, hakuna mtu ashawahi tokelezea akasema this is what Ruto was doing. Hizo zote tunasikianga, to me I would call them propaganda. So baba tunamkumbuka na vitu mingi sana. So what about Ruto? Tunamkumbuka na nini? Why should we appreciate Ruto with the presidency? What are we going to remember? Ni nini tutakumbuka ya Ruto alitufanyia?
So let me, if I can say, we don't really give somebody precedence because we want to remember the person. What normal happens,
We
for example, if we look at
appreciate
what has
them.
gone.
That's why we give them that. We give them the presidency because we believe in them, and we believe people who are going to respect the democracy of Kenyans, and they are going to follow the constitution. So what are we going to remember Ruto with?
So somebody is given an opportunity so that he can be able to change the course of
there's
the country.
nothing about opportunity. You have said we are going to remember Raila, we are going to remember Ruto. There are some things they have done for us. Example, I can give you like 10 things you are going to remember Raila for.
Yeah.
I mean, we are going to remember Raila with like 10 things. What about Ruto?
Ndio nasema, you know, as we are here, we don't really have to agree in everything so that we, you know, I don't want to tell you what you want to hear. I gonna give my
Thank
mchango
you. I
yangu.
wanted, that's why we always say when you're coming here, come with facts and tell us. If you tell us about Ruto, tell us what you have done for us. Then from there we can be on the same page. Anyway, don't siku ingine usiseme kitu yenye you are not sure of, because there is nothing to remember Ruto for, even in future. There is nothing.
That's okay, because it all depends, like your perception and
Not my perception. It's about Kenyans. They know that.
Kumbuka, you know, as much as we know, hata mimi mwenyewe najua what Raila has done. You know, that's what I say. I know what Raila has done. As much as I may not really know exactly what Ruto has done, I say
So
I know
stop
him.
giving
Of some
Nani
of the
Cyrus,
things,
stop giving him credit. When you say we are going to remember Raila, we are going to remember Ruto. Don't give Ruto credit here. He has done nothing for us. We are here and we are supposed to wake up very early in the morning to go and teach. And yet niko hapa. Na unaniambia ati huyo Ruto amenifanyia nini?
So
Were it not him right now, tungekuwa tukisema baba ameapishwa ama ameko karibu kuapishwa. But this Ruto with the Kamango, we call him Kamango in Kikuyu, and the Venezuelans ndio wamefanya tukue hapa saa hii. Okay, don't
but
give Ruto credit here. Bear with
Shiku.
me. Okay, you can go ahead with your contribution, but don't praise Ruto here. Thank you. Go ahead.
You know,
Now go
as
ahead with your
I appreciate
contribution,
the
but don't
opportunity of
just give
giving
that
me,
credit. That man, don't give him credit here. Kindly. I
you know,
come with peace. Yeah,
mimi
continue
nilikuwa
with your
naomba naongea na whoever mwenye atanisikiza. Mchango yangu kubwa ni ile nasema, wacha
We don't
tudumishe
mislead
amani.
people in this platform. If you come with facts, tell us Raila has done this and that, and you have said you know what Raila has done. What has Ruto done? Anyway, let's go.
Mchango yangu kubwa
Topic.
ni
Let's leave that topic because we are going to annoy so many people here, and I don't want them to unmute because they are going to bash on you. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, mimi niko na perspective yangu na I respect other people's perspectives. I respect other people's independent opinion. Now, I cannot really bash anybody for their stand. So what I was saying is, I would really encourage my brothers and sisters, wherever you are, keep peace, because peace is really important. Whatever Papa has done for us,
we have to keep Cyrus.
Yeah.
We keep peace when there is justice. Okay, we need justice. We need justice. You cannot, you guys, I mean, there cannot be peace when there is no justice.
That's when I understand.
We need justice. You cannot force us to be at peace when these people are doing that. When these people are cooking their own mathematics and coming here and telling us that this is our president-elect. What is that?
But
we cannot tungenyamaza, lakini the guys should not take us as fools. Okay? There's no peace without justice. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah. So nasema, unajua mimi nilikuwa naomba watu, my brothers, sisters, wherever you are, maintain peace. Peace is really important. Whatever strides which we have made, whatever, you know,
justice is more important than
we really appreciate.
We are always peaceful. We are always peaceful. Please,
Cyrus, we are adult. Please, give us facts. We are listening to you.
We will fight
when we are listening to you.
Fight him. We will fight him.
You cannot tell us to have peace that when we don't have justice. We need justice. Thank you.
That's what we are
Cyrus, we've tolerated you. We have tolerated you, and you are taking us for granted. Give us facts.
Order.
That's what we are waiting for tomorrow. We are waiting for justice tomorrow. So that's what I'm saying. In whichever outcome we wanna get, we should still respect the outcome of the court, and in whichever way it's gonna go, that's we should appreciate. Whether it doesn't favor us, we should appreciate the strides
We are
which you
not
have
going
made.
to appreciate. We are not going to support evil, and we are not going to appreciate. At whichever they say when they uphold Ruto's election, then you tell us that we should now keep quiet, and no, we are going to resist.
No, but
Thank you.
That's what this is what I'm saying.
Thank you for your contribution, Cyrus. I don't want it to get to the point that is going. Thank you. Maybe
I would
if you have
appreciate that
something else that you can add, you only
discussion.
have 1 minute to add on something, then we continue.
Unless
Thank
you
you.
just want to hear what, as to speak what you want to hear, which is really not awesome. We should be open-minded and respect other people's, perspectives, because that's how we can grow.
We respect each and everyone contribution in this platform. Okay, I'm not new here. We've been here for a very long time. But what we don't allow is something we call propaganda, and people trying to think when they come here they can change our minds and our opinions. So if you're not giving us facts, kindly, you are in the wrong platform.
No, I've been in this platform.
You cannot tell us about peace when we have we've been denied justice, and you are telling us about peace. What is that? Thank you for your contribution. Maybe you can come you will come back later.
I've been in this platform for a while, and
let's have who is this? Orana. Karibu.
Asante mama, na unajua ametoka, uko hapo, wacha nimwangalie vizuri huyo the earlier contributor. Jina yake nani? Anakuona? Okay.
We'll give him another chance. Let him listen to other people, then we'll give him another chance, yeah?
No, I've listened to him, but the fact is, and these are equally my age, and he knows history of this country better. And this channel has never been about anything else but justice, and justice. Wewe tumetulia sana hapa, sisi tumetulia, na kuna ukweli fulani inasemekana, ukiona maovu na ukanyamazia, hauwezi kuja kunyamazia hapa. Hapa sisi tunaongea tu maovu, tukiona maovu tunachaja. Wewe umekuja hapa, wewe kijana, wewe umeongea na wewe in fact ametoroka. Okay, let me come back to my points because I was trying to lecture him.
Ameenda.
Unajua mimi ni mbaya, mimi namalizaga mtu mara moja. Unajua this life is simple. Na sisi hatuko hapa, hakuna complex question tuna ask. In fact, even Supreme Judge courts were not asking them anything. Tunaambia ukweli iko wapi? Ukweli iko wapi? Ile ukweli mwangalie iko wapi? Okay, let me finish with that. Going forward, kesho ni siku mbaya sana na ni siku mzuri sana, depending on how you look at it. Kesho, our prayers was never that Raila was elected or Azimio was that. No. Kesho, and this is why I'm here, kesho ni Kenya iko wapi? Kesho ni Kenya iko wapi? Uliangalia Raila alikuwa wapi leo, na muliangalia Gachagua alikuwa wapi leo. Hiyo ndo matumaini ya Kenya. Ukiona Raila alikuwa anakutana na watu wengine, na yule mwingine alikuwa anakutana na watu, anawaambia, anawatukana, anawasemea, anakasiria kila mtu. Hiyo ndo haki sasa. Ukiangalia kwenye wimbo wetu wa taifa, haki iwe ngao. Ngao leo imeshiftiwa. Raila amechukua ngao, anataka haki, na yule mwingine ametoa ngao, anataka kusema. Kenya sio Njoro, Kenya sio Nakuru, na Kenya sio wale waliopigiwa kura. Mkumbuke hiyo. Hata wale walioshinda sio Kenya. Kenya inatakiwa iwe nchi ambayo mtu anachaguliwa kihaki, na akihukumu akiwa utawalani anatawala kihaki, na ukitawala kihaki maana yake uzulumu mtu, uzulumu maeneo, ufanyu uzuluma kote. Deputy President elect amesema leo akile pesa ilipelekwa Nyanza katika barabara na bypass ni pesa ilikuwa ni yao, sio pesa ya Kenya. Sasa huyu ni mtu anakuja kuongoza Kenya ama anakuja kujiongoza ama anaongoza nani ama ana imani gani? Kama mteufu huyo, ukiwa naibu rais mteule, ungeongea neno kama ile. Ungeongea mimi nitaongeza Wakenya wote, hata nikichaguliwa, hata kama kesho sijachaguliwa, bado nitasimamia uhaki. Kenya itakuwa ya haki, Kenya itakuwa ni. This is what this channel about. Kama mnafikiria kama hiyo channel hii tunaongea sasa Mtembei, hatuongei hiyo kauli. Hiyo kauli yetu ni Kenya uhaki, aje Mjaluo, aje nani. Lakini a deputy president anasema ile pesa imejenga ile kule Kisumu, hiyo ni pesa yetu, tumenyang'anywa ikapelekwa kwa. How can you just behave like that in front of Kenya? Now you are deputy president sworn in. How are you going to treat all other Kenyans? Please. And as we go forward, kesho ni kitu kubwa, na tumeongea mavitu out of the context of what the judgment will be. Sisi hapa imani yetu tumeongea tu matumaini ya roho yetu, lakini kuna ukweli kesho ni 2 ama 3. Nafikiria from the 9 points where the conference hearing was done, all the parties agreed on the 9 points, which includes the evidences they provided. Na nikichukua out of 9 points, at least 4 was concluded on the floor. Kuna hii mambo ya system deployed, it was concluded the system was nullified. Somebody interfered with the system. Voter turnout, was that there? Voter turnout was wrong. On the judgment itself, hiyo mambo ya Cherera na wale watu, on the floor, the IBC lawyers did not conclude that. Now, at least we have 3 concrete things we can go forward with. Now, the other one, which is another evidence in the affidavit of Cherera, hiyo ni hiyo kitu ya cargo manifest of all the voters. All the voters, I mean the polls. I mean hiyo kadi unapiga naye kura hiyo kura zimekuja hapo ndani ya nchi, hatujui imeingia wapi, na court wanaangalia saizi tukiongea. The Cherera alisema kitu moja ambayo hakuna lawyer ameongea juu yake, lakini the Supreme Court judge can look at it. Is the manifest of shipment ya kutoka Uluyani ni hii, bado ni hiyo panel, hiyo kitu ni hii inaenda. So what happened is, according to the submissions, tulipata kuna voters ya Mombasa iko Uluyani na Uluyani iko Mombasa, na tulipata Kimskit imeregister voters kwengine. So this is very critical now here. Don't play here you are praying for a God or nothing. Those Supreme Court judges were trained to look at the evidences. Come here and pray that their God can show them to look at the evidences. Hiyo kitu kesho haitakuwa mambo ya uliomba vipi leo, itakuwa ukiomba leo wacha wafungue peji ya pili waangalie hii evidence, kwani evidence nimeelewa vipi. Unajua saizi they have the evidences but they haven't looked at it correctly. Today you have to pray that they look at it correctly with the able assistances they have around them, because all Supreme judges, they have their own separate offices and they have a lot of allotment of money. They have a lot of assistances. Kenya kesho sio nchi ya imani, ni nchi ya ukweli, na hawa majaji wasiombe, waangalie affidavits, waangalie ushuhuda, waangalie wametreniwa hivyo. Kama kuna jaji anategemea maombi, huyu ni jaji ambaye hafai kuwa pale. Huyu ni jaji alipatiwa affidavits na alipatiwa submissions na alipatiwa replies, and the judges ask questions. Kama nyinyi mnakumbuka hapa, sisi Azimio tulijibisha maswali yetu yote tuliulizwa. Wale wa kujibisha maswali walijibisha maswali 3, 4 wakaacha. 4 wakasema okay, it's a perennial liar, perennial submitter, perennial petitioner. Kama this is my thinking, prepare yourself for at least a rerun. And when the rerun comes, don't come here and complain in this channel. Go and campaign. Go and do something for this country. Maintain the peace you've maintained, because the label us as watu wa kung'oa reli. Hatujang'oa reli yote mpaka leo. Wamesema sisi hatukubaliki matokeo, tumekubali matokeo, tumeenda Supreme Court. Sasa Mungu asaidie Kenya, na Kenya iko kwa mkono yenu kama kuna rerun. Na hii channel must play a bigger run, na kama uko hapa kama contributor ama anything ama commenter ama nini, omba tu, justice should be our shield. Justice should be our shield. We have never prayed for peace. We pray for justice. For justice should be our shield. And if justice is our shield, we have peace. Automatically we have peace. We'll have progressive Kenya. We'll have happy Kenyans. We'll have a progressive economy. We'll have a progressive judiciary. We'll have, of course, we have a progressive judiciary at least. Mungu asaidie Kenya, na sijui nani anashikilia channel hapa. Nafikiri nani ako next hapa achukua aendeleze hizo, maanake mahubiri itaendelea mpaka kesho, mpaka tupate hukumu ya ujaji kuu. Chukueni hiyo kitu muendelee nayo, na mimi silali, niko hapa na nyinyi musilale. Haki itendeke, ndo Kenya iwe na ustawi na uhuru. Asanteni sana.
Thank you Rara, and sijui ni nani Paris, uko na swali, but ningetaka kusema Bernard anasema kuna hackers wamemtenda, so we are waiting for someone who can help me to moderate. I didn't want to moderate today. I do moderation ile ya Kikuyu. Kenya, I can see you there. Ile ya Kikuyu. Sasa sitakangi kumoderate huku. Sometimes I'm a person who doesn't entertain propagandas and watu wasikuje kutuletea vitu mingi. Sasa sitaki kuacha nimeharibu mood ya watu, because for me I don't stand propagandas, yeah. So if you are here and you are coming with your propaganda, kindly wait for kina Alex Sisoe, nimekuona kwa comment section. Kindly if you can come and help me moderate, because I want to sleep. I'm going to work tomorrow. Thank you. Nimeona Paris, uko na kitu ya kusema?
Yeah, I wanted to tell Silvanus Matthew, I believe he's not in this country, and there is something I really appreciate what you said. It's your own thinking, it's your mind. You have a right to your opinions, but there is something what we are looking for in Kenya. That's why we are here to contribute on which side we are. And because if it was in the developed countries, both the so-called president-elect, the Venezuelan president-elect with his deputy could never be allowed to vie for any election. Because number one, he has been mentioned in so many scandals. He has been in court. If I can count for you, number one, in 1990, he sold Ngong Forest to Kenya Pipeline, which he was charged in court. And I remember it is a magistrate by the name Mutembei, who Amanda Matthew, who amehepa.
Yes, proceed.
Amehepa, proceed.
It is Magistrate Mutembei ule aliachiria Ruto, and most of the witnesses, they had relocated out of Kenya. Who are working with the government resigned and left Kenya. Number two, Muteshi's land and all many other scandals. So in the first place, he's not even fit to hold a public office. Number two, his deputy elect is also not fit. So if we can imagine those two people getting into that power, it's like it will be worse than the 24 years of Moi. Those who were there during Moi's time, I was in primary school, but I remember very well. So when we say somebody we will remember him for that, we should know why we are remembering this person for. Just because he was on the ballot box and he claimed to have won, or he was rigged in by some foreigners, then we say we will remember him. We remember such a person, for heaven's sake. Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the guy who have run away.
Thank you, Maggie. I want to say something before we wait for another moderator to take over. I see Kenya here. Kenya, are you able to add people?
No, I don't have a key. Mtu karibishwa hata na chai bwana Shiko. Hatari.
Chai na kesho tuko Supreme. Nimeona Alex amekuja. Alex is here.
Alex si ndiye huyo. Alex ako na key ameingia, yeah.
Alex, we want to see you. Remove the curtain.
I have my daughter on the side. Namtoa tu kidogo. Just give me a time.
So Alex, mimi nataka kusema jambo juu si kusema Bernard alitupwa nje na hackers, then I will leave. Niache ukimoderate, ni sawa?
It's okay. Leo hatuachi kitu. Na tunajua wanataka kutusumbua.
Si uko na key?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me just say something then. Mimi ni log out nikuache.
Thank you. Thank you.
Guys, we are here for Azimio. Mimi ni wa Azimio na sijakuwa Azimio ati wajana ama juzi. This is something that I decided I'm going to vote for Baba. And the fact that kuna hiyo kesi kotini, I wouldn't want whereby after they nullify the election, then what happens? Is the same Chebukati ni yeye bado atakuwa anasimamia uchaguzi. For me, I would want they form a committee whereby those people will be investigated, and if found guilty, let them serve as an example to even the commissioners who will come after. We cannot just let Chebukati go. If you are going back to the ballot, remember the taxpayers' money is going to be used again. We gave Chebukati 5 years kutengeneza uchaguzi, then anatuletea Kamago ndiye anajua mwenye atakuwa president wa Kenya. So I think even in some cases hata Uganda we pretend ama tunajionanga tuko mbele sana kama kushinda watu kama Uganda, but now where we are, it's like someone has sold our country. Even to the Somalis, you guys have seen them in court everywhere. They are following this man. So what are they up to? What are they up to? So what about, is Chebukati the same person? Mkusema tukuwe na rerun, Chebukati ndiye atasimamia uchaguzi tena? For me, I think that's my opinion. These people should be investigated, and if found guilty because there are evidence, let them be jailed. Wacha parliament ifunguliwe. Let the parliament, wacha tunini appoint the new IBC commissioners, even if it will take us years, a year. It's better rather than being with Ruto's presidency. This man is a dictator. There's nothing good he has done to Kenyans. Ni wizi tu na corruption. So we would rather wait for a year or two. Then hiyo nini ya IBC, even the officer, the commissioners, the secretariat, au watu wa ICT, it's not just Chebukati. Then we form another IBC. And if Kenya, we cannot hold a free, fair, and transparent election, then we give it to the EU observers. And I remember there was a time Baba was saying in 2017, for us who are in Jubilee, we would not have believed that man what he was saying, like tukuja tufanyishe uchaguzi na hao watu. Now I believe why they say so. And let me tell you, and I've been saying this, yeah, there's something called is it election trauma? People from Nyanza, this is what they have been going through. If whatever I'm going through right now, ni kujua tumeibiwa kura, ni kujua kuna mtu anataka kuforce himself and be our leader. If this is what they have been feeling for all those years, I sympathize with them. They need justice. They need justice. And justice will come when they are given what belongs to him, to them. Sio hii kitu ya kukua mnapikiwa, mnaambiwa ati mtu anajifanya the Venezuelans wao ndio wanatufanya they create a president for us. That cannot happen.
Shiko, relax. Toka tutaongea baadaye. Shiko, nakusikia.
Ngoja nimalize. The fact that foreigners interfered with our elections, that takes away our sovereignty. And let me tell you, the biodata of 22 million Kenyans is now in the hands of aliens. What are we going to do about that? When we say Chebukati is going, now if we go for a rerun, Chebukati is there, then we expect the same thing to happen. These people are yani hawa ni wezi. hawa ni wezi and they are ready to do anything. So for me, if it's a nullification, yes, then let them nullify. Wacha hiyo nini ya the IBC, wacha ivunjwe mpaka the ICT. All those people, they should go home and they should also be investigated, and Chebukati should serve as an example to even those commissioners who will come after Chebukati. Wajue kuna Kenya, na wajue if you do some fishy job ama you think you can create a president for Kenyans, then you will be answerable to the people of Kenya. And by that, wenye watakuwa nakuja hapo kwa kukua to be a chairman, IBC chairman, or maybe the CEO or just any other commissioner, like kama watu kama Mboru or ama Nyang'aya, watu wataogopa. Anyway, I don't have much to say tonight. I have a lot of anxiety. Bwana Alex, mimi I'm just hoping for the best. I'm just hoping for the best, and I want justice. You cannot tell us about being ati tukue na amani when we are being denied our right. We need justice, and justice is the one which is going to heal this country. Sio vitu za president wa kukua anatengenezwa Venezuela, then we are told anaapishwa, and knowingly we all know he is not the one. People didn't vote for Ruto. Ni wizi. I would say if I would try, mimi naweza sema I'm very bitter, by the way, very bitter with anyone who is associating him or herself. Alex, let me finish kindly. Anyone who is associating him or herself, even those leaders who are defecting from Azimio to KK Kwanza, those are not leaders. There's something we call politics of principles and loyalty to your be loyal to your party. Those are not leaders, and they have shown us their true colors. We believe Baba is and we want Baba to be the fifth president of Kenya. And that's our prayer, and we hope for justice tomorrow. That's all we can pray for, we can ask for. That's the least I think we can ask for. Hatutaki vitu mingi. Let them nullify this election. Let us go back to the ballot, whether it's in a year or even 2, but Ruto asikuwe yeye ndiye atakuwa president wa Kenya. God forbid. God forbid. This man is capable of doing anything. You have seen how people were kicked wakati walienda kumsalimia huko Nakuru. And then now ndio mama bodaboda na mama boga. That title ended on 9th August. Na bado hawajachapwa.
Shiko.
Who is calling? Kenywa, let me finish. If you interject when I'm talking, then I will forget what I'm saying. I'm just winding up. Then I leave the panel kindly. So for me, I am hoping for the best, and mimi ni waazimio damu. Mimi ni waazimio damu na I'm hoping, I myself, I have prayed. Leo hata nilikuwa naona siku haiishi haki. Anyway, let's hope for the best, and don't listen and even castrate their men dangerous. Wadende, thank you. Alex said, yes, I'm from Nyeri and I'm proud. I'm proud I come from Nyeri, but I don't entertain nonsense. You forgot to add that. You want me to come here and start washing Ruto and saying how good he is? What has he done to this country? Name one or two, three things.
Cool down, Shiko. Cool down,
No,
Shiko.
I have cooled down. Can you stop interjecting people while they are talking? I'm finishing, then Alex will take over. Then you can talk, and you know the rules in this panel. You raise your hand when you want to talk. You just don't talk when someone is talking, because you interfere with whatever they are trying to say. Because we are here because we all have something to say. Okay? And you know that, Kenya, kindly. Anyway, Alex, mimi nimemaliza, you can take over. My prayer is that we are going to be the victors tomorrow. Let's hope for the best. Wacha tutashangilia. We are hoping to meet. I'm hoping we are going to meet tomorrow. Hapa tukiwa tumeshangilia sana, tukiwa tunasema baba ndiye ameshinda, and now waiting to see what will unfold after the Supreme Court verdict. Thank you very much, guys. Alex, it's back to you. Okay, I have seen someone raising Andy, what do you have to say?
Yeah, Shiko, thank you so much. Shiko, the Smartmatic company, the Kamangos company, is itself under question. Actually, some of the officials were arrested in a different country with the same problem of the conducting of elections. So imagine giving a tender to such a company which is already under question. Then you tell us the election is free and fair. Imagine that, Shiko.
Hey, Alex.
Yeah, let me say this, and I want to guide this debate on a different level. Kiloko, who was the the lawyer for Ruto, said this: we are going to use the Solomonic wisdom to guide this. Then he said that this baby belongs, we have to know who the baby belongs to. Then our friend asked him, when you look at the Solomonic wisdom, the person who said, because this baby is mine and I don't want the baby to die, this baby now belongs and we don't want to kill the baby. Ruto today said that he's not going to take part in the next election. And they are planning, according to what Kenya said today, we are closing a couple of roads because they want to do mass protestation. What I'm getting from Kenya today, and you saw in Nakuru, you saw in other areas, is that it looks like the security of Kenya is prepared. Watu wamesha decide. Now, the question is this. Kenyans, where are we heading tomorrow? Now, Andy, you put your hand up. Where are Kenyans heading tomorrow? Are we getting to mass protestation? Because already we have had some roads being closed in Nairobi.
Alex, before Andy answers you, I want to log out, but I would want you to clarify on what you've said. So the guy said he's not going to participate in any other election.
According to what I saw, and I want to read. I want to read. Can anybody read to me what Ahmed Nasir tweet was today? Can somebody has the Ahmed Nasir tweet?
Yes, I think I have, but I really need to go back and log into Twitter.
Let's read that so that we can understand what Ahmed Nasir said. This is what Ahmed Nasir said. There are three people that are going to decide this election. The first person is the three judges, the three people that Uhuru did. The second person was Ogeto. And he said these people should not call the Supreme Court judges to force them. No, I don't want to read that. I want somebody who has that tweet. Robert, do you have that tweet? Kinywa, read that tweet so that we can debate this thing correctly.
Let me check. Let me check on net briefly. You can continue, Alex, as I check on it.
Yeah, now, this is the Solomonic wisdom. The Solomonic wisdom, the judges gave us a guidance. And one of the guidance they told us was this. They believe that this election was stolen, but they don't want Chebukati to be part of the person, because if they nullify, but Chebukati still is the IEBC chair, can we really resolve the problem? It means we can't. Early, do we still want Chebukati here? Let's talk about that, and then I read that tweet that happened, because I want us to be intellectual today.
Okay, Alex, I have it. Should I read it?
Read it. Go ahead. Unaona hawa watu wa UDA wanatukata. We have a problem. Kinywa. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Alex, is this the one that says can Joseph? Is this the one that says can Joseph?
The one that said Kinywa. Yeah, start with Kinywa. Yeah, start with Kinywa.
Can Joseph Kinywa, the third star general, and S General Ken Ogeto and other members of National Security Council give the country and the world guarantee that they will not call on the 7 judges of the Supreme Court tonight and ask them to moderate their judgment so that the country will not burn?
Let me tell you, Kenyans, and I don't want to lie to you. The election of Kenya has been decided. And this, Makiadi, thank you for coming back. When you see Ahmed Nasir, who is my personal friend, and I'm not going to lie, he said today that Ogeto, Kinywa, and the 3-star generals, if they call.
Alex.
Hold on.
Alex, ngoja. If you're on the screen na utaki kuwakisha kamera, kindly leave. Toka kwa screen kama utaki kuwakisha kamera.
Okay, naiweka. Wacha nitoke kwa mtoto. Wacha nitoke kwa my daughter.
I mean, guys, we cannot punish others to appear on the screen na wengine wamezima. So if you don't feel like being on the screen, tafadhali just drop out, tuachie nafasi wenye wanataka kuongea na wanaonekana.
Okay, niko hapa.
Maggie, are you there?
No, already Nico.
Not you. Maggie, Andy, Olara, Shiko.
This was for babies.
Haya, endelea, Alex.
Yeah, this is what we are saying. Whatever we are having today is very important.
Got to be Alex.
Yeah, this is what we are saying. Whatever we are.
Got to be Alex.
Yeah, this is what we are saying.
Tulikuwa tumefika wapi? You know, if you watch the debate from back there on the screen, the screen in appear black. Sometimes that to lower the quality of our broadcast. So let us maintain standard data kama Banada yuko. We know the rules. It's good at least we maintain the quality of our broadcast. Ndio ule mtu atakuja kuona the other day, like we always say, atakuwa naona watu wenye wanaongea. Otherwise unaweza kuja nyuma ya screen na upige propaganda yako hapa and then you leave and nobody will know who said that. So we want to see your face as you speak. I will go to who? Kwa nimefika kwa nani? Robo ulikuwa umeongea? I've seen you here.
I think I was the one supposed to go next.
Okay, go ahead, Robo.
Right, yeah. I don't want to talk too much because we have been disappointed since the election night. But Makiadas, you know,
So some of us, we are right for Raila, and it looks like the more we go, the more things, we don't know what's going to happen here. But there are a couple of things I just want to point across so that we can be up on the same page. There are some guys who came here, and some of them are left. I think they were UDA, not UTA, or maybe they have other things in mind. But there's one thing somebody has to tell me. Raila Odinga has been running for president as long as I know. As long as I started supporting him from 2007. But the fact remains, you have never seen anybody can accuse him of somebody from a foreign country trying, or him trying to use foreign country or foreigners to come and influence our election. You know, it feels very bad. It feels very bad when we get a country like Venezuela, yours, where that man was a failed country. A failed country. That's where our election is being run from. They decide our election. Venezuela. I'm seated here in California. I just feel like if I had my way, I'll go and bomb them. That's how personal it is. Do you know why? Someone like me, I want to be sincere. I spent over 200,000 Kenya shillings to send my parents back to Kenya, where they could be Kura. Right now they are down. They are asking me, what was the need? If their force cannot account for. Yeah? And now the worst of it, the worst part of it, and I want you guys to get where I feel bad. The worst of it, that my parents and some of our information, personal information, my phone, my parents' phones, ID cards numbers, they're somewhere in Central America, and they can do whatever they want to do with our personal information. And you tell me, Ruto, my friends, this could have been a different way. In a democracy where we believe in the rule of law, in a democracy where we believe the majority wins, we give them the day if they win. But if you are using foreigners to come and win an election, if you are using foreigners, then now maybe a few hours from now they say, oh, we uphold. I don't know. For me, I think that would be the end of our country as far as democracy is concerned. I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't want to predict. But we could have done this thing in a better way. In Denmark, when our Harambee Stars wanacheza, maybe with Somalia, with Malawi, we have people who come neutral from different countries to be the referee. But how will you feel? IBC, who's supposed to be the referee, is now a political party, part of UDA. How? Then we call ourselves a democracy. We call ourselves, we go tunataka amani, tunataka nini? Amani ya nini? What else do I lose? I'm ready to die. If it means that. As long as we don't go through all this. Yeah? A vice president to come in who says, Uhuru Kenyatta alichukua pesa from central Mount Kenya, anachukua huko Nyanza, their money. Huyu jamaa, let happen what may not. Okay? There are some people I want to thank here. There are some people in central Kenya who came up and supported Raila Odinga, and they wanted to break all this thing. They are nice people. And some people in David Defari. But my friends, within those two communities, there are some cartels. Whether you like it or not, there are some cartels who believe they cannot let this presidency go. It has to go Karenjin or Mount Kenya. Karenjin or Mount Kenya. I have evidence. The evidence is after 60 years, that's what it is. It's made go around. Okay? So they don't, somebody from Nyanza, where I come from, if somebody wins, they do rigging, they do cheating. And now they tell us peace. Peace Yanini. Thank you. I finish there.
Thank you, Roba. I think Kenya and Iliona will drop, so you can go ahead.
Thank you, Richie. Thank you for doing justice. Yeah, let me just say good morning to everyone who is here. I think I've been watching behind the curtain, and what I may say, as we wait for tomorrow judgment, to me, I'm so positive on it. And according to the evidence, information that is in the Supreme Court, regardless of the oral submission that people followed for 2 days, there is a lot of evidence back office there, and they have been scrutinizing it very much well. And if they give judgment according to the evidence that was submitted, what I will say is that we should be prepared for a rerun, and that is it. Because whatever evidence Azimio submitted and whatever evidence the response the IBC submitted, it's the IBCs far much. They are very far to give the real thing, because even in their systems, evidence is still there in their systems. We can see evidence still in their systems. So for that purpose, I hope Mother Koome and the other judges will do justice. And that is if they want this country to go in the direction, in a good way and in a good direction. Because there is one thing, it's very dangerous to have someone who value power than leadership. It's very dangerous. And what I'm going, the information I'm going at least to talk on my own, the way I've observed, the day before we prepare for elections, there was a committee that was being formed by the judicial was there, the security was there, Department of the Ministries was in that committee. They wanted to set a committee to oversee and plan a credible election that nobody will dispute in any manner. But people should remember that this guy Chebukati walked out of that meeting and said he is independent. He walked out, he left other leaders, he left Akina Mother Koome in the meeting, and he walked out because he wanted to be independent. I want to give you a scenario which you can confirm. Chebukati did that because he didn't want to be checked on. Because he knew very well, once he is in that committee, he will be checked on whatever he does. Procurement of ballot boxes, everything, he will be checked on. And he wanted to do things at a personal capacity alone. So those are the things that we should be looking at, and we see how this thing started. It started a long time ago. And another thing, you tell me how people work for that Smartmatic came to Kenya with expired came to Kenya with expired passport, and they knew very well from where they were, you cannot come Kenya with an expired passport. You cannot. Like the way I cannot travel in another country with an expired passport. If that country is not my home country, I cannot travel there. For them, they were coming Kenya, and Kenya, it's not their country with expired. You can just only go back to your country with expired passport. You go back to your country. You can only go back to your country, but not you go outside your country with it. So people should understand on this thing how it was planned. And as per the evidence, we have evidence enough. And if the Supreme Court uses that, Kenya will go a good direction. And one thing I keep on saying here, the people from Mount Kenya who voted to punish Uhuru Kenyatta, they messed themselves. They messed themselves. And I'll say this because of one thing. Like today, people heard what Nakuru Senator said. At once William Ruto get in the power, he should hand them the kitty for fuel. That is UDA for you now. That is Kenya Kwanza for you. So that was a hint on what will be happening in Ruto's government. If by bad luck he get it, that's what will be happening in that government. Another thing I want to tell people here, Raila Odinga is not doing this for himself. Raila Odinga is doing this for the whole country and for Africa and for future. Because there is one thing, we young people, most of us are aiming to be leaders. And I keep on asking most of my friends who are young, if one day you want to go on a political seat and you get leagued out and you go to court and you don't get justice, how will you feel? That's the thing I keep on asking people. And people, we should remember this. Raila is just here, he wanted just for 5 years. Raila will not, I'm here with less than 40 years. Raila is 70. He is older than me with 40 years. Yeah, you see? Na bado mimi niko hapa naangalia Raila vibaya. You understand? Those are the stupidities most of young people yenye tumewekewa na Kenya Kwanza. Raila ameniacha na miaka 45 na bado nasema Raila na mtusi, naongea ubaya yake. Those are the problem. I saw someone say here, anajiita sijui Geoffrey Ruto, said that they were scared of Raila about 1982. That Geoffrey was not even born by that time. Labda hata hiyo wakati ndio mama yake alikuwa wanaanza mapenzi na babake. And he's here just talking something like that. Lack of respecting the elders, people who can help. Na hapo ndio tunaelekea. Na watu niambie watu kitu moja. Uhuru ataenda nyumbani. Na mimi I'm telling my Mount Kenya people, Uhuru ataenda nyumbani. Na Raila ataenda nyumbani. Lakini hautapata Raila Bondo. Na hautapata Uhuru ameshindwa na maisha. Hautapata watoto wa Uhuru wamesema maisha iko juu. Hautapata watoto wa Raila wamesema maisha iko juu. Sisi wenye tunawapiga juu ya kudanganywa na Ruto, hautapata watoto wake wakiwa na shida. Sisi wenye tunapiga hao viongozi wanaweza tusaidia juu ya kudanganywa, ni sisi maisha itakuwa ngumu, tuende ushago. But for them, they are going nowhere. People should understand that. So for people who are supporting Baba, and I keep on saying, I started supporting Baba 16 years ago. The first time I voted It's 16 years ago. So I've been with Baba and I'm from Mount Kenya because I followed the Baba's history without being told by anybody. I investigated Baba history myself and I came to realize the type of a person. So for me, I'm so positive about tomorrow. Even if we go for a rerun, I will be the first person to go and vote again for Baba. So nothing will change me from there. Kwa hivyo Richi, I think Ruto, if Ruto said he will accept the ruling, then he should be aware what will be happening tomorrow. And those judges are not bloggers, UDA bloggers. People should understand they are not UDA bloggers. They are not even Azimio bloggers. They are not, they are judges, and they will use wisdom and knowledge to determine where they to see the direction that country should be okay with. Where should we be safe? That's the only thing we are looking for. Nothing else. Baba hakuji kwa kiti kuishi hapo miaka 50. That's the only thing people don't understand. So Richie, I'm so grateful, and I hope the child will be given to the right person, and the right person is known. Another thing I want to make people remember: if you win, you are supposed to celebrate and not to be bitter. That's point. The people who are supposed to be bitter is the people from Azimio side, because their right was being interfered with. But whoever feels that he won this thing, they should be happy and celebrating even today. But what do we see? Everywhere they are throwing insults, bitterness, everything. If you go to comments right now, you'll find a couple of them, bitterness, and they said they won. So we should really know the right way we should go. Thank you so much, Richie. I just wanted to say those just few. Thank you.
Asante Kenya. Let's go to Njuguna. Can you hear me, Njuguna?
Yeah, I can hear. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I've been following there in the background, but just before I make my contribution, I will just make one observation. We here who come in this platform, I think one of the noble idea that we should have here is is to try as get more people on our side as much as possible, and especially this time when there is the judgment which is coming tomorrow, because at some point I was just in the background, and there was one gentleman by the name Cyrus, and to be honest, I felt, and this is a guy who is not in the country. You could tell by the way he was talking, he's somebody who is living else outside the country, and probably for some time, and probably out of him not be able to follow the politics. A number of my fellow contributors, some of them who have already left, bashed him a lot, and I really feel for him, because he was trying to tell us what he knows, and we thought, and some of the people felt like he's a Ruto mole, but there are some of us who appear like that because we are not exposed to the politics in Kenya. Those who are outside, and I think we should be able to people to be encouraging other people to join us rather than bashing them. If somebody comes here with a different idea, I feel we should be bashing them through some points by telling him this is why we are here is because of ABCD rather than bashing them. Anyway, that's and I'll leave that one to you, please. If and especially when you feel that you are being bashed by a moderator, you feel very much discouraged, and it's like we are kicking people away, which is not very good. And I hope you are going to do something about that one. Going to what is going on and what we are expecting today, rather, it is today, is going by the proceedings that we have observed over the week. I think we have got a point to celebrate. and why I have got this high hope is because there, like just Mr. Kenyu has said there, that there was a committee. This committee was there for a reason, because the judiciary did not want people to go back like the way they did in 2017. So they wanted that all system put in place so that nobody complained. There was the judiciary, there was the security, there was Chebukati, and there was some other people. And this question of some commissions being independent, I think we are having problem with it because people are taking advantage of being independent. You are independent, but we are we are dependent, but we are interdependent in the country. You cannot live in a vacuum. If Chebukati is as an independent commission, even judiciary is independent. But when he is approached and he is told, because of what happened in 2017, we don't want a repeat of this. Let's do this. Let's come together, all of us, so that we can give Kenyans a credible election. And what is Chebukati said? No, we are independent. Why did he say this? It's because he had already eaten somebody else's money and he had to pay. He had eaten money all along, and most of it came here to come to eat most of this money when Raila Amolo Odinga declared his presidency on 10th of December last year. That's when he felt he's more independent. And what gives me consolation is this. Is because his mother, who is Mother Kome, who is the president of the judiciary, was to be there in the committee, but they were put off by Chebukati. That is a point that she's going to make, but she doesn't have to say. So that is a score on our side. And if you look at the proceedings, I think most of the things were laid bare. Nobody can imagine those of us who have got some the knowledge that a country like Venezuela, a failed state, can supply us with some instruments to conduct our own elections. I can't believe it. It means we have become a kind of a banana republic. And the question which we need to ask ourselves is this freedom we have good for us? That's what we need to find out for ourselves. The same Spatmatic which supplied all these kind of election hardware and the software, they were the same people who burgled the election in Philippines in 2017. And I remember Chebukati being asked by one of the journalists, I think he's a journalist in KTN, These people barcode election is what kind of due diligence have you carried on? And he said, we have done as much as we could. Where are we now? We are crying. We are really crying. But there's some silver lining. There's some silver lining, and we have an opportunity to turn our Kenya around. This is the time. Tomorrow, it will be go back to the ballot. We should come out more than ever before, because we must cross the Rubicon together. If we don't do this tomorrow, if we do not come together, cross the Rubicon together, go to Canaan together with Baba, we are done. I can tell you we are done. And this country will never be the same again. And thank you, Makiadi, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mzee Njuguna, for your contribution. Kinywa, uko na kitu ya kusema in 1 minute before I move to Maggie?
No. I'm okay.
Okay.
Richie.
Sawa, niliona kama umeinua mkono. Maggie, karibu, alafu tuende kwa Mato. Mzee Jakendu Bey, karibu sana, siku mingi. Hiyo jezi yako inatuumiza roho, sijui ni kwa nini umechagua leo kukuja nayo. Lakini sawa tu.
Habari zenu wa Kenya. Nimefurahi sana kuona nyinyi this afternoon. It is afternoon here. Maybe some places it is dark, but we are still in the afternoon. Nimeona bado mnasunika sana, but Mungu iko. Tena cha Mungu ni mengi. Lakini ya kunishangaza sana ni moja. When are we really going to learn to be transparent? When are we going to learn to love ourselves? When are we going to learn to love our country? To love every bit of a thing in our country? Because whatever was being transferred to Venezuela so that they can elect for us the president, do you think we cannot do it in Kenya? Don't we have those brains? Does it mean that we don't have the IT cocoons who can really do better things than the Venezuelans? I think Kenya, we are really degrading ourselves, and we're really putting ourselves to be belittled. And that is why I remember there is a time when the former president, Donald Trump, called us the people, he called us the shit. And we are the shits really, because if somebody like some people coming from a country like Venezuela can take charge of us to be elected, giving us doing our elections and giving us their own choice of a president, do we really know the direction we have taken for the people of Kenya and for even our children to come? I think there is a big problem with us in Kenya. There is a big problem even with those people who cannot even have that kind of moral in them. It's too immoral to behave like that in a country like Kenya. I don't think this election for this year 22 has really put our names in a better position. It has really damaged and ruined us as a country. It has ruined our emotions as the people of Kenya, and it has really ruined our name. We don't have any name because it seems we, as proud as we are in a foreign country, we cannot do anything right. And yet, whoever has been seeing us in these other areas we are in, they think that we are so clever. This proves that we're still far from being clever, and we are people who can be manipulated and who can be ruled by some mere people from Venezuela, people who cannot even speak English well, and yet Kenyans are those who really can speak fluent English, and we have so many who are teaching English to the English people. And Venezuelans cannot actually speak English. How do we dare have something like that happen to our country? And we just laugh over it. We still debating that we are waiting for the outcome of tomorrow. This outcome of tomorrow, I don't know however it is going to be, but if it is going to be that Ruto, the Venezuelan president-elect, given that presidential whatever, I think I would rather change completely and not to call myself a Kenyan, because that's a country with a big shame for me. It would have been from maybe a Russian, like the Russians have been trying to manipulate American, but Venezuela, please. I think we are so dumb and so useless. So let us think about it. Let me hang on at that point, and I'll be back.
All right. Thank you so much, Maggie, for your contribution. Martin.
My brother Richard, thank you so much for the opportunity, but I can't do it before Jakindu Bey comes in. He hasn't been here for a long time, safari yake, and he came back. I'd really want to pass it over to my elder. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you for sitting ground. Jakindu Bey, karibu.
Robas, asante sana jamani, nawasalimia. Amjambo. Nataka kusema kwamba bado niko Kenya, lakini nimekuwa na huzuni mwingi sana na mshtuko mkubwa sana na wanakenya wenzangu, vile tunatupa mtoto na maji ya moto kwa moto, vile tunamkataa Yesu, tunasema tupatiwe Barnabas, kwa sababu saa zingine nashindwa kujua sisi wana Kenya ni watu wa namna gani. Sisi ni watu wanafi wakubwa sana, kwa sababu sisi ndio watu wa kuomba sana. Sisi ndio tunasemaga wacha Mungu, na sisi ni wezi wa bahili. Sisi ni watu ambao hatuna heshima, hatufikiri, hatuna hata asanti hata kidogo. Hiyo nikisema sijui kama hatuna hata asanti. Hata mtu akikwambia yani unataka tu mwizi, tunasifu mwizi. Sio ati kwamba nasema Ruto ni mwizi, lakini ukiangalia kwa maisha wa Kenya, mtu yoyote ambaye ni mwizi akiwa na pesa, watu wanamuita mzee, wanamsifu, mheshimiwa. Hata ukiwaambia watu huyu ni mwizi, watu hawakusikizi. Na hiyo ni tabia ya Wakenya. Ndio maana hata tukitaka kuchagua mtu, tunachagua mtu mwizi. Yani sijui mtu ambaye mtu wa haki, hata akikutendea kitu cha haki unaona kizuri kile cha mwizi. Kwa sababu nashindwa saa zingine kuangalia Wakenya. Mtu kama Raila, any progress ambayo sisi wa Kenya tunajivunia leo, any progress, kitu chochote ambacho ni nzuri, mtu mmoja niambie kitu gani ambayo mkono wa Raila haiko kwa kitu chochote kizuri ambacho tunajivunia wa Kenya. Alafu mtu aniambie Ruto, kitu gani unaweza kusema Ruto amefanyia nchi yetu? One thing Hakuna hata kimoja. Siku zote anapinga maendeleo, vitu vyote ambavyo tumetoka tukitaka kuendeleza Kenya. Amepinga zote. Na huyo ndio mtu wa Kenya wanamchagua. Huyo ndio mtu wa Kenya wanataka kusema ameshinda. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Ni jambo la mimi siku zote nimekuwa nikisikiliza, saa zingine mkizungumza, saa zingine natokwa na machozi nikifikiria nchi yetu vile ilivyo. Alafu mtu ambaye anakuambia jamani, mimi nataka kuwatengenezea nchi iwe ni nchi ya amani, iwe nchi tulivu, nchi ya haki, nchi ambayo hakuna ukora wa tutaishi na watu ambao huwezi kumwamini mwenzako. Huwezi kuamini mtu yoyote. Ni nchi gani hiyo? Alafu sisi tunajidai sisi ni wasomi, sisi wacha Mungu. Na hata ukiacha simu yako kwa kanisa, kwa kanisa huwezi kuacha simu. Uko ndani ya kanisa unaomba Kenya, huwezi kuacha simu. Ukienda kureceive, ukirudi simu hakuna, na mnaomba kanisani. Sasa hiyo uaminifu wetu uko wapi? Hata umungu wetu uko wapi? Uhaki tunataka haki kwa njia gani? Mimi nataka kuambia, siku moja mtaniambia, watu wa Kenya wakikataa jambo ambalo Raila amepigania hii miaka yote. Nilisikia watu wengine wakisema, Raila kwa nini yeye haibi? Mtu unapigania kwamba hutaki mambo ya kuiba, alafu mwingine anakuambia uibe. Hiyo haiwezekani bwana. Hivyo haiwezekani. Na mimi nawataka kuambia Wakenya wakikataa mambo ambayo sahizi Raila anataka kuwafanyia, mimi nawahakikishia Wakenya watakuja kupigana. Siku moja Wakenya watakatana mapanga, kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa na president ambao ni kwa njia ya wizi. Tunachagua viongozi kwa njia ya wizi, haitawezekana. Siku moja hawa watu ambao wanasema kuna amani watakiona cha mtema kuni. Waulize, unajua saa zingine watu wanasema hivi vitu hawajaona. Afadhali mtu ambaye anaweza kwenda Rwanda, Burundi, Rwanda, huko unaweza ukajionea maajabu. Vile watu vile walinyongana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, tena wale wanazungumza lugha moja, kwa sababu ya kutoheshimu, kwa sababu ya ujanja, mambo ya kuiba, mambo ya kuwa watu ambao tutaki njia ya haki. Mimi sijui, mimi nimeacha kwamba kesho nataka kusikia hao majaji watasema nini, kwa sababu yale mambo ambayo nilisikia kotini, kwa maoni yangu, sidhani kama wanaweza wakasema ilikuwa ni uchaguzi wa haki. Lakini nangojea kusikiliza kwamba watasema nini. Lakini mimi nasikitika sana na Wakenya wenzangu vile wanataka nchi yetu kwenda vibaya, kwa sababu hata matamshi ya Ruto tu saa hizi hajakuwa kiongozi. Matamshi yake, hata yule wa makamu wake, matamshi yake ni matamshi ambayo yataleta tu mauaji. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Asante sana Martin kwa kunipatia nafasi, na nashukuru sana, na nawashukuru wote. Bado niko Kenya, sijarudi. Nataka nisikie kesho kutatokea nini. Asanteni sana. Asante Makiadi. Pole.
Ni sawa mzee Jakendu Bey.
Pole, kama ningejua unaumia singevaa hiki kitu. Pole sana.
Najua wewe ni shabiki wa Man U, lakini tutasema usome table tu bado.
Asante.
Jakindu Bey, unajua sisi wengine ni watu wa Arsenali. Sasa ukivaa hiyo unatugonga vibaya bwana.
Poleni sana, poleni, sikujua.
Sawa mzee Jakendube, tunashukuru sana. Hatukuwa tunajua bado uko Kenya, lakini vizuri. Haya, wacha niende kwa Martin sasa.
Thank you so much, Richie. Richie, I really appreciate so much for your indulgence, and I think it's been a long journey. Yangu itakuwa a little bit naambiagwa mimi ni, motivational speaker, but I want to talk to Kenyans actually today. I'm not going to talk about too many things. I'm going to talk about some things that zitazaguza watu wengi, na pia nitajaribu kuhepa kizungu sana kwa saa zingine nikiongea tu niambianga you speak too fast, we are not getting it. Mimi ile kitu nitajaribu kusema na nitakuwa very realistic. Hii Kenya, Jakindube amekuja hapa miezi mingi akatuambia, unajua uongo pia iko na expiry date. Na yeye huwa anatuambia ukweli kabisa what it happens and what it is. This country, even though some of us tunaweza kuwa tunaishi mbali, na lakini bado tuko na watu wetu ambao wanaishi nyumbani. We have people that live back at home, and we have people that will even either go for funeral or go for, what do you call this? Go for watu wakioana, weddings and things like that. So this is our country, Richard. Thank you so much. It is a point of it's a monumental time in our country. I'm trying not to speak vibaya, but it's a monumental time in our country that some laws are going to be made out of this thing, whether who gets it or who doesn't get it. But there's something we have, before I go back to the monumental part of it, there's something that we have to appreciate. It's one of the moments that we've sat down as a country, not as tribalists, but as a country. We've been in this channel, and this channel, as we get that monumental, whatever they're going to tell us tomorrow. Sorry, whatever they're going to tell us tomorrow. By the time they tell us, this is the first time I've sat down with all the tribes of Kenya in this channel. Kikuyus, iwe nani, Mkisii, iwe nini, Mkamba. Mimi kuna wengine washazoea kuniingilia kwa sababu mimi ni Mkamba hapa. Kalonzo sijui amefanya nini, waiteni Mato akuje, and all that. We've gone a long journey, and we've done a good job for us to all be here. Now, even there's Kikuyus here, Kikuyus for Raila, and there are Kikuyus that saying, hatutaki hiyo, hatutaki nini, we are working with the whole country. Richie, the funny thing is that tomorrow there's going to be a ruling. Now, you might favor us, you might not favor us. At the end of the day, we hope it does. And for the most part, we think we've done our job. And we think it's going to happen, because this thing relies on only 7 people over 45 million people who live in Kenya. 7 people. The declaration is going to come. The ruling is going to come. However it comes, whether it's us as a Mio, it doesn't favor us, we still need our country. Whether it's the other guys and it favors them, we still need our country. And this country is ours, however it goes. It might set us back a couple of years ago that we had already captured that, or it might set us up 7 years ahead of where we are. At the end of the day, may you be Kalenjin, may you be Kamba, may you be Azimio, may you be Yuda or KKA. It doesn't matter. The decision that comes in tomorrow will be our decision as Kenyans. No, regardless where you are, regardless what you've been standing for, it will be for us all. I think today I don't want to talk too much. I would just want to say, I want to actually thank some of the, and because it's time for that to say that, it's been, there was kitu inaitwa kiapo that happened somewhere. And I want to thank some people who have really ran away from that. One of them is Mr. Kinywa, the other one is Njiro. These guys have run away from that and they've joined the whole country. I want you guys to understand that this country, regardless what is going to happen, is going to be our country. Na tukishinda ukweli because tunajua ukweli. Ikijulikana kesho, watu wa UDA, please, nyinyi ni wa Kenya pia. Na mtafurahi kila kitu itaendelea. Na cause tumekuwa tukiwaambia hatutaki nini ya cartel, na hivyo I still stand. Ruto ni cartel. Na tu wake. Hata nini yake, I still stand with that. Hata yeye akikubalishwa ni yeye, bado sisi ni wote. Na ukigongwa, nitakwambia tu, nilikuambia, lakini bado utakuwa bradhangu because we ni Mkenya. Nitakusaidia nikikukumbushanga, wewe unakumbuka ile ujinga ulifanya. Unaona? Sasa unaona kule huko, unaona kule Kenya imeenda. Because hii Kenya ni yetu sisi wote, regardless what happens. So, personally finishing up, Richie, na nyamaze tu nitakuwa here. Let me tell you guys, I think tomorrow we're going to have a good one. I think it's going to be nullified. The thing of being ati Raila ambiwe yeye ndio atakuwa president, I don't think that is going to work. It might kama Ruto atapatikana kwa culprit of alifanya kitu, alikuwa part of it, because now Raila cannot run by himself because the constitution section 138 of the constitution says that runoff is only between two people. So if Ruto cannot run, then it goes back to being Raila being the president, whether he achieves. Is someone asking something?
No, I think there's somebody's mic on. The mic, Hikosawa says are gone.
Okay. Yeah, so according to the constitution, you can only, if it's a runoff, it can only be number 1 and number 2. So if Ruto is got to be having been done electoral malpractice, then Raila doesn't have anybody to run, even if he didn't achieve the 50+1. So yes, there's a possibility of that. But the biggest possibility is that we will go for a runoff. And this time, as Azimio people, this time if it happens, we have to come out wrong that the 65 that we had can be 75. To prove wrong, to make a point that no one, but again, the biggest part of this is that we need to be happy. Any Kenyan, regardless what is going to come out tomorrow, we need to be a happy people because we've moved onto an electoral cycle and electoral law that is there's so many that is gonna come out of this case that will change every election that we do, and that's why we are always called the hub of the East Africa. And by the way, this is not a Kenyan thing. This is an East African thing, moving on to be an African thing, moving out to be a third world to a first world. Richie, let me finish out there. Bado niko hapa. I'm keeping quiet. I'll just be here. Unless you need me to give space for somebody else.
No, you're okay. You're okay. We are okay. So just hang in there. Asante Mato. Wacha tuende kwa Mogare. Mogare, karibu.
Asante sana kwa kunipea nafasi na mimi niweze kuchangia kidogo. Majina mimi naitwa Mogare Mageto. Na actually I'm a new member in this forum. I was just going through my Facebook page and then I came across your forum and then I decided to join so that nisikilize Wakenya wenzangu jenye wanaongea. So regarding the issue ya election yenye imefanyika, nataka kwanza nianze kusema kuwa Raila has been winning for the past elections. So hiyo nayo ni ukweli, and everybody knows he has been winning, but he has been rigged out all the time. So this time around, I think the 2017, wakati alipeleka kesi mahakamani, and then they ruled out that warudie, and then akakataa hawezi rudia because of the obvious reasons. Chebukati was still the chair. So I wish our Kenyan people could have come out to support him during that time, so that we can get rid of Chebukati, because it's like ni mtu amechukua mizizi kwa hiyo cheo. So, and that's why he had to do it again the way he did in 2017, knowing that after all there's nothing which will happen. So tomorrow we're getting a ruling. It may, as my brother said, Martin, I also guess it might be two options: either they nullify the election, or they uphold it. So what if they nullify the election and then we go for a rerun with the same Ruto, with the same Chebukati? I don't know if they will get somebody else to do that. And if you can see, I think even the Ruto side, since Raila alipeleka petition kwa court, they have been, I think, worried. If you see the way he has been moving around, like enda kupeana santi, that was not trying to say thanks to the voters. Actually, he's trying to campaign for the next. He is sensing he has already sensed kutakuwa na rerun. So he's going like ni kutoa shukran, but in the ready sense ameenda ku campaign. So probably there might be a rerun. And when you look at the Azimio side, I think our supporters ni kama wamechoka, because when you look at our supporters, what they talk, that it has been like a normal thing. Raila anachukua kura, wanaipa, and then anasema oh wameipa. So it's like wamechoka, they don't want to go to vote again. So if it could have been, I was like, if the court could rule like a recount of the votes, because if they can do that, and then we can, tunaweza jua ukweli kabisa Raila alipata kura ngapi na the other side walipata kura ngapi, of which I don't know if they will rule that way. So as you said, as Martin said, let's wait and let's be calm, let's be peaceful, and wait for tomorrow's verdict. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mogari. We really do appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, Richie is taking a break a little bit. He'll be back. I think we want to go for agenda thing kidogo here. Mama Selina has been sitting here for a long time. Sijasikia hata sauti yake. I want us to really give her a little bit, tuambie kidogo, and then we'll go to Seth Opando, unless there's anyone mwenye anafeel hajaongea before Richard comes in. Richard is my boss, so wacha tuende kwa Mama Selina. Mama Selina, njoo tuambie.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I'm on another phone. I will come in when I finish. I'm on a conversation. Please, I will come in.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mama Selina. We really do appreciate. At this point, kuna mtu hajaongea. Seth hajaongea. Sijasikia Seth akiongea. I like to be easy and open. Are we okay? Kila mtu, Seth ndio aende? Yep, I guess kila mtu amekubali. So Seth, tuambie.
Okay, kila mtu, Seth ndio aende?
Hello. Kwanza kabisa nataka kupongeza.
I guess kila mtu amekubali. So Seth.
Sawa basi, sawa naongea. Is that okay? Sawa?
Seth. You're listening from two devices, eh?
Yeah, that's the problem. Sijui kuna nini. Wacha ni log out further. I'll log out.
Yeah, you need to log out on one and then you come with one.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sawa.
Okay, you'll be next after that. Nani alikuwa before Seth? Bogari umeongea. Nani tested Evans? It's you, right? Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Mato. Thank you, Mato, for you and the panelists. Chandukebe, sorry for the loss. You've been away for quite a while. And thank you, guys. The information that you've been passing around ni ukweli. Unajua, tusiseme election ilikuwa na kezo inaweza pinduliwa, inaweza kubaliwa, lakini tuseme ukweli. Unajua, espionage happened in our country and somebody was spying us. Most likely, some of our neighbor countries got involved on this. And I will suggest, because now this thing is not about this election. Trust me. It's about the trial of our Supreme Court and what the government is going to do about this. Because
actually, tested. Nani wako ni background ni wewe? Ebu mute just kidogo tu dakika moja. Okay, so tested, you brought up something that I had on another forum had spoken about, espionage. That word is very tough. I want you, as you're doing your submission, to explain to people what espionage is. I was in another group and I told people espionage occurred in our country, but a lot of people actually do not understand what espionage is. And you know, in this channel, we are here to educate people. So if you could actually elaborate on what espionage is and why you think it occurred, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
The word espionage is used when a different country or a country comes to interfere with a sovereign country. For example, we have a Venezuelan who came to interfere with our election. That is pure espionage. So when you combine it with spying, it's a crime. You know, when you are caught in a country, if, for example, Kenya sends you to go and spy on the Ugandan government, automatically, if the Ugandan government catches you, you're in trouble, my friend. You will not even survive. So, when we use the word espionage, whereby another country is coming to spy on another government, whereby now you see our election, we have a Bramba behind us, behind our election. Now, if we have this Bramba behind our election, who is this gentleman? Is a Venezuelan. How is he in our government? What is he doing in our country? How can he just penetrate to our systems to do all these dirty games? That is what we call espionage. Just if you combine it with spying, it's a big crime actually. If not that our countrymen were involved, Mrs. Jebukati, this Gurie, and the rest, they were involved. They just, you know, now they did a mistake. They contracted this guy. This guy can hang on a letter that I was contracted on a business to do on this country. We could have been now following up Venezuelan to tell us, Venezuela, why did you send your people to come and sabotage our business in our country? So far, so good. Is that either way, whether the election will be nullified or upheld, Mr. Jebukati, Gulie, and the rest, whoever, no matter which government is going to take over, these guys one day they must explain to us, how did they contract another country? By the way, I was just following up another forum somewhere whereby someone was asking, do anyone knows how the consignment of the electoral papers came to our country? Do we know the number of electoral papers which were printed? Do we know exactly where these papers were printed? This one is part of the spinach, because somebody purposely decided to destroy a sovereign country, and the sovereign country is Kenya. So I hope, Mr. Martin, Neto, you just ran away. I thought you could be getting the wisdom. Or whoever has a question before I move to the next thing is espionage is part of just spying on another country, trying to sabotage the.
I'm here. Even when you see me walk away, I'm just looking. Naangalia chakula isiungue. I'm listening. So siogope. Nasikiza.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So as far as we are concerned about espionage, those people have done about security. That is the biggest crime you can do to another country. And the moment you're caught, most countries, they don't even spare you a second. For example, you are not supposed to spy. Actually, you can even call it the marijuana, you can call it bangi somewhere to other countries. But spying or going to just interfere with a sovereign country somewhere, it's the biggest crime. It's the biggest crime to any country, and it's punishable badly. So you realize the plumber is behind our country. Why am I using this word espionage? Guys, we are not safe. This plumber has taken all our information. All our bank, I don't know whether they're going to change all their servers or whether we have to renew again. We start having a fresh, man, all our I've been kicked out, guys.
Richie, sorry.
I hope I'm back.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
You're back.
Okay. Now I was saying, you realize, guys, there is a time when US was having election, and some guys use some Facebook from Russia. Some guys use Facebook to just interfere, just only publication, just only using the media to just only give false information to Americans. You saw what happened to the Facebook. You saw the people from the European Union summoning the CEO of Facebook to come and explain. That is part of the espionage spying, and that one is punishable badly. So for this instance, no matter how long it's gonna take, Chebukati must explain to us. Remember, he's the one who contracted this guy. Is the guy who gave this guy the key. Even when our DCI caught this guy and said this is a criminal, he defended the same guy. He said it's a cheat guy. So remember, this guy, we cannot put now espionage or spy on him because he has been given a genuine letter from IEBC. The entity that we built through our new constitution, it's really bad, absurd. So going forward, fighters never surrender. Once you are just in a boxing put, unless you are boxed down completely, we are not going to give up. This is our country. We have fought for it for long. No matter what happens, if they uphold the election tomorrow, we will make sure that guy will not rule that country, no matter what. We cannot allow the Venezuelan to come and lead our country, no matter what, because either way, the majority spoke. The guy, the numbers he has, is not his. Those are just cooked figures. Because if we parade today, we say, who are among us the people who voted for this particular group? You will be shocked. Just a simple question, a stupid question that anyone should ask themselves. How on earth in Kisumu, in Kisumu, just in Kisumu, the heartland of Raila, how can Raila get less votes than the governor there? How? No matter what, just that's a simple question. So let's say they played their game very well. They were smart in using the system very well. They are just saying, why didn't the Msei decide also to steal? I stand with him. Stealing is not the way we are supposed to go. We put in the systems where we are supposed to be transparent, accountable, and reliable. So the method of telling us that once we reach the age of Mr. Chindupe, that we start again fearing, looking back, that we don't have the systems. Why should we have the systems and we start just messing them up? It's really absurd. Actually, I don't know at this age that we are supposed to be proud. I know we have IT guys. I don't know why we contract these stupid people from outside to come and do it for us. If we can be able to print our own money, why should we contract people to go and print borrowed papers outside? If we are able to just make the Safaricom app and use our money to do everything in Kenya, why don't we use the Safaricom app and do the election? Because it can transact. It will do even a better job than what we are doing in IBC. I hope I'm communicating. It's a bitter truth, but we have to swallow. It's bitter, honestly, but we are gonna swallow it. And I've been listening to this young generation, that and below. These guys, they should be warned. Maybe they don't know. Maybe because they just woke up and found Kibaki in government. Maybe they don't know the struggle the people went through. Maybe they are enjoying using the social media. They are on Facebook 24/7. They don't know how they got that freedom. They don't know how people fought. People died to be able to just deliver that freedom to them. Otherwise, sometimes mtoto akilia wembe mpe. I wish and pray that if in any case that election is upheld, they have the devil on their doorstep. They have the devil on their doorstep. And if anyone has a friend from Uganda, just give them a small call, ask them, how is your country? What is happening in your country? Will you want your country to be like Kenya? Just only that simple example, just only a small one, a magnitude, very small. Ask, let anyone who has a friend from Uganda ask them, what is happening in Uganda? Will you want your country to be like Uganda or Kenya? And then we decide to go this way. This is wrong, absolutely very wrong. Hopefully we need to do something, but this is a trial for the Supreme Court. If they do a mistake, I repeat once more before I complete. The ruling tomorrow is not about the win for either side or a loss for either side. It's a win to the Kenyans, because actually deleting this thing from the minds of the Kenyans that we never had election, it will be at peace. Whoever is just talking about peace, it will be at peace to Kenyans, because none is going to benefit. Because even if you give Ruto the opportunity that you won, take this one, he will also be suffering. The people even is going to rule, they will suffer for the entire of their, 10 years or whatever. They will regret. So the best thing is to nullify this stupid thing, put it aside. Let's we decide we get a leader where we can enjoy. It doesn't matter who wins, provided you win squarely, fair and clear, we will support you. That is what I have for this time now. Nesariji and Martin, thank you very much.
Richie, take over.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Neto, did I answer your explanation properly, or did you get it?
No, I just it's been a Richie. Sorry, brother. No, it's when you brought it up, because I've been in places where I've been trying to talk to people about espionage, and only a little people can understand. I'm not talking in a bad way. Kuna watu wengi waelewi what espionage is, but when you brought that name and you said it, I wanted you to say it, because there's a lot of people watching this channel that I talk to, and I tell them that espionage, and I wanted you to explain so that people can understand what I normally say about espionage. So you did a good job about it. Yes, you didn't go the whole way. I think you were very careful with your words, but espionage is a huge thing when it comes to a sovereignty of a country. And it's something that has to be considered with the country. Espionage has been there since civil war of the United States and Russia, you know. So we need to be careful about what we're doing. I think it's happened. Ulisema, there's espionage here, and there's people who are complacent with that espionage. It might not happen right now, but one day itakuja kujulikana what exactly happened. First of all, I don't believe my information should be in Venezuela. My information should be in Kenya or the country that I live in. But you did explain it well, not in the military kind of way, but you did explain it in the layman's way of explaining it. Richie, I'm not the moderator, you are, but I think Jakindu Bey has a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Jakindu Bey.
Si question, lakini nilikuwa nataka tu kusema kwamba ni jambo la kusikitisha sana kuona kama tunaenda yani tunachukua contract Venezuela kwa mambo ya technology. Kwa nini kama ni technology? Kwa nini hatuendi au Ujerumani au Japan, yeah, au Korea? Kwa nini tunaenda Venezuela, failed state, third world? Hiyo ni kusema ni utapeli already. Asante.
Asante. Tested.
Mr. Jakindube, let me tell you something. You know, this guy has been using a lot of money. And the money he's been using, you know, there is, if you can remember, Mr. Matiang'i has warned us several times that we are bound to bring wash to the leadership. It's here on our footsteps. We can see it now. Remember, the money is flowing from the wrong people. The money is flowing in from every corner. The other particular time you saw some money being held, money is flowing from every corner. Who is funding it? Crooks. And once these crooks are going to flood our country, we are done.
Okay. Jakindube, unataka kusema jambo? Okay, sawa. Njuguna.
Nimetosheka na
Okay, sawa. Njuguna, karibu. Unmute your mic.
Thank you very much once again, and I hope you can all hear me. Thank you. I'm quite shocked with the Tested Evans. I didn't go. That's how far we have gone, and that's how far we have fallen. And what a country we have. It's quite shocking. It's shocking because our nakedness as a country, has been exposed to the world. It can be used in any way. We can be blackmailed. And I do not think if we are blackmailed, there isn't the way we are going to surrender. And this is a problem we are having. And I hope, Tested Evans, I hope Kenyans of goodwill have listened to you. And I hope most of them are awake at this time when you're expecting a very, very big judgment tomorrow. Because if we don't change, we are done. And we are done forever. And why I say that is because the generation, because I was not born yesterday, to be honest. And I'm looking at those 60s. and 70s. And I'm looking at the life when it was then, and the life we have today, and the generation we have today. Because the generation we have today is it's headed nowhere. They just see here, but they don't see tomorrow. And because there is this song which they have been which has been sung for them about the hustler. It's about them not seeing there, but seeing here. That's the problem we have. And the quite shocking thing is that if we have been exposed to that, can we claim to be a country? And what has gone wrong in our country? Tomorrow, we have an opportunity tomorrow. If we do not grab this opportunity tomorrow, because by the grace of God, we are going for a rerun. If we do not grab this opportunity, we as Kenyans, and say that we want our country back, because it's only we who can say we want our country back, because we have the power to say so. We have to say no to this nonsense. We grab our country back and we say we want to cross the Rubicon together. We want to cross the Rubicon together, and it's not about me. It's about the posterity. It's about my children of my children. We want a country to be a country where our children can live in. And I hope tomorrow, going by the 2017, the mistake which happened in 2017 by the same person, and he has repeated that even the worst mistake this time. I hope that the Supreme Court will pronounce itself and say people must pay the price. Not only paying the price, let people go and cool their heels in the prison. Let people go and pay their heels in the prison. Because if this does not happen, we will be sending the long message to future Sebukatis that you can do all what you want and nothing happens. So we keep on singing the same song. And like somebody, I think this you tested even said, if we can print the money in the country, why should we go for a paper which only use we only use it for days, for a day, and throw it and put it in a box? Money that is printed in Kenya, it's like it's not important than a borrowed paper which must come from Greece or whatever. What's so special that why don't we trust ourselves that we have to entrust somebody else to do our job for us? We pay 43 billion to a foreign government. We create jobs to those people there when we are crying for our jobs in our country. If we had some people who can, and we have people who can put those ballot boxes, such that people don't have to get into a airplane to go to Greece, book accommodation, stay there. They can even say, we are going to here for 2 weeks because we are still here because things are not yet ready. We have got this government printer. Why can't the government printer do it? Such that we'll be having these political parties agent and this political party agent and this one going to inspect there. They only need a bus to get into a bus to go there. They don't need to fly out of the country. There is something wrong with us. There is something wrong with us Kenyans. And if we don't do it after tomorrow, I can tell you we are done. And thank you very much for giving me that opportunity.
All right, tested 1 minute, then we go to Stone PK.
Mr. Shuguna, you said it very clearly. Honestly, we have a lot. We have a to be honest, if you just place Kenya in the map of the world, we have the best brains. Best brains. If the Indians who come and put the companies there for printing, the people working there are Kenyans. We have people there who knows, we know they do printing. Why should we take this kind of services outside? Secondly, why should we just entrust foreigners? Why do we entrust foreigners to do the business the country can do? Just the other day, you saw the Ministry of Interior stopping just buying a simple clothes from Turkey, and which we can produce here in art liver. What I'm just saying tomorrow? I'm just prophesying. Mr. Ndeto, today I'm going to take your job. I'm just prophesying. If in any case these guys tomorrow they will uphold this thing, they will just evolve a revolution that you've never seen in Kenya. And I'm telling you, Uhuru is going to continue ruling this country. We will support Uhuru to continue taking over because we are not going to accept this kind of stupidity to happen in our country. I promise you, because the way I feel, I know millions of Kenyans feel the same. Nobody's going to stand and upholding of that thing tomorrow. It's either they cancel it so that all Kenyans are equal. Otherwise, Mr. Uhuru will be our president for the next 5 years.
Mato, 1 minute.
Thank you, Richie. I won't even take a minute. I just wanted to tell Juguna for him to think, and I know Tested already knows this. Just imagine that if you did vote in Kenya this year, all your information is in Venezuela or the server that they have, that they've even denied to give access to the biggest court of the country, and that information is out there, and they can even deny your biggest the Supreme Court of the country, and they can write a letter and say that no, this is a copyright thing, we cannot give you that. But they have, when you go to vote, you have your ID in all that, kila kitu yako yote, they have it in their servers. It happened last time, it's happening this time as we are watching it. We do not need to do this anymore. It needs to be our country that keeps our documents and not other countries. We are not short of technology. We have, thank you, sorry. Naona mikono zimeinuka. Richie, I was going, nilikuwa nimeenda.
It's okay. Let me give Stone PK or Njuguna just in a minute, and then I bring in Stone PK. Hata Megi naona hajaongea. Okay, just go a minute, Njuguna.
Just 1 minute. Now, thank you, Martin, for that. But this is what we are saying. We need to be serious as a country. Tomorrow's judgment should be issued with a finality. It should be issued with a finality, yeah? And Kenyans and those who are coming to head the IEBC must know if they don't do the right thing, they are going to jail. If that is not going to pronounce tomorrow, I don't think there's much we can say about it. Thank you.
Maggie, a minute.
Thank you, Richie. What I want to ask is this. What of these Venezuela people? Probably our country had been sold to them, and yet we do not know. So, what I may suggest, or I may think the Supreme Court should do for us, not really nullifying these elections, but giving this a rule that Ruto, Chebukati, all those allies should not be seen anywhere close in Kenya, because I think it has reached a point where we don't know whether our country has been sold, or we don't know what is going on. How? You know, we have the very intellectual people. Just a minute, somebody has just knocked my door. I'm coming.
Stone PK okay, Mama Selina anataka kuongea 1 minute. Nitakuja kwako Stone. Go ahead, Mama
Yes,
Selina.
mine is a minute, kulingana na vile Mato amesema na Magi na Ricky na everybody here. Munajua our Spanish, you know, these Venezuelans, documents zetu na vile wanatembeanga hata kutaka kucross kukuja Amerika wanapita kwa maji. I think our people wamefanya greatest mistake. Wako na our own documents zetu, umesaliwa, date of birth, everything. Can you imagine these people? Wanaweza tumia, unaweza kuwa Mkenya na all your important documents imetumika na hiyo watu. So we need really, kama ni kukataa Supreme Court kuchukua, we need to get it, kwa sababu hiyo ni very important information. Hao wanaipanga hapa Amerika, mpaka unakuta wanatumia China yako na wanafanya kazi. How about ile information mumepatia na mkono mbili? I think our country tuko kwa shida, na mtakuja kuona moja moja, kwa sababu hao watu wanaipa, hata wanaipa huku, hata Amerika wameokopa, na watu, imagine watu wanapita kwa maji kusurvive. I think Chebukati astahili kuishi. Whoever planned for those people to come and get our documents in Kenya, ni mbaya sana, ni hiyo tu.
Haya, asante sana Mama Selina. Stone PK. Karibu.
Asante bro. Richie Makiadi, good to see you. I think tumeachana tu a few hours ago. Martin Deto Cabro, ni aje? Mama Selina, good to see you. Maggie, and then Bwana Njuguna hapo. Nice to see and hear the concerns of every one of you. Actually, you represent a very big majority that is so worried now. You know, so worried that we have been auctioned. I would want people to flash back. I'm sure all of us here must have learned, or we read about the slave trade. We know that our relatives, how they were forced into where some of us are. You know, unaingizwa kwa meli, desperate, you are chained, and that's it. You know, maisha yako imeenda, na that is what happened. And that impact has trickled up to, and it will continue and beyond years. It will never be erased. The kidonda ya slave trade, ladies and gentlemen, haiwezi kukua erased. It can never be healed. Now, Kenyans have been hurt. After sikuwa hurt, we've been killed. Our souls are gone. We are just a walking stock. What Mama Selina has said, it is even worse. It is that you'll be sitting wherever you are, and you have Stone PK with all your identities and kila kitu, you are being prosecuted in an international court. Can you imagine what it will take for you to antagonize yourself? And then you start saying, once upon a time, it's my country that did this and gave us our names. You see, we had an election and all that. And why? And who is doing all this? Is a child, is a born child of this country called Kenya. What am I trying to say? Mama Selina has just said it. This is not even treason. It is not. It is not treason. This is what our people, our chiefs in the traditional Africa used to. Mtu kama huyo alikuwa unawekwa kwa Kikwetu tunaita mwato, ile beehive, unaingizwa hapo kama umefungwa na mahoto ya ndizi. You are put inside. It is cocked and it is rolled on a valley. By the time it reaches down, imevunjika wewe umevunjika, you are finished. That was how in my tribe people condemned the highest evil. What am I saying? Chebukati and his cahoot, whoever he was working for, we all know. I think they should not even be sitting somewhere in our country, and we are saying, oh, let justice be done. We democracy, we are a democracy country. Yeah, let them go through the prosecution and all this. The 50 million plus should take charge. How they take charge, I don't know. If we want to do a public court at Uhuru Park and decide what to do with them, we can. Supreme Court is there. We've mandated Supreme Court. So before the people take charge, the court should know in a few hours that it is not only that they are going to decide a case, Raila versus Ruto. That is not it. And I'm sure majority of Kenyans is not about Raila. Raila is here today. Tomorrow is not there. I'm here. It is not about Raila. What is at the stake now, it's about a country called Kenya, which we are trying and hoping that it would have been built into a nation. We are not yet a nation yet. We can't build a nation when we are auctioning all our rights into a foreign nation, foreign country. Marked as was countries of criminals, failed states, where criminology reigns. That is the people we are partnering with. And then somebody stands and tells you, I want to be your president. Really? It is terrible. So we have the test of our life, the test of our sovereignty. That is what is about to be decided in the few hours to come. So Kenyans out there, it's not about yellow and blues. Ndugu zangu wa Kenya, si upuzi ya mawilibaru sijui na manini na nini. No. And I'm appealing to the judges. When they sit there, they should not see Ruto, they should not see Raila. They should see the criminology of the highest order that has taken place in our country. It has never been like this before. After Afadhali 2013, when they rigged, internally and did the stupid things they did. This time around, it's the worst. And I heard people yesterday and the day before saying Stone PK is inciting people. Yes, indeed. Honestly, I'm inciting all Kenya-loving patriots. Wakenya wote ambao tunapenda nchi yetu. I wish Kajwang would open up. Hiyo grave ifunguke leo, Kajwang atoke. Aweze kutuongoza. We have to incite each and every Kenyan to stand up and say, our country hatutauzwa. We are not going to be slaves in the 21st century. Tumeuzwa technologically. That is the worst. That is the worst. When you have a Stone PK elsewhere doing all the criminal things on earth with all my details, and here I am seated somewhere innocent in a village in Mbere, thinking that I'm okay in my retirement. Yet I'm being prosecuted and everybody is looking for me, FBI and all that. Then they come with the helicopters and everything to pick me, and I'll be broadcasted all over. Then it's a process. That time I'm a very poor villager there in my final years. My children are suffering. They're wondering, Daddy, what is this that you did when you are working? What will I tell them? I want Kenyans to look at it that way. People like Ruto should not even be allowed to talk to people, sincerely speaking. Do you really deserve to do this to be president of this country? Ruto should have looked for, vote just like Kenya. We know he's our deputy. Aongea na Kenya the way he was talking, without doing all this mathematics, whatever it is. I mean, really, he will not be forgiven. I I'm pleading to Kenyans, and I'm saying the judges, because now we say it as per constitution, we give you your chance. It is your option to really decide what you want to do. It is the easiest case that you can ever have. Yet it's the most complicated if you want it to be. For me, I don't want to say it's about the child, the Bible child being done. It is beyond, because the wisdom of the Bible was then. People are even more wise than they are today. I don't think there is any Kenyan who is as wise as the people in the Bible. The Bible is beyond Kenyan thinking, because if you go by the Bible and calling ourselves Christians, we would not do what Ruto has done with Chebukati and the rest. If we are really God-fearing people, if you are human beings, if you value what you call your motherland, and you hold that Bible saying and swearing with that Bible, if you really, really, really search your soul that you are a Christian, then you could not do what Chebukati and his Kahoot have done. I don't think even God will forgive them. You may say I'm judging. I don't think this is a forgivable sin. Unless they all come down, they kneel in front of us at Uhuru Park. Then we will think of what to do. And they bring that Kamaramara or whoever they are calling this rubbish. People even saying that it is their right and they cannot allow the server to be open. Sincerely, I would have blown that server with a hand grenade. That is nonsense. In fact, I want to tell Kenyans, stand up. If things don't work out, you can blow up all those servers, wherever they are. That is nonsense. Somebody coming and doing everything in your house, anakuambia utadu. You are right in my country? My good God. That the Supreme Court of Kenya inaambiwa wacha ujinga, hauwezi fungua hiyo server, and our beautiful, handsome judges want to swallow that. Thank you. Let me pause there. Honestly, it is tears. Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, Makiadi.
Ricky, 1 minute. Nigerians, sahi ukiwa mahali huko, ukiomba kazi, unaulizwa kama jina yako ni Nigeria. You are chased away. You know why? Kenya, hawa criminal watatumia majina yetu, and then sisi wa Kenya tumependwa mahali popote tunafanya kazi kwa sababu ya ample. But in another 1 year, tutakuwa namba 2 yenye tunaulizwa, are you a Kenyan? Unashangaa yes, unaambiwa no job. Kwa sababu tutakuwa tumeingizwa kwa criminality yenye watu yetu wajui. Ndiye sababu Nigerians they are suffering. Hata wameokopa kutumia majina yao. Imagine. Sababu kasi yote unaulizwa kwanza, are you a Nigerian? So sisi Kenya in another 3 years, I'm telling you, all over the world, kwa sababu criminal machina yetu itatumika ni Kenya. Thank you so much.
Tested. Okay, thank you, Mama Selina. Tested 1 minute. I can.
You know, now, Stone PK, you just like, you blew my mind. You know, there is one thing that I thought about the server. If there is any judge who is going to uphold this one or support this Nengan, this guy is also accomplice. Because if they gave the ruling that those servers must be opened, and he goes ahead to uphold it or to support any of these hooligans, that guy must be an accomplice, and also may also step aside, because we are not going to accept it. Mr. Stone PK, you said that somebody said that you're inciting people. You are not alone. You know, I don't care what this guy is going to say. We have to take our country back.
Mato, 1 minute.
Richie, you know me, my rebinders, I won't even do 1 minute. You can even say 30 seconds. You see, the problem is that we've been played. Our records have been taken away from us. And smartmatics is not the first time that it's been seen in the whole world. I'm so surprised that Saizi tumegongwa. There's a guy called Tested that brought a name, espionage. I'm telling you guys, Hizo jina zenyu ziko huko na Mama Selina ameisema vizuri sana. Saizi wako nazo. And let me ask you guys, the only government that can help you, the only person that you can help you is your own government. And the biggest court in the land of that government and on that land is the Supreme Court. And then the Supreme Court cannot get any information from Smartmatics. And I want you guys to go read, because I think a lot of people come over here without reading and without really investigating things. I want you guys to go read when Giuliani was talking about anything. They were trying to bring Smartmatics, but Smartmatics was already beaten by the US in the last election. But they came in gutters. And let me tell you, these guys are gone, wamenda bankrupt 3 times. Go look. 3 times gone bankrupt. There are three judges. Now they have Richie. If you voted, they have your information, my friend. They have your ID. They have everything. And they are telling the Supreme Court of Kenya, our country that we love so much, that the Kenyan country is so low that we cannot give you, because we have a copyright thing, we cannot give you the names of your own citizens, yet you're the Supreme Court of that country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a sad moment that we are living in. And that's the saddest thing, until Kenya stands for itself and realizes that it's time to really fight with the whole world and say, hamtatukalia, and you won't use our citizens as pawns. You will use them as kings and queens in a chess game. We are going to be used and still remain a third world country for the rest of our lives and for our kids' lives, and another time and time and time we will be that. I don't see us becoming a first world country if we cannot say that, we cannot stand and say na tuko na F-36s with our military. We can stop Al-Shabaab. If we cannot stop this bullshit, we will never become not even a first world, even a second world country.
In a minute, Njuguna, then we go to Ogweno.
I think it is very worrying that, and it is very intriguing that these guys were let to go. The three Venezuelans were let to go, because today we'll be having a very, very strong case. Why? The question is, why were they left to go? Because it was established these guys were not IBC staff, and neither were they contracted by that Smartmatic company on behalf of, no, to IBC, or according to IBC. But we were told, and these people were invited by somebody, Mohammed somewhere, who used to work with IBC. So the question is, why did the Kenya government let these people guys go? Well, that's a very big question. Thank you.
Let us go to Ogweno first, and then I'll give you. All right, 30 seconds. Tested. Hold on, Ogweno Ngoja. Tested, 30 seconds.
Mr. Njuguna, on the international law, these guys, they could be arrested in Kenya and be kept in Kenya, Kenyan cells. But remember, the chairman of IAPC confirmed that he's in contract with them. So if the Kenyan government could have arrested people and put them in, their government could have followed suit and start looking for, it could be now government to government. That is why the only option which is there for a country is to deport the people they perceive they interfere, they just came in without the proper documentation. Because the moment you arrest them and you put them in your country, that is where now espionage starts working in. Because remember, Chebukati is accomplice and they will be charged. Let me tell you, the military is watching. We have a country. The military is watching. They're going to go for them.
Okay, Ogweno, karibu.
Asante, I greet everybody. I have been quite busy, so I've been watching at the background, but today I decided to come in. I think the most frustrating thing is that when a section of us choose the wrong leader, then of course everybody is going to suffer. Even when you tell people that what did I tell you, that will not take away the pain of bearing out the mistakes of others. I still don't understand how people just ignore the accusations. We may call them alleged, but there are so many that if they were to be put together, they are enough to make us maybe take some stock and beat a retreat. Last time I was here, I reminded people that when we go to vote, there is no ballot box that is marked opposition leader. So that when you put your vote there, then you are choosing an opposition leader. But you will always realize that when these people go to power, then the one who lost is expected to play opposition. And some of you may remember how difficult it was for Raila before he shook Uhuru's hand when he was playing that opposition. You remember the first term of Uhuru Ruto when NYS was happening and he spoke, and you could tell how the Jubilee people were so mad with him, calling him names because he was calling out some of those corruptions that were beginning to take root. Now, when he kept quiet, he kind of like, in quotes, he joined the government. They are the same people who are now calling him that now opposition is dead, there's nobody checking the government. I think it is high time people understand that when you choose a leader, choose that leader that needs very little opposition to do the right thing. And for example, now, I would, if I was Raila's advisor, I would tell him that if these people don't give you the second chance, or if you don't win this election, that there is a section of Kenyans who are determined to punish Uhuru, and in the process, they get the whole country into problem, then those people should know that you are not going to raise a voice over anything. And if it is true that the so-called president-elect is corrupt, then the Kenyans must be prepared because he has used a lot of money. And for him, therefore, the formula to win the presidency is to use a lot of money. We are in a big problem because he has to make a lot of money for the next election, because I can assure you that if he gets power, then it is for the next 2 terms. I can assure you that. And if this election was compromised, then we have to know that they started scheming immediately. He got himself interested in power. So when they declared the winner and the petitioners went to court, they were trying to collect evidence in 1 week what has been worked out in so many years. It is not easy. And then again, when you are trying to collect evidence, sometimes you are called that you are going fishing. There are certain things that will not be allowed to open up, because then they tell you that you don't have a case, you're just going fishing. And so it becomes very difficult. In fact, I respect those people, the way they collected those evidences that they presented to the Supreme Court. And so my advice for Kenyans, if this election is nullified tomorrow, please rethink. Rethink. Those people who did not vote for Raila, rethink and know that you will be on your own for the next 10 years. You will cry. And of course, some of us will tell you, what did we tell you? But it will be too late, because when you are now telling people, what did we tell you? That means things have gone wrong. So we should plead with the Kenyans that this country is ours. Let us really mind where this country is going to. People who think that, like I hear Ruto usually tell people that hustler, that if he can be a president, anybody can be. And they are talking about dynasty. I wonder, who was the father of Kibaki? Who knew the father of Kibaki to have been somebody so important so that Kibaki got into presidency because of his father? Who was the father of Moi? So that somebody can say that Moi was a son of somebody that propelled him to power. Who was the son of Kenya? Who was the father of Kenyatta, the Jomo Kenyatta? You see, that is a big lie. That how people buy that one, I don't know. And one thing that annoys me is that they call some people dynasty, and then when they finish, like now Ruto, is Ruto going to confirm to us that not one of his children will get into politics? Because if any of his children get into politics, then they will be called dynasties. And then what will he say? Because there are certain times when these politicians want to chezea akili. They say one thing today, then tomorrow they come, they take people who don't analyze things, they take you around. Because I'm very sure that if Ruto's children were politically interested, if they are interested in politics, they may also come into the political scene and will want to be voted in. And the father is fighting dynasties. So will he tell them, no, you people cannot get into politics because we don't want this idea of dynasties in Kenya? That is the most lousiest and most clumsy way of doing politics. It is something that will turn around to fight him sooner rather than later. But the Kenyans, their style, I don't know what happens. They don't realize those things. So I think Ruto's presidency is going to be a very bad example for Kenyans, especially those people who are interested in politics. He's putting the bar of monetarized politics very high. I don't think there is anybody who is going to have the kind of money that Ruto has had and has used in his pursuit for the presidency. So I will stop there for now, then maybe later on I can contribute.
Okay. Thank you so much for going on. Nice to see you here. Always appreciated. Roba, inaonekana leo kona kismat. Unaingia tu na unakamata microphone. Go ahead.
Hey, yes, Makia. I was here to go into something now. I mean, to continue from what Mr. Bueno was just saying. First of all, let's go back. So Ruto has been our vice president now 10 years. And yet Jaramogi, I think it was like 5 years. So this idea of saying that the Raila family, Jaramogi, have been dominating in politics, is as if Jaramogi became a president of Kenya, then Raila wants to be a president of Kenya. What we can say now, Ruto family, they have been holding power more than Odinga's family. That's a fact now, if we go that way. But let me say something you guys have been talking about here. You know what, Kenya? I don't know whether we are stupid. I don't know. We don't think beyond. I mean, we got ourselves, we have nice education. We go, some of us, most people, we go overseas. I know Kenyan doctors all over the world, engineers, if all of them, they go back to Kenya. Kenya can never be the same. But we give IBC, to run our election. Ask yourself, why do you think these people of IBC, they never go a place like United States to go and get all this technology? Why do you think a country, IBC never went to a place like Britain or other countries, where they can be, if anything happens, they can make a forum? Right now, we will not be talking all this nonsense. If this technology was from USA, where we have all these issues, even the FBI could come in. But instead, we don't know where they are. They bring a company, like some people said there before. But remember, the same company which was used in Uganda. And do you know who's in Uganda? His Excellency, the dictatorship, Museveni. The man who's running now, Ruto, he runs UDA and other things there. Ask yourself, this man, Ruto, has endless money. Where is it come from? Some of the money come from Uganda. You can ask him, you got to have evidence. Tell me why he's mining that money, or this money has been using. Somebody has to tell the source. And that's why sometimes I'm mad, because we have institutions. Which institutions we have? How comes they have never even investigated this man to find out where he gets the money from? That's one thing. The second thing is this. They bring a company which failed in Philippines. We know that they failed elections up there. They bring a company which had elections over in Venezuela before Hugo Chavez, whatever, before he died. It failed. Like, I think Juguna is the one who brought something later on when some few or 1 hour ago, regarding where somebody was asking a question. And it was asking this guy, there's a guy called the CEO. You know, the most, by the way, that CEO, Marchana or Marchuana, I don't know his name is one of the worst person ever. That's somebody else who has to go. He was asked a very simple question. Did you do your homework before you give a contract to this company? He said they did. And when some of these negative things came up, he says he never knew about it, and maybe something you can go and look at it. Imagine, I know Kenya has never been asked to tell, this is something you could have caught up front. This is something you could have caught as Kenyans. But instead, we gave it a blind eye. Now, imagine, even though we are a small country, we invented or we started M-Pesa. And M-Pesa is growing over countries and it's doing very well. You want to tell me, my friends, we can't have a system where we can vote or we can have elections like the way we have on M-Pesa? If we can have a system where we can exchange money, not even money, just touching hands, why can't we have the same thing when it comes to our election? But before that, it's going to be painful. For those ones who don't know, I want you to have this kind of picture. People who are talking about Venezuela, I said it before. You know, Venezuela is in South America. Even though I said it was not America before, it's in South America. The question remains, what's common in South America? It's cartels, drug cartels. And I'm telling you, we are minutes away from cartels to start running our country. And that's the bottom line. And that's where Ruto gets his money from. Now we are going to turn our country to cartels. And you tell me we start just saying we are the best. We are not. We are not. And that's why I say, if this man could have won an election in a proper way, like anybody else, we would support him. But he's cheating. They have been cheating. And I'm telling you, we can't have a country where we know someone lied and cheated to become a president. And whatever comes from their mouth is not even helping either. They think some of us, we are useless. Some other people, they can run anybody. So me, I'm waiting for this, whatever comes from the Supreme Court. But what I know is, if they give us a chance, another chance, because we won the first election, I'm telling my friends, it's hands up. We have to come up with a system where we will make sure that Papa wins this coming year, if we have that kind of chance. Anything can happen in Kenya, because who knows, even the Supreme Court, what was there? We don't want to accuse him of anything. If PPI came and was put down, then if they don't nullify this election, then something's not right. I'm comparing the two because I follow PPI, the way it was represented and the way they ruled. If they are the same charges, I expect them, this election, to be cut off so that we can go for a new election. But the question remains, is the Kibara man going to be the person in between, Chebukati? I think I've seen a lot of songs today online about him, people asking for his head. I think that man must go. He has to go. He must go. Either way, he has to go. I don't like him. He has done, I mean, what he has done for the last 10 years, he was given a chance to be a hero, but he has decided to take us the former Kifit way, and he's going to suffer like the man before. He thinks he's going to have a life, but he has ruined a lot of lives. At this point, a lot of lives have been lost, by the way. Makiadi, people have died from what happens in election. I know. I can tell you, I know one or two people died because of the shock. Some of them couldn't believe it. And some of them, I know some people have not even come out of bed right now. This one is one even. If there's a win, at least if there's a win, but people are wounded. People are wounded. People are wounded. Some people might not see it. People are wounded. And I hope for the best. Let's wait and see what happens. But if this charges also they decide to give them the presidency, it's time for us citizens. It's time for us citizens to rise up, and begin to okay our country. Otherwise, I'll just leave it there and see if there's any question I can just answer. But I want to stick a little bit. It's too hot down here where I am right now. But I want to stick around to see how you guys how we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Safi sana Roba, always appreciated. We have Daktari here. Your camera is not showing your face. So if you want to adjust your camera so that we see you, yeah, good. Aya, karibu, Dr. Jose.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Richie, Martin, Mama Selina, Maggie Stone PK, Tested, Dio, Roba, and Joshua. Good evening to all of us. Well, at the risk of repeating ourselves, which we can't help, I think we'll just keep going round and round and talking about over and over about the same things. But as you are all aware, the position that is going to be taken by the Supreme Court is going to be in the more or less the same line that they did with the BBI. For example, now they have 9 issues for determination. Now, each of those issues will be addressed in the same way that they are, and a decision will be given on each. But personally, I think that so long as you have any of them confirmed, I mean, at minimum of 2, then chances are that they'll go for nullification. but each will be addressed on its own right. Now, the critical issues is basically the very first one, which is to do with technology. Now, for those, yesterday I said that for those who see things that come from far, you will see that this is a very well orchestrated scheme. Very, very well orchestrated. And no wonder the very first item is to do with the technology. Is it verifiable? Does it have integrity? Is it penetrable? Does it have transparency? And all those manner of things. That is the sort of thing that was happening when we were having demos from the commissioners in the beginning. You remember they tried to tell you how good that system is. When the issue of the manual registers came up, vis-a-vis the issue of the electronic system, then you remember almost on a regular basis, the commissioners, I think led by Goulet, used to come in front to demonstrate how good that system is, how there will be no failures, and that manner of things. Now, today, me personally, I'm surprised that the head of the ICT team was actually Nyangaya. And not even on a single occasion did I hear Nyangaya try to tell us what a good IT system they have in terms of ICT. But that is beside the point. What Guluya was saying is that this system, for example, the KIMS kits will be geofenced, and you cannot transmit from a non-designated location. He did say that the KIMS kit were tied to each polling station. Now, during the hearing, you do hear that about 11,000 polling stations originated from one KIMS kit. How that happened, nobody can explain. Nobody can explain. You remember the Bungoma and the Mount Elgon and the Nyeri and I think Nyandarua transmissions, whereby the same serial number was appearing on the same KIMS kit, for which were miles apart. Basically, what I'm saying is that the issue of integrity, transparency, verifiability, accountability, for me, from that alone, shows that the system, technology-wise, did not meet the requirements. But more shocking is that, you see this system, when we are now having a very big challenge, who is the winner of this election? And we needed to go into the servers. As many they said there were 8. Now the server, which was showing the initial transmitted Form 34As, they refused to open it. So in other words, if you had gone there, you could actually see who exactly was the winner and how many votes that person scored. Now, instead, they quickly draft a letter saying that to do so will interfere with their intellectual copyright rules. Now, the 20 million Kenyans who are struggling to know who is the winner of their election now became less important. Now, then you just wonder, who procured this system? If that is the case, it means that the schemers of the entire thing, the electoral process, because what you can conclude from here is that the entire electoral process from the findings was held captive in all directions. Now, one of the issues about the system that was supposed to be procured was security. Was it secure? Was it penetrable? Could it be infiltrated? You realize that about 200 illegal logins were in that system. Now, what do you conclude? Never mind that those logins were like allowed, were like authorized by the users. And that's why I'm saying that the managers of the system themselves were accomplished. They are accomplishers with the system suppliers. Now, who shopped for this system and why did we settle on it? Like Robert said there, realize when the CEO was taken to task. Were you aware when the issue of Venezuela came in, the Philippines, the Ugandan case, all about turnover and manipulations of the system, the manipulation of the failures? He said that he had given that work to his team, and his team did not find anything to worry about, and that those Philippines and the Venezuela issues could have been somebody just Googled and obtained them through Google, and they cannot rely on that. Now, the question is, who approved this system? Whoever approved it with a purpose, because it will fit into the scheme of rigging the elections. That is the conclusion you can make out of it. Because you realize that the problems with it are not that even some hackers got in. No, the users manipulated the usage to suit their illegal schemes. Basically, that is what happened. So as far as I'm concerned, this system literally would not pass the test if you are looking for a system which will make sure that you transmit one from 34A and the same kid can't transmit again. And remember, they are supposed to be time bound. Now, when the issue of time came about and the IEBC was telling us about lack of 3G, lack of 4G, they said they were going to use satellite modems to cure that. So the issue of there was no network cannot arise. And in any case, in the election returns, there was nowhere where they said that we didn't have a problem, so the transmission came late due to lack of network. There were no reports to that effect. So how do you explain all these things? There were things which were planned deliberately and by the schemers. So behind the Chebukatis, as much as Chebukati is bearing the blame because he's the one at the front, there are big people behind Chebukati who paid for this. And never mind that you may find that the so-called system support from Smartmatics, there are people who are paid by the fraudsters from this end to escalate that scheme. And I think that's what they did. Now coming to the issue of Chebukati, personally, if I could get some leeway to arrange something, the moment any of those issues, the 9 issues, is found to be in the affirmative, let's say we just have 3, they'll give you enough order to pursue Chebukati in a court of law, the way the Chief Justice was suggesting, that was a magistrate's jurisdiction. You put it there, and the next day what you'll get a report to the president. And I think yesterday I was corrected here that once the nullification is done, it means that there will be no president-elect. So our president will regain all his necessary powers. So he will be in a position to set up the tribunal. And the moment a tribunal is set up for you, the victim, or the affected, the suspected, you can no longer continue to hold that office. Automatically, Chebukati will stand suspended. And when that happens, there will be an acting chairperson. So I think that is the way things will go. I'll stop there for now so that I can come back later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jose. I would want to move forward to Joshua.
Yes, thank you, Ichimakiadi, Martin, Marcelina, Magis, 10PK, Ogueno, Roba, Jose, and Collins. I think Roba spoke of something that so many people suffered. Actually, I was one of them. I was dying. No, I've been saying this thing each and every time. I was personally dying. I stayed in the house for 3 days. I don't take shower. I don't eat for 3 days. If it was not my wife could come for my rescue and ask me that, Israel your father, and ask so many questions. and use a statement that one of the governors in Sinigishu, Wandago, usiweke siasa kwa tumbo, weka siasa kwa kifua, unaweza pumua ikatoka. I could have died. So this thing actually affected so many people just because of 3 people in IBC. You know, we have good institution in Kenya, but we have problem with individuals. And then this issue of that institutions are independent. Sometimes that's what kills people. You're being told that IBC is independent. You cannot pop into the issues. I remember 2017, the IBC disobeyed court order. I wonder why DPP could not go for Chebukati and ask him that, arrest him, because if you disobey court order, the next thing should be arrested. They were told to open server. They didn't open server. Even right now, I wonder why they could not be gone and be forced to open that server. You know, sometimes the thing that you have to do, you have to force them to open the server. Now being that IBC is independent, now you cannot pop into the issues. Now you see what's happening. They ought to have been forced to open that server. So problem in Kenya, we have good institutions by name, IBC, DPP, EACC. They are very good institutions that if we have individuals who are very sincere, and have good integrity, then you can have a good system. Now IBC is messing up. He has messed up Kenyans. The next thing you're saying that IBC is independent. You cannot get into the issues. Even the issue of doing procurement of the people who were supposed to give us the technology. Now the IBC, being that they're independent, they decided, and I'm sure that the person who advised IBC to go and pick Smartmatic is Museveni, because he's the one who benefited from their fraud. And he advised Ruto that you tell them that you need Smartmatic, because he know very well how these people are behaving. Now they have to ban. I'm even saying that they're even worse than the one we had 2017. I don't know the name. The one from France. I can't remember the name. I'm forgetting the name. They're even worse
I
than.
think it was more for something.
Yes. Ofimoto. I don't know what was it. I can't remember the mistake. The name. I don't know. But now what I'm saying that they're even worse, because now you see these people are even worse. Sometimes I sit down and ask myself that this issue of being said that our institutions are independent is the one that are killing us, because we have given an individual power. Like right now, Chebukati was given power to run this election, and being that is independent, he could do anything. I remember there's a time that they had in committee for the one that's supposed to run this election, and Chebukati refused that he cannot be part of that committee, simply because he said that it's independent. This issue of saying that you are independent, you cannot come in, you cannot indulge in our issues. That's what is killing us, because someone has been told that you are independent. Now is taking that advantage and misusing that advantage. Even our courts, a judge just rule the way you want. He has pocketed some money. He just rule the way he wants, and then saying that judiciary is independent. The thing that we have to question. So we have good institutions, but these institutions have been corrupted by few individuals. So today I want to see the ruling of these 7 judges, and we want to know each and every judge should give us its ruling and the reason why. Because I'm sure even in judiciary, it's rotten. Those 7 judges, those 4 judges, those 7 judges, they're just Kenyans. They're not angels, and they can also be corrupted. So we want to see each and every judgment for each and every judge, and the reason why he had decided either to upheld or to nullify, so that you can know why. Sometimes I always say that being a lawyer is something good, and doing law is something, but you can't tell me that these judges are accepted, these are refused. So we want to see each and every judge giving us its ruling, for us to know where our direction concerning the elections ought to be. Because if in any case Ruto will run with this election, I mean with this presidency, then number one, Chebukati will not be taken from. We know Chebukati will remain in office because they'll already say that Chebukati did something right. So touching Chebukati,
yeah, Chebukati is a hero.
Yeah, Chebukati is a hero because if in any case Chebukati, I mean Ruto ran with this presidency, then no one will go to court about issue of Chebukati. So we want that our judges to stop Ruto so that we can have power now to go and say that Chebukati, you bungled this election the way you did 2017, now we want you out of the office. So so many people are even like write me, I cannot even go to work. I asked my boss, no, you have to give me an off. I cannot because I know I can even die at work. So the best thing is let me rest. Let me just hear the ruling in my house. But what I'm saying, that we have a very good institution, but few individuals are the one who are making our institution. IBC is not, by the IBC is not bad. Sometimes you say that IBC Bangor election. IBC is Chebukati, User Marjan Hussein, Gulie, and the other few individuals. IBC is a good institution. So to me, the best thing they can do this country is to save the child. And saving the child is by promoting democracy. I'm really happy with the statement that Maraga said, that above all is the fear of God. So our judges should also say, they should also use the term the fear of God, because if you fear God, then you cannot do something that is unlawful. Sometimes I wonder with the Christian here, Deputy President Ruto, if indeed he managed to orchestrate all these things, and then he's telling us that he's a Christian, and then there are people who Christo, Ruto named Christo, Raila named Mganga. You know, sometimes I wonder the way Robert said. I even wonder with Kenyans. I'm also Kenyan, but I wonder how Kenyans sometimes are they innocent? You know, sometimes you wonder if somebody has been told very well that this guy is corrupt, but still you think that you want to punish Raila, you are voting for Ruto, and you've been told very well this guy is corrupt. And even the day I saw, since Ruto started the politics of Kenya, he has almost more than 10 cases of corruption. Headline magazines, I saw the newspaper, the previous newspaper, almost more than 10 newspapers, headline about Ruto. And then you're being told that this guy is corrupt. Mnasema kuwa kwani nani huwa hivi hapa Kenya? Kila mtu ni mwizi. So to me, I think that we have high expectation of our judges, though they are also human beings, but they should remember they're also human beings and they're also Kenyans. They saw what really happened. Whatever happened, even a child can tell you that this election was bungled. So I'm praying to them that they should come with a fair ruling, and the only ruling that they can come with is to save this child. Thank you very much, Richie.
Okay. Asante Joshua. I want to ask you guys a question here, because this has happened. I think last time, the second, I can't remember, was it the second sitting or what? We had some of the Supreme Court judges not showing up. Wakachia Maraga peke yake. So what if one judge decides, you know what, I'm not gonna show up? What happens? Anybody want to take a shot on that? Yeah, go ahead, Kuse, 1 minute. Collins, nakuja kwako, ngoja.
It will still go to the issue of quorum. You know, the Supreme Court, there are 7, but there is a quorum without which no business can be conducted. And that is 4. Oh, sorry, is it 4 or 5? I think it is 4.
Gweno, you want to say something?
The quorum is actually 3, isn't it?
That's
And,
for IBC.
yeah, okay, that is IBC.
For Supreme Court, it is 4.
Yeah, okay, but if one of the judges or 2 or a number of them abscond, I think they can't do that at this point of time because all eyes are on them. And if any one of them would try that trick, I don't think it can work. It will weigh so much on them that people will call for their resignation, people who have decided to do that, because we are at a very critical moment that I don't think
pray that will not happen.
What happened last time? Thinking. What happened last time? You only saw Maraga come out and read his brief statement and left. So
no, yeah, what happened was during Mutunga's time when they read the one-line judgment, then they said the details will follow. No, even this time they can do that.
We'll say you're forgetting one thing. There's a time that Justice Maraga only came out. He said, Smoking Wanjala amepeleka mtoto shule London. Nani ni mgonjwa, Ibrahim ni mgonjwa, sijui nani hajisikii vizuri, and he said his own things na akaenda. So even if you tell me that the quorum is 4 is an even number. They can split 2-2.
But you remember Nani, was it Leonola who was absent? But his decision was read. You are notified of his position, whether it was in the affirmative, it was what they call dissent. If they normally they convey whether he is dissented or he is in agreement.
I think some of them might even have been blocked to reach the courts. At this point, I was telling people that if you are going to steal elections, you need to have the security on your side, like the government on your side. If you don't have them, then it becomes very difficult, because some of these tricks, like somebody's house arrested or blocked at the gate, you can't leave. Those things you only do if the government is on your side and you are using the government, like 2017. But now that the government is not with Ruto completely, I don't think he can pull that. Maybe they can threaten them and scare them around, but that may not work as well.
Okay, let me give Roba a minute and then Stone PK a minute, then to the Collins. Just a minute.
Yeah, so I just want one or two things. The first one is, okay, we know what happened in elections. We know there's some issues like in the mountain, where somewhere somebody will go in, like we know, like they never voted for anybody except the president. But ask yourself, if we have institutions, what has happened? Has anybody investigated? And that one brings me to my next point. The Supreme Court of Kenya, the Supreme Court tells those people, open the servers for them, and they say no. If it was another country, what's the Attorney General? Why is the DCI? You know what? If they don't do it, then we, the citizens, we can go to those towers. We'll get that server from there. We'll get it. Enough is enough from these people. Thank you.
Sawa Roba, unajua unasema you go to that nini. No, I don't even believe anyone knows where the IBCs keep their servers. Hii yenye wanasema sijui iko what towers hii. Remember in 2017 walisema iko France. So these people have been opaque since the time they were ordered in 2017. Nobody knows how these people operate.
I think the servers are in the TBDs in Karen, the TB president's residence. That's where the servers are.
That's one of them.
Sawa. Stone PK, a minute.
Thank you, Makiadi. Two things, my fellow panelists and Kenyans. Number one, Makiadi, I like when you ask such questions, when you poke the Kenyans the right way. Your question is very simple, but you see how people have, how people are in our tatiza and they want to run away from it. That is Kenya. Kenya we don't want to scratch our head. That is why when there is a question based on reality, what if? Because we've seen it. We saw Mwilu being shot at, he was shot at where? Around Ngong Road. We saw the shenanigans that happened. Kenyans, let's not bury our heads in the head. Ruto is ruthless. And we've seen, even if, I like what Nani is saying, that we could, Raila could be having some support from the government. I have a lot of doubt on that. And I can't rely on that, bro, Ogweno, anymore. I mean, if I don't understand this kind of trick where you let somebody to be announced as president-elect, somebody comes, hijacks, and performs a daylight coup, and the government is sitting watching. That is a new game. It's a new card I want to learn. I'm still researching on that tactic to see inaenda wapi, so that you deal with the case of somebody ambaye ni president-elect, then you think you utaenda to block. I'm yet to see that. Number two, when it comes to IBC and the servers, it is my conviction now, having seen the way they behave, there is nothing like a server anywhere. They don't have it. The 40 billion shillings they took, ndio wamegawanya na Ruto huko wanakula. They have done nothing. This is asthmatic, and the garbage is just a simple thing they did. Based by Venezuelans, and they have cooled the money. Hiyo server mutangoja milele, because I don't think there is a government that can be blocked from accessing a server in one of its departments in its own country. Don't tell me that Kenya government, Kenya security can be blocked by any court of the world to access a server which they think is a security threat in their own country, unless Kenya is not sovereign. So for me, I've concluded hakuna server. IBC don't have the server we imagine they have. And that's why they bang on the election, and that's why they are not capable, they have no capacity of doing that. That's what I think. Thank you.
Asante Stone PK, and I want to agree with you. And I'm agreeing with you on one fact. When the IBC lawyer came to, when I think this guy called Willis, is it Willis who was doing the presentation on their findings on the server? They talked about, I don't know, something about the capacity of, 6 gigahertz or something. Sijui kama mlisikia hiyo. And you guys want to tell me that equipment or that server was the one running the elections with over 22 million registered voters? I think that was a scam.
No,
but let's go on.
It was much smaller than a laptop.
Yeah, that's a scam. Kenyans fell for that.
Richie, it was 3.5.
3.5 what?
Gigahertz.
They gave 6.4 GB and 300.
Yeah, that was a scam. People were fooled by that, and people fell for that. Collins.
Good evening, everybody, and good morning. Umenipata. My volume could be low. I've tried to increase it.
Uko sawa, Collins. Uko sawa.
Okay, sawa. Santeni. You asked a question. I will start from there. First, I have to acknowledge that you guys are doing a good job. Mimi nawatazama tu nje, but I'm out of the tent nawaona. You asked a question about what if other judges do not come tomorrow. Voting is only required when there is a disagreement or a different opinion. If they unanimously agree, then you don't need voting. Some judges may not be there, but they have their verdict written and sent. They have 9-point agenda that they want to deliberate on, but I think there are 8, because on the 9th one, they're asking you, like, what should the court do? What should we do? That's not a point that can come from the presentations. That will come from like a individual conviction on how they understood the case. On the 8 things, if they agree that there is a discrepancy in 4, that will nullify the election. But what I'm convinced of, there are three things that will nullify the election. Number one is second point, where they're saying, was the election secure? The technology used, was it secure? Was it tamper-proof? Was it only accessible to authorized people? Which I think will nullify that election, having the evidence of the personal assistant to Chebukati accessing the system, and it's not one of the authorized members. I think that one can make a case. Another thing that will make a case will be the shifting turnout. That turnout may not invalidate the election or nullify, but it will necessitate the process of a rerun. So that's where the difference can be. It may not nullify the election, but it may necessitate them to go back for a rerun, because if the turnout is not stuck at one point, even if they use any other method, then the turnout will be used. That's why one of the judges asked, what is the importance of turnout in this election? Because it's from turnout that you use to calculate the percentage. That percentage turnout gives the total votes cast. And 50 plus 1% is not calculated from the total registered voters. It is calculated from the turnout, which the candidate A got X votes out of the turnout times 100%. That is what gives us the 50% plus 1. If there were 14 million, any candidate who got 7,000,001 already has the 50 plus 1%. So the turnout will be used in calculating the 50 plus 1%. Leto, you have something for me?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I do. You know, the other day, about 2 days ago here, we had a big argument, not really an argument, it's just a conversation like we always do here. To you, how do you define turnout? What is turnout?
Turnout is the number of people who visited the polling stations with the intention to vote, and they are duly registered on the IEBC register. That is turnout.
Is it just visiting, or is it somebody that cast?
Those the total cast. Those who cast
the
their
total
votes,
including the rejected, including the invalid.
So it's not everybody that visited a polling station. It's anyone that casted, regardless whether it was
anyone that casted the vote.
That's the turnout.
Yeah, that's the turnout.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
So if 7 million people accessed, there is Form 32A, that is the register, right? That is the register. Anybody whose name was crossed, because when you go and vote, your name is crossed. Anybody whose name was crossed presented all the papers, the ID or passport, and accessed the Form 32, I think it's Form 39 or what, the voter's card. If you are given the ballot, that means you voted. So if 14 million came, let's just use a round figure of 14 million. That 14 million will be put on top of 22 or 21 million, and that times 100, will give us percent. From there is where we subtract the
sent to quarantine. Just to be at the risk of being sent to quarantine by the moderator.
Hold on, Mato. Utapoteza flow ya information yake.
Sorry.
Let him finish first.
Okay. So anybody who voted forms the turnout. So out of those voted, if there was 200 spoiled votes or stray ballots, they were not counted. All those ones are put on the other side. Then we get the valid votes. Valid votes is counted for the candidate. but it is put on top of all votes cast, whether spoiled, whether invalid, whether anything happened, whether unmarked, whether disputed. All that brings the turnout, the 50 plus 1%. So that one, because of the shifting turnout of 64%, 56%, sometimes it is 65%, that one is going to give us a way of invalidating or runoff or a rerun. Then another thing that may make these people to nullify the election is the question that was being asked every time. Functions of the commission, that is Article 138. Function of the commission is to tally and analyze. So if they did not tally the 27 constituencies, that 27 constituency will necessitate a nullification. So if these judges are going to give the report, you will find some reports that one of the judge will give a yes to question 2, and one of them will give a no to it. One of them will give a yes to question 6, and one of them will give a no to it. At the end of the day, they will look at the highest number. How many did each of them agree with fully, unanimously? Those ones they will put on the other side. Hiyo wataweka kando. Then wanaangalia ni gani iko na tetezi out of those 8 things. Yenye iko na tetezi yenye each of them has said, kuna yenye watasema no wote. Like for example, was there discrepancy in the votes? That one there was no akukuwa na anything that is so much meaningful. They may say there was no discrepancy. But was there a problem with the technology? For example, the one with 2 IP numbers, one in Nyeri, one is in Bungoma, another one is in Muranga, and the other one is in Wasinigishu. They were same kit sending the same results. So those ones can incriminate the IEBC. Plus the admission that Mahat did, it's called Mohat or Mahat. There is an admission that he said about the register and the Giordano thing. How do you call that guy? The Venezuelan guy. They tried to go around it, but it never. There's an admission that was done by Githu Muigai. The veto power of the chairman of the commission. That means the commission is not moving in the same direction. Those 3 or 4 can lead to nullification of this election. The question is, suppose people go for a rerun or a runoff. I think that's why we should not be discussing. Is our team ready to maximize on the efforts? Because the other team is talking as if they are ready for another election. If you had Rigathi Gachagua talking today, kila kitu anaweka kwa huyu jamaa wa makesi, tukishafanya hii tutafanya hii. They are still on a campaign mode. And it's really campaigning if you hear how he's talking. They are not on a reconciliatory tone where they want to go, but they are still talking as if they are campaigning. If the election is nullified, is our team ready to capture it? Again, that is where I would give you a task, and we can leave it. I can stop at that point.
Mato, uliza swali.
No, ameenda, but no, Collins bado huko. Mimi nilikuwa, because we had a little bit of a nini hapa hivi, and we were talking about, I think but umeni answer, but I wanted you to make clear of what constitutes a voter turnout. I mean voter turnout, because I believe a voter turnout is, it doesn't matter whether your vote ilienda kwa nini mbaya, ama it was a failed vote or whatever it was. It does not constitute you kutokea ukuje ufike kwa polling station. It's a point where mali already usha vote, whether ikue mzuri ama ikue mbaya, but you've already voted. And I believe that's where the voter turnout number comes from. So we had an argument about that. Watu walikuwa wakisema vitu zingine, but am I right in what I'm saying? Because I do believe I'm right, but you're more educated in that. So you can tell me, how do you make your voter turnout? What is a voter turnout?
Kwa saa hii, I worked with the IEBC, with the I before the coming of this technology. But the thing is, whether with the technology or not, the people who come to the station, now they have been checked by the clerks, na hawajakuwa turned away, because there are people who come and they're turned away. You are not registered here, your name is not appearing in the register. So if your name is not appearing in the two registers, wanaangaliaga hiyo register ingine, the manual, because sahi wanatumia KIMS-KIT and the manual. As long as their name finds itself in the register, unapewa makaratasi. They cut your name. Kuna kitu wanatumiaga the ruler and the pen to cross. If it is in this BVR kit, not BVR, but the IT system, wanachukua, ina indicate that you have voted. Whether your vote is cast in a wrong box, whether umeenda tu pale ukachukua makaratasi and you've just ticked all the candidates, the register is used to count on the number of people who got into the polling stations and were marked with the register. Like in class, wakati mwalimu ana mark how many people attended the lessons, hata kama haukuchukua notes, but lakini ulikuwa kwa hiyo darasa wakati alikuwa anafunza na akamark register, Kennedy Owino present, because you are only marked the register, na ukawekewa ink, that means you have voted. Whether you have not voted the right person, whether you have just put the papers zikiwa blank, because I used to see some people say, I only want to vote for Raila. Hizo zingine nitaweka blank. Ama anamark zote, anamark Raila na anamark Ruto X, Raila tick. Hizo vote zote uliraruliwa karatasi. So that is where the voters turnout is counted. On this, uliona walitumia KIMS-KIT to calculate the voter turnout. Hawakutumia manual register. Where this figure is coming, with the manual register, wenye walivote na manual register ni kama majina yao their vote did not, it's not counted on the voter turnout ya Chebukati. That is, if you add those, then nobody got a 50 plus 1%. I think I've answered.
Aya, sawa basi. Thank you, Collins. I don't know, Stone PK, go ahead.
Collins, that's fantastic. That's it, and it's good you worked there and you have the idea. Now that puts Mato's question to rest. I want to also throw another one, because as Kenyans tuna kizungu mingi sana, and we try to, even when you are taught a dog has 4 legs, as you progress to university level, you start proving how you may find a dog with 6 legs and it's still a dog, and you really dwell on it mpaka unafanya mathesis. Now maybe it's a form of a question. All what we are discussing is about either nullification of the election, or Supreme Court, through looking at the 9 pleas, making a determination of some sort. I'm saying of some sort because I don't think nullification is good enough. So what is a rerun? And what is a runoff? And
okay, you want me to answer, Steve?
Yes, Collins.
You want me to continue answering that?
Yeah. Okay. Answer me the 2 parts. Yes.
A rerun is when you are repeating the election. That's a rerun.
Why
a rerun is when the election is nullified, and then they call for a fresh, they can call it fresh election. And when it's a rerun, it will force that all of the candidates participate again. A runoff is when the candidates, none of them has gotten the highest percentage, which is 50 plus 1, And now only the 2 top candidates are allowed to take part in the new election. So that's the difference between a rerun and a runoff.
Sawa, usiende sana ndio isiharibike.
Ngoja Stone PK, hold on.
Let me follow up. Okay.
Hold on, Stone PK, Roba Ngoja. Just mute your mic. I just want to ask you panelists a question here. Now, assuming that the election is nullified and the Supreme Court orders for a rerun, does that mean that we will have to go back to the nomination process of the candidates? Because this will be a whole new process. Does it mean that we'll only have the 4 candidates that we had, or we'll have to have parties do the nomination of their candidates and then present that to the IEBC for vetting, blah, 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 until they are gazetted, and then we go to the election? Anybody?
But we've already been through this, Nani, my friend. We did this last time. The rerun will be anyone that was in the ballot. Ule mwenye alikuwa, that's it. We did it last time. Hata Jirongo aliingia and he didn't even have to be there. That is already done. Whoever wenye alifanya, that's why you call it a re.
There can be 2 options in it.
Any interested parties.
There can be 2 options in it. When it is a runoff, only 2 top candidates will run. When it is a rerun, they will say we are doing a rerun of the 2022 election. When there is a fresh election where everything from procurement was bad, the court can pronounce itself and say everything starts afresh from the procurement to the voter register auditing, which means they will have to implement the KPMG report, remove the register, and they do register cleaning. That one cannot be done within 60 days, and it will have to go until the Supreme Court decides on the date.
Perfect.
Okay, Joshua Mark, a minute.
My question was not through September.
Oh, okay. Stone
20,
PK Anita Ndemba. Ni sawa tu. Ndemba jaingia bado. But go ahead, Stone PK.
Oh, sorry, bro. Okay. Now, thank you for answering my 2 questions, Colin. So now, I want to know, when you do a runoff, it's because you have some numbers that you are using as your basis to show that the candidates did not attain the threshold. Now, how about in the event where now we are not able to have the numbers, we can't tell. Should they not rule like it should be a runoff? It should be a fresh election? That's what I think. Do you think I'm right? That given what we have seen, the judges have no choice. They can't tell us about the runoff unless they are able to use any other magic that we don't know. But looking at it from what we have monitored, is like this election was badly mangled. When you talk of turnout without the manual, and it is a total trash. So it would be in the best interest for them to trash it completely, tuweke kwa masanduku, kaburi la sahau, na to assume we never had the election. Would I be right to say that?
PK, can I support you on something so that atujibusi what is very important? Bro, Richie, Pole, kumisbehave. Collins, while you're answering that, naweza penda pia uelaborate watu about mkiamua kwenda now when it comes is just the top two. Can it go further to be the third one? Kama the second one amepatikana na makosa, can it go to the third one? Or since huo mwingine wa pili huyu mwenye mnafaa kwenda rematch na yeye ako na makosa. Now can you go to Wajakoya? Or since huo mwingine amekuwa disqualified, now do you just get uambiwa when you're winner? Please elaborate that, because there's a constitutional thing about that, and I heard that.
On the constitution, you'll say that the Supreme Court will declare a winner if the person gets the 50 plus 1% and is not found to have committed election offense. If that's why the word "and" is there. That "and" is conditional. The word "and" in that statement is conditional. If the person is found to have committed election offense, then the fresh election is called, because now everything starts afresh. Because now it's not, there's a rerun is a repeat election. A runoff is putting the two to get a simple majority. A fresh election starts from the whole process. So those three words are different. If these people go there and find, that's why they put those 9 points. That third point where they're talking about the turnout, did the person really get the 51%? They're just talking about a rerun and a runoff. That's where they can all measure there, and they say this other one did not have evidence, this one, the other. But because we cannot get a static threshold, then none of them reach the threshold of 50 plus 1% using the figures by Okia Omutata. In this case, all of it, it's Okia Omutata, the presentation by Okia Omutata that is going to save the election. That the petition by Okia Omutata can make us decide to go for a runoff or a rerun.
Okay.
So
I want
the third person is found to have committed offense, or the second person, and we are doing a runoff, then that means he's not a part of it. You cannot do a runoff when the second or the first person has been found. But so far, none of the candidates was petitioned to have committed offense. It was not a criminal case. In fact, Ruto has no offense in this election. The election has offense. The offense is with the Election Commission. That's why when the Ruto lawyers were defending the IEBC, Orengo told them, you are not the IEBC. Let the IEBC defend themselves. You are also just a beneficiary. You are not even an offender. I think I've answered that.
Thank you. I want us to move forward. Thank you, Collins, for the enlightening information. I want us to move forward. I can see new panelists here, but Joshua Mark, I'll give you a minute, just a minute, and then we can move to, I think, Bob Papa umekuja mbele ya Mulumbu, ama we'll sort that out.
Yes, I just want to add what Collins has said. He has said up to, if you go for fresh election, it means that all elective posts must go back to election. That's now the difference. A rerun is now a repeat, only 4 candidates, and then a runoff, 2 candidates, 1 and 2. A fresh election, the all process, even MCAs, they must go for an election.
Okay, sawa. Let's go. Bob Papa, alafu tuende kwa Mulumbu.
Yes, thank you very much, Makedi. Now, I want to say hi to all panelists. Deto, Stone Pike Roba, Matiambai, Mulumbu, Collins, Joshua, and Hussein. Yeah, I want to, when I look at the menu, I can see the DP said that he will accept the ruling. I never trust this man, ever. And when he even says that, I even think that he will do the opposite. He is a gentleman of, I don't want to misuse the word gentleman. He's a man of doublespeak and reverse psychology. So I won't take that statement very seriously. However, I'll be very brief, and I don't want to think about the process because I don't. All I'm waiting for is the decision, and the decision I am expecting is a nullification. And should there be no nullification, then I think it is time that Kenyans start thinking seriously on how how they want to be governed, because some of us are tired of living in a country that theft of anything, just about anything, is the order of the day. And we need to relook into our constitution. There are so many options. Even self-determination is one, because it will be hurting for some of the Kenyans to continue paying taxes to a government that we all know that came to power through the back door. So I just want to remain calm until we get the ruling, and then from there I'll be one of the people who will be making the decision on how I want to be governed. It might be a tall order, but sometimes it's worth trying, because many countries have faced what we have faced, and they have had to take drastic actions so that sanity can be restored. Because accepting, a rule of an individual who you definitely feel is taking the country, and his history shows that he'll take the country to the dogs, what can exist is just basically cosmetic peace, and that is not going to hold for very long. One time or another, it will burst, and when it bursts, it will be worse. So it is time that the Supreme Court comes up with a roadmap on how we fix these things. We are very tired, extremely tired, and the Supreme Court has no option. I will not try to speculate, because if you go to the social media, you'll see all manner of stories. So let's wait for the ruling and supposedly keep peace, but the peace must come with justice. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bob Papa. Mulumbu.
Hey, good morning, good evening, good usiku, all my brothers that are on the panel. Nawasalimia kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu aliyewaumba na akatuumba sisi wote. Ubaya ameumba sisi Africans wesi vichwa nywele ngumu na sisi pumbafu wote. Hakuna mtu mwerevu. Because kama ingekuwa Kenya ni nchi ya wazungu, Ruto na Chepkato wangekuwa ndani saa hii. Because hii ni African nywele ngumu, hamsikii wala hamuelewi, hamujielewi, bado mnaenda meandering, mnasema ati ya kwamba Chepkati sijui ndiye atakuwa ni nini, na hii mpango yote ilifanya na Ruto. Chepkati amelipwa na Ruto. Venezuelans walimelipwa na Ruto. So this kind of meandering, mnaenda huku kando na kando. I don't see what I don't know, you guys are well educated. That's why when this program started, I said this. Nilisema Kenyans are very good to work for other countries. When the Britain, when the Australia, when the German, when the America, when the Italia, you guys, you are very intelligent. You work with the high quality. Tena ukisimamia kazi, no, mzungu asemi, no corruption, you guys. But when you go back to your country, you are the most corrupt people. There's nothing you can tell me. You are the most corrupt people. You don't want to tell it how it is. Our country, because you know what? Because all of you, most of you, we went through corruption. Most of you were born during Moi time. You went to school during Moi time. Na Moi time, the kazi yake ilikuwa ni corrupt. So, bila kudanganya, some of you mulienda mulipitia kwa sababu ya corruption to reach where you are. All lawyers, Kenyans lawyers, wote ni corrupt. Judges wote ni corrupt. So wanajua tu mwenzangu yule pia alipitia hapa. Yeye mwenyewe akiangalia nyuma yake iko dosari chungu mzima. It's dirty. None of you is clean. Because if all of you are clean, This thing you cannot be meandering, kupiga back and forth. You could tell the white as it is. Ruto ndiye ameleta Venezuela. Ruto ndiye amecorrupt nini Chebukati. Why going around ya kwamba Chebukati pengine anapata indicted through Ruto wapi? Ni Ruto amemwaga pesa wakati alianza kampeni. You have heard here in this platform. Ruto alianza kulipa watu maagent wa ABC 3 years back. You have heard all this, is coming told you. Kuna maagent wa YouTube wa ABC wote wengine walikuwa hired na lapoti zao kwenda kufanya kazi, walikuwa under payroll. You have been told all this. Na mnakuja hapa mna meandering, msijue nini. Muizike Kenya. Zikeni tu. Zikeni. Nilisema jana, the only itaokoa Kenya ni Supreme Court. Ni kama pia Ruto ameweka kwa mfuko, then they'll give Ruto the lead. Ni kama Supreme Court ina haki wa mwananchi aliyepiga kura, aliyetoka saa 11 asubuhi, wengine walitoka saa 8, wakasimama kwa mstari, wakapiga kura yako kwa urais na kwa ukweli, inaenda mahali isasilikuwa, nikapita kwa hewa pale, ikabadilishwa. Basi jamaa kafika pale Bomas akasema, Chebukati, you are the hero man. You are the hero man. Chebukati akasema, I don't care. Hata kama walitoka, mimi ndio chairman, napeana certificate. Did you hear that? Then badala mkuja hapa msemo kweli ulioko mnaenda, sijui itakuwa namna gani sijui. Either the Supreme Court watuambie ukweli. Chebukati alifanya makosa, alishirikiana na mwenye alipeana certificate, wakaleta wa Venezuela kuja kurun off our country, our identity zote ziko Venezuela. Anybody who went to vote, jina yake na everything is documents zote ziko Venezuela. Tell me if it was America, Britain, Italia, German, ya kwamba Supreme Court imesema ya kwamba the servers should be open, wakatae ku open, what will happen? Ama iwe Saudi Arabia, ama iwe Iran, nini ingefanyika? Wote wangekuwa shakatwa vichwa. Because most of you are the thieves, you glorify. You are the thieves, nyinyi ndio mnaua Kenya. Because mngekuwa mnasema ukweli, vile CNN inasema ukweli hapa, NBC inasema ukweli, they don't lie.
My friend, let me ask you a question. Stop telling that everybody's a thief here. I think you could have gone back and listened to what some of us have been saying here. You are just behind schedule.
No, I'm not, my brother. I usually hear you. You are like me. I usually hear you. When I'm saying that, it's you kujitoa sema mimi hapana, sio unajua mimi huwa nasema kweli. Unajua kitu kibaya kinyewe kinajitoa, ni mbaya zinaingia peke yake upande mbaya. So
and also correction, it's not people who voted, it's whoever who did registration, the 20 million people who registered. Their names are in Southern America. That's where their names are, their phone numbers, their ID, everything, including even the President Uhuru, even those judges who are seated there.
That's why I'm saying all the names are in Venezuela. That's why I'm asking myself, Kenya kuna government? Unajua Uhuru mwenyewe pia anajua. Let me tell you this. Unajua 2013 Uhuru aliiba na Ruto. 2017 wakaiba na Ruto. 2007 Uhuru walisaidia, alikuwa kando, Kibaka kabeba. So Uhuru alijua what is happening. Unajua Mwenyezi Mungu si athmani. This time Uhuru alipoona hii inaenda mbaya, hii haitusaidia, akakaa kando. Na unajua vile unaona tu vile Mungu alifanya Musa akafanya wanini wa Egyptian wakaonekana naked. Uhuru akakaa kando, Ndio sasa ukweli ujulikane vile vitu huwa inafanywa. What is happening now is what happened 13 is what is happening in 2017. So Kenyans, let's say what it is. Let's tuambie kama ni either Supreme Court izike Kenya ama itoe Kenya kwa ramani. Na hewezi ikiwa itaweka nini Ruto ndiye alishinda hiyo, stand for your own. Kenya stand up. Na kama mko kwa hii njia moja, mtazama nani mtakuwa kwa hii barabara ya M7. Hii ni vile anataka ikue. So brothers, tuache to beat around the bush. Let's say what it is. Ruto aliiba kura na Chebukati. Kama koti ya Kenya na hakika kabisa yafai wa ban from the end kusonga karibu na election, then election ikue postponed, Uhuru akae kwa kiti, either wapate mwenye alikuwa Uhuru kama nini Ruto kama aliiba kura na Chebukati, mwenye hakuiba kura apewe uongozi. Raila na group ya nini ya Azimio wapewe leadership, wasafishe Kenya, to clean Kenya. That's the only thing can be done to clean Kenya. Wale wezi walipatikanwa wakuwe indicted, mwenye alipatikana haku kushiriki apewe uongozi. They clean the country. If you are doing for that, then we know Kenya we're going somewhere. Lakini some of you kama meandering, sijui itakuwa ati Ruto atapewa, tuende rerun for what? For what? Na imepatikana kuna makosa ilifanywa. Watu wametoka nje wamekuja kuingilia nchi as if you are not a sovereign country. Asanteni.
Niko na swali kwako Mulumbu. Let's listen to what nani alisema. Wakati judge aliuliza Professor Ojienda ya kwamba if you guys are disputing these numbers, ya kwamba hizi numbers hazikuwa real na hizi numbers zilipatia mtu ushindi, then under what circumstances do you want us kupatia client wenu ushindi kutumia the same numbers? Unmute your mic.
Ojienda pia kwa mjinga. He knows the Supreme Court. He knows why my judges vote, because he has worked with them. He knows because the Supreme Court judges wanajua what's happening in Kenya. What happened in 2017, what happens 2013, they know. So is that to play with their minds? So Supreme Court is to see where is the right thing is supposed to be happen. Ambapo Supreme Court ikifanya makosa jua pia, hata kama tungesema namna hii, these people are there. Wao pia waliweka mfukoni. They don't look at Kenya as Kenya. They are looking for themselves.
Okay. Sikupata ile jibu nilikuwa nataka, lakini ni sawa. Robani kupatie dakika moja alafu niende kwa Matimbai. Hosea, nitakuja kwako. I've seen your hand.
Yes, I think, Brother Murum, I want to acknowledge you and say what you're saying is the truth of the matter. I mean, I can also go as far as saying we have come a country of jokes, a country of nonsense, where people, even the Tibet himself, have you ever even asked himself, how did he call himself Dr. William Ruto? When did he get a doctorate? We even don't know. The governor of Nairobi is just running away without even having a degree. There's some governors, some of the doctor, whatever. And we are corrupt. We have become a country of corruption. And the people are embracing that. Our people should stand up. And if these people, they come up and tell us, they are hold or whatever happens, then some of us, we have to raise up. If it means just like being the best opposition or whatever it is, whatever it takes, but if we can't do nothing, this country is going to go to hell. And that's where we are headed to.
Okay, Matimbai. Then we go to Kusel.
Hello, hi all. Habari zenyu. To me, sijui nisema aje, but to me, something called justice in Kenya tunangoja tile justice ya mwisho tu yenye Yesu atarudi, yenye atagawanya kondoo na mbuzi, but injustice in Kenya sijaiona. I shall give just a simple example. Recently, kila mtu, the whole world iliona when Didmas alishoot huyo kijana mdogo, then somebody anakuja tu mbele ya maskari anasema tu surely me I don't know, sijui, I was in Nairobi, na kila mtu ameona. The guy saya ako nje anakula vizuri. Somebody like ule Obado aliua msichana, everybody knows, nani ajui, he's enjoying. So to me justice in Kenya is like kitu ingine tu hapo tofauti. I think inadeterminiwa for those who have and mi Kenya naweza sema tu if hawa watu saba, because hawa watu saba ndio wameshikilia nchi. To me, mimi I don't believe in democracy anymore. Wacha tu kama wanaweza sikia even if hata kama mzee akupata hiyo wampe tu, because this guy Ruto and Chebukati they break the law. Pia sisi wacha tu watu wazimie, we break it, then equivalent itakuwa, because tutasema tu the law, but the law is not favoring us. Hiyo law yenye I think Richie, Stone PK, Roba niliwaambia hapa the first time, before hiyo time yenye tulikuwa nasema mzee ako in the lead, nikamwambia the same thing happened in 2007. The mzee was in the lead. Same thing it happened 2017, the same mzee alikuwa on the lead. So hata even if tuende to nullify hii election, si 2017 wali nullify, nandi alikalia kiti, the same people alikalia kiti. So if we nullify election, the kipara man will just be there too, because mpaka January ndio resign, ndio kazi yake isha. So like to me sioni tu, and that's why like most of the people mavijana wamesema tu, I've been talking to them, wanasema leo they're just going to the Supreme. Hapo when they see 3 wameenda vibaya, wanasemanga that's the end, heri wakufe sahi than wangoje ile maisha ngumi yenye nakuja kuwaua polepole. Roba, yes Ndeto.
Ngoja Mato, ngoja kidogo. Ose alikuwa ameinua mkono mbele yako. Let's give Ose kwanza nafasi, then we'll come to you. Thank you, Matibai.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Richie. What I wanted to say is that you see that question about declaring Baba the winner. You remember when the petition were first brought on board, filed, there were 23 of them. And you remember on day one, I think it is Mark who was saying that if you read keenly the way those petitions were arranged, they were strategic. And the issue of 50+1 came after all these other determinations. And the issue around it was that even in the event that you look at these flawed figures, even in the event that you look at the flawed figures, the way they were, the declared winner did not meet the 50+1. But then there was also another determination. I think it was number 8. It was saying that they wanted a forensic audit to be undertaken in all the servers and all the KIMS kits. And if you were to do so, you'll find who the real winner is. And according to them, that real winner was Baba. Now you remember during the audit, they did not exhaust that. They were denied findings into the exact server where those findings were sitting or were kept, stored. Now, if you look at it, it was appearing like you wanted to have your cake and eat it. In other words, you are saying that the elections are flawed, but at the same time, you want the flawed results to be used to declare Baba the winner. Now, the position is that they were not supposed to use the flawed result. They were supposed to audit the system and do a system recount. According to them, those results will show Baba was the winner. That is why they were saying they want Baba to be declared the winner. if the audit proves so. Thank you.
Ose, kuna kitu nataka nikuulize before uende mbali. Can you explain to me? Ngoja Bob Papa, nimekuona. Just a minute. Let me show you something here, Ose. And this is your document. When do you my document? Mato, there's something wrong with your device. Juu inaonyesha green. Sijui kama hata nikikuongeza itakubali. Inaonyesha color green. I think there's something wrong with your camera. Ose, this is your document. Kwani imetoweka. There's a document that you sent me here. I think I'm missing it right now, but it's okay. You said that Azimio was requesting wafanye audit ya server. How do you get numbers from the server?
You see, when you did the transmission of the initial Form 34A, it was ending up in one of the back servers. Now, in another server, they were intercepting and altering them and posting onto the portal. So in other words, there exists one of the servers where the initial records are, and that is why IBC refused to open it.
So what you're telling us here is that you can pull the initial forms and then you can get your numbers from those forms. Is that what you mean?
Exactly,
from the servers?
Exactly. And it was petition number 8 in the original Azimio petition, number 8.
And what was the point of having the agents of Azimio and Kenya Kwanza and the registrar going through the logs? Can you explain to us why they had to go and check?
Those were physical. Those were physical ballot boxes.
No. I'm talking about when they audited, when they went to inspect the so-called server, the IBC server.
Yeah, they didn't get to the server where the forms initially were transmitted real time. They didn't get there. That's why they were saying they were denied access. In fact, for me, I was wondering if they were denied access, they should have come up with a contempt of court case. I don't know why the Azimio lawyers didn't pursue that.
But you see, let me say this. I also got confused because now Azimio came and said that they were denied access. The IBC lawyer, that eloquent young man, alikuwa anaitwa Ngarichia Mangarishia. You remember that young man mwenye aliletwa na Githu Muigai the last minute kuongea juu ya
Yeah, there was a gentleman there.
Yeah.
Yes.
He came and said they have complied with the 4 orders from the Supreme Court. Sasa hata mtu anakuwa confused which one is which one.
You see, you remember, Makiadi, let me just say this. When the server they wanted was blocked by the letter from Smartmatics.
But the letter was not admitted. Was the letter admitted? Was the letter admitted? Hiyo barua ilikubaliwa na Supreme Court kweli?
I don't know. But they showed them the letter saying that to do so will expose their intellectual copyrights. So they didn't go that far.
So if you see there's a young lady who represented for the youth, he simply said they were denied to get access of the servers. So from there you can tell. He said simply they didn't even want them there near that place.
Yeah, somebody needs to explain to me what happened during that inspection because
but then
IBC...
let's ask the panelists why the matter taken further for contempt.
We are moving towards that direction, Usa. But what I want to say is this: I listened to the IBC presenting, and they said they all complied with all the 4 orders that were given by the Supreme Court with regards to opening the server. The only part they did not comply with was the one that would have affected the intellectual property of Smartmatics. And I'm not sure whether that letter was admitted by the Supreme Court. I'm not sure because somebody told me that letter was thrown away. So Azimio could not use that letter on their side to say that, look, we have a letter from Smartmatics here preventing us from accessing that side of her, So according to the registrar, and I think you heard that, according to the registrar of the Supreme Court, it looks like all that was ordered by the Supreme Court was done. Sijui kama mlisikia hiyo ama mimi nilikuwa naona vitu zangu. Probably I was listening
The
to my own things.
concluding submissions, if you add them, you would see that Azimio concluded they were not allowed the server which contained the essential things they were looking for. They were not. And that is when they started saying that they gave the specs, those 6.4 GB kind of as to prove that it was not the server that they were looking for.
Okay, so Stone PK, Martin ako hapo. Stone PK 1 minute, Mato 1 minute, and then Bob Papa nishikie dakika 5 ni kunywa maji na kuja.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Bro Makiadi, and the panelists. You see why some of us are calling for self-determination. What Makiadi is saying is what transpired. The letter from the registrar was confirmed that everything that the court had ordered was complied with. That letter, that is what they say. All what they were asked to do, the registrar to go as Mamie, all was done. That is the report they did back to the court. Azimio said no. There were few that were not, they were not let through to the servers, and so it was Azimio versus the registrar, and our court just kept quiet. I don't know what that silence means. I don't know whether they kept quiet to be able to have it in their determination and all that. Okay, but it is sad. It is sad the way as Kenyans, even in our bodies, in our judiciary, the way some things we are handling with cold feet. And this is what is going to burn this country. Why didn't even, is it that they'll say this during their whatever their determination? That's when they'll say, as per the Sabbath, this is what are they going to direct again, or they are going to induct? So they have left Kenyans guessing. Is it hard to give a very clear direction? Just like what they did with the BBI, it was almost nonsense. When you tell Kenyans this, that, and then you do you throw out the case.
Stone, the submissions from the Azimio lawyers, they did indicate that they did not get the full access they were looking for, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, where does that leave everyone then?
Hanging. And that's why Kenyans, ndugu zangu wa Kenya huko nje, wacha hawa panelists wako hapa, hawa watafanya tu kuwasupport na maji huko, kuwapatia nguvu. Nyinyi huko nyumbani.
Ask Joshua.
Huko nyumbani. Back to you, Bob.
I think before Bob Kiasi,
thank you very much.
I think the
order.
Kulikuwa na 8 servers.
Hello,
na Azimio walialauwa
Matiambai, order. Matiambai, when you want to speak, just raise up your hand. Don't take the bad habit from Kuseo. Kuseo, you are encouraging bad manners in the studio because you just open your mic and you speak. So let us have some decorum. Let me give Martin and then we come to Matiambai. Martin, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate that. What I really wanted to say, this was a point of concern. I heard this guy, the little guy that man, bro, I'm not telling you you're little, but I'm just saying the guy that was talking. I believe you're my small brother, Matiambai. When he was talking about he doesn't believe in the electoral system of Kenya. And tell you guys, by the way, if you guys are joking, this is what is really happening. He's not the only person that has spoken something like that to me. He's not the only person. Even my own brother, like, why do I have to go to vote? He never even voted. The way he was speaking, if you heard his electoral sema, they don't believe in it. They don't believe in civil voting and all those things, civil education and voting and all that, because they all believe that it's just, I mean, it's a waste of time. That's what he was talking about, and it concerns me. It concerned me a lot, because that's where we are heading. And unless the big brothers, us, we go back and start telling these people that this thing matters, we will never have a voting system. And that's why it's so easy to manipulate a voting system in our country as we speak today. Why? Because the people who are supposed to be voting will not vote because they don't care, they don't give a whatever. They don't want it because they just believe it will not help. And then us, the guys who used to believe in an electoral system, we are out here talking every day, talking about something, and we're not educating these guys to tell them that how important it is for you to go vote and what it actually means. He spoke, everybody heard him. He was like, I don't care about voting. So, Big Papa, mimi na wewe, we will go down. Hao wenye watabaki hawatakuwa naweza vote. Umesikia huyu venye amesema hapa? Hawana hiyo responsibility yenye yako, unaenda pale mpaka unaenda kuchunga kura. They don't understand what it is. It doesn't even matter to them. And that's a big problem. That's why we get these guys trying to even bring mathematics to come and vote for them instead of the people of Kenya voting, because even our own people do not understand what voting is. When I'm leaving Kansas to go to, if I can leave Kansas to go to Washington, D.C. to go vote because I know what it means to me, these guys don't even care about what voting is. They just think itaingizwa tu, tutacheza tu kimagendo. So we have a lacuna as a country. Yes, we're going to survive through this. I believe in the next 6 hours, it will be nullified. But when it gets nullified, we have to make people understand what it is to get out and go vote. Kama tutapewa second chance. And this time we have to go out. Now to kama Matimbai, they have to understand, and we have a duty to tell them what it means to go vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Matimba, you can now proceed. 1 minute. Matimba, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I think kwa hiyo issue ya server, the Azimio people walikuwa nasema kuko na 8 servers. And that hiyo 8 server they were being allowed to access only server number 5. Hiyo ndio waliwaruhusu wa access. Only that. Hiyo ndio nilisikia kutoka kwao. But koti ilikuwa imewapewa access the whole server, but kenye walipewa wali access server number 5 peke yake. I think let me give Mato, by the way, acha nikwambie mimi, everybody anasema even you tunaenda kwa Raila and I'm not going to vote because already tunajua the outcome. Why should I waste my time to go in the queue? Tunaamka hiyo saa 8 ya usiku, unaenda kwa queue, unafinyana, you do, unaona, and you know they already the outcome. Why should you go? Si heri tu sasa, heri kuume. Unajua kenye natuuma sana, tulienda tuka queue na wanatunyang'anya haki yetu. Like somebody just stealing your wife. Ulilipa mahari na wanasema hiyo ni bibi yangu, utafanya? You won't ufanya kitu. So kuenda ati story na kusimama kwa line, to me sioni kama itamata. Then to these people, the other side people of yellow, what were UDA, let me call that. Kulikuwa na my mathematics teacher aliniambia that one day kulikuwa na mzee alikuwa analimanga mahindi kando ya msitu. So the monkeys used to come and eat the mahindis. The mzee used to chase the monkeys. So one day the monkeys wakaitana kamkutano. Wakasema huu mzee anatunyima freedom. Wacha tuvamie huu mzee tumuue so that we can eat the mahindi. Tukisherekea, nobody will be disturbing us. So the monkeys waka-organize, they went and they killed the older man. So wakakula mahindi ikaisha. So when the other season ya mahindi vile ilikuja wakarudi kwa shamba, wakuona hiyo mahindi tena. And that's the time they knew how important of that mzee was. They were like, okay, at least huyu mzee alikuwa anatufukuza, but tulikuwa tunatoka na kamahindi kamoja kwa shamba, unatoroka nako. So I want to say, despite the fact watu wa UDA they hate mzee, okay fine, he will go home. Ataishi maisha mzuri. But that time ndio itakuwa inasema at least kumbe huyo mzee alikuwa anatusaidia. Huyo mzee vile alikuwa hapa, alikuwa anatusaidia. Hapo ndio atakumbuka. And then the last thing yenye naweza sema, one day my dad aliniita sasa, Felix, I say yes daddy. Say come here. Nilikuwa nimefanya kitu ya ujinga. Then akaniuliza swali moja. Have you ever attended funeral? I say yes daddy. Akaniuliza between watu wenye wameenda kulia, the people, the mourners, and na ule mtu mwenye amekufa, nani usikia uchungu? Nikasema obvious the mourners. And that's akaniambia that's apply to a foolish person. The people around you ndio utafeel uchungu ile how stupid you are. But yourself you won't feel that stupid. Uwezi feel hiyo ujinga vile, uwezi feel hiyo uchungu vile wewe ujinga. So people of UDA, we can celebrate. We'll celebrate UDA tano tena. Si unga, si ati tunaenda kwa unga watu wa Jubilee wananunua unga 30 bob, si watu wa NASA tunanunua 250. No, all of us. So when itakuja kutushapen, it will sharpen all of us. Maybe kina wengine mko nje, you can survive a little bit. Okay, asanteni.
Matiambai, wind up, eh? Okay, Temba, karibu sana. Let me give you the mantle. I think the next was Collins and then Joshua Mark. Karibu sana, Temba.
Tunangoja Temba aongee
Collins, Collins, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to answer a question. Somebody asked a question of why, and he's not there already. He asked why were they asking for declare Raila? You know, always you aim at the sun to reach the moon. It doesn't mean that you must just, all your prayers will not be given a chance, but at least unaweka mingi, ndio ukipewa hata kidogo unafurahia. The question that was asked to Tom Ojienda, you want us to declare Raila, Raila Odinga the Azimio candidate as the president. Why? You know, the court, these judges are very intelligent. They are indirectly trying to ask these guys, the Azimio, do you have other figures that are not the same figures being told to us by the IEBC? So if you have those figures, can you table them and tell us that your candidate won election by this much so that we do the recount? Checking on those Form 34As, the originals and the ones in the server, has nothing to do with the discrepancy of difference in them, because Willis Otieno and Okia Mutata in their submissions clarified something, that these people are working backwards. A predetermined figure was being worked towards. That's why if there was any modification, it was done before. Remember, in Venezuela and in Philippines, their mathematic thing started relaying the results a day before election.
Why did they start having the results before the people went for election? People were working backwards. And that is the reason why there was Form 34A 2 of 2. Why are we having the same figures? So we will see what comes from the ground if it is different from what was sent on the portal. They can't be different. It is the same thing that was sent from the ground in a letter to sasa. Hakutakuwa na difference because this is the modified thing. They were supposed to tell people don't use Form 34A2 of 2. Tumieni moja. Hapo ungepata a lot of discrepancy. So when Ojenda was being asked, kwa nini lori ilikuwa kubwa? Because they thought there's going to be a recount. Ndio walete kila kitu yenye ilitoka kwa polling station and the evidence so that the counting can be redone. If there was no recounting and retallying, and still there is no difference because the work was from backwards. Ni kama mtu anakuja anakuuliza kwanza, do you want to get married next year? Unataka msichana aina gani? Mrembo, mtall, anataka mwanaume mfupi, mnono, round. And then anaenda anatafuta mwingine, anaambia wewe unataka mwanaume anakaaje? And then he comes to somewhere in the church or in the sanctuary somewhere, and then he tells you, nimeona msichana wenye utaoa atakuwa mfupi, mnono, round. Na at the same time amejua kuna huyo kwa hiyo kanisa yao ama iko kwa sanctuary, alafu utasema pastor amenitabiria. Hakuna kutabiri because he is working backwards. He starts from the results to the process. In 2017, Maraga said election is not only about numbers but the process. Gibu Muigai was trying to run it so that people could know that election was about the numbers, not the result, not the process. He was trying to fix it. A lie repeated more than 3 times is very difficult to decolonize and make it to be now. You will have now to prove it that it is a lie, but there are possibility that it can now be true. So that is what these people were trying to do. It's the same thing. Anasemaga siku ya nyani kufa kila mti uteleza. Everything was failing until these people realized there is Karmago something. That is the only part. I think that's my... And again, somebody's in the comment section, anajiita UDA. We are not talking about tribes here. He's like, Wajaluo waanze kutafuta mawe or what. We are not talking... It is not about being the president or what. It's about being realistic, knowing the truth, so that anybody, maybe Stone PK may want to be president next time. Maybe Collins may want to be president next time. Nisifanyiwe ile kitu yenye wamefanyiwa wenye wamepita. Thank you.
Sorry, Bob, Papa, you had called me. I was on another phone. I was on another phone. Sorry, when you called me. So can I come in now or someone else? Papa.
Joshua Mark, and then you take over. Thank you.
Okay.
Joshua Mark, yes. And then you take over Demba. Thank you. Looks like Joshua Mark is having a problem. Temba, you can take over.
Okay, thank you, Bob Papa. I want to probably just chime in and give a rejoinder to what Collins has shared. Collins, what would you give as your understanding of irregularities and illegalities?
Elections should be run in accordance to the Election Act and the Constitution. Anything that goes contrary to those two laws is an irregularity. Anything that goes against the expectation of those is an irregularity. And anything that commits like a criminal thing, a criminal, not against the law, but you know, we have the spirit and the letter of the law. So there are things that are in that law that are not said, but they are written there. If you do anything that contradicts the law, then it's illegal. If you do things that, yes, they are in the law, but ethically they're not expected there, then that's an irregular. For example, we expect only people who are in the register to vote, and voting should be once. If somebody voted twice, that's an illegality. If only people voted once, and the difference is instead of counting those votes, they are not counted like what we are seeing. Those are irregularities. This is what we expect to be done, but was not done. But this is not expected to be done, but was done. So those are two different scenarios. That's why you differentiate between an irregularity and an illegality.
Okay. The other question I want to ask: what's your view about the 27 constituencies that were not counted, that were not declared?
That's an irregularity. It's expected to be done, but was not done. That's an irregularity. It's not an illegality. It's irregular. Jose Camargo finding himself in the servers, that's an illegality. The Kinusu or Kinisu finding himself working on our servers and election, that's an illegality. The chairman not working with the other members of the commission, that's an irregularity because they should work as a commission.
All right. Yes, Kuseo, you want to chime in?
What about blocking the other commissioners and giving them non-designated roles, like being head of media, head of diplomats?
That's being petty because in every office,
not being petty, it is in the submissions.
Yeah, it's in the submission, but in every office, there is something called housekeeping. But limiting them to that kind of housekeeping work, which also at some point you may find hata kwa mkutano zenu mnajiwekaga nani wewe umesimamia nani wewe umesimamia, but if you are the distribution of those duties is taken, even if Philomena anaitwa nani Philomena Mwilu,
yes,
hata wao pia kuna siku. That's why they said wako na housekeeping, but they are equals. But if the leader overrides and now limiting you to your constitutional actions, that activities and responsibilities, that now becomes a different thing. You should continue with your housekeeping things, but still also you must be able to discharge your duties and functions as per the constitution and the acts of the election. Ni kama hata mahali mnafanya kazi.
The issue is being locked out of the tallying room.
What's that?
Locking them out of the tallying room. That is actually what I was narrowing down to.
That's an illegality.
Okay, I see some people down there, you know, like they're already abrogating themselves the role of the judges. So it was not, does it overturning what? You know, we are overturning what? The like I think Collins has said, this thing is worked backwards. These numbers, how are they gotten before they are overturned? Because you are looking at how did you get these numbers so that you say, is it too huge to overturn? I find it very interesting when people argue that, you see, it was not so much to affect the election. Now, number one, you are given sample 56 constituencies. Now, let me make this point, then I allow you Stone Pichet to talk. You are given sample 56 constituencies. Then in this sampling of the 56 constituencies, 9 constituencies, 9 polling stations. It was 56 polling stations. 9 polling stations are found not to be.
are ghosts, because 9 out of 56, 9. Now, extrapolate that. I mean, take it now to 46,000 and something polling stations countrywide. So that would mean that if out of 56, you have 9 that are ghosts. If out of 56, 9 are ghosts, how about 46,000? You would arrive at probably for every 5 polling stations that are true, there are a number of them that are ghosts. All right, because this was just a sample. This was just a sample. So mathematically speaking, let me give a rough figure that you can arrive at 9 out of 56 times 46,000. So you'll arrive at around roughly 8,000 polling stations that were, or 7,000 polling stations that were ghosts out of the many. So someone should be concerned. Yeah, no, it was 56, and then 9 were found to be ghosts. Then out of the 45, 25 of them did not have Form 34As.
27.
27.
27 of them.
Did not have 34, 2 of 2.
Yeah.
34A, 2 of 2.
They did not have 34A, 2 or 2 inside, because that was Chebukati's word that all the Form 34A, 2 was supposed to be locked inside. So 27 did not have that, you know. So you are supposed to think that as an irregularity, that's an irregularity. That's an irregularity now. Was it supposed to be inside there? Yes. Were you supposed to have 9 out of 56 ghost polling stations? All polling stations should be gazetted. So how come there were ghost polling stations 9 out of 56? So if you
That's an illegality.
So if you extrapolate, you realize that you have 8,000, which basically the judges will are working that out. And then someone comes to tell us that these numbers from these ghost polling stations should also be counted to bring this 50 plus 1. And then you're asking, is there anything major to overturn those numbers from the ghost polling station? You must be high on something if you still think that the irregularities were not as major, you know. Now, another thing that I wanted to just say before I bring in, I see Stone PK and Bob Papa have something to say, is the way the lawyers, actually the lawyers in my view, through IBC under the bus in their submissions. If an error has been noted in samples, you can easily say that the same error could have been repeated, could have repeated itself in many others which were not looked at in that instance.
In other words, populated.
Exactly. So you cannot look at one form and then say that, okay, that was an error of the agents, or that was an error of the whatever. And the other thing is the technology thing, having the contract being JPEG and you pushing this thing into PDF. And like someone has said there, you say figures, there was a lot of time to fix things depending on what will be needed. So as soon as that one has been mentioned, you go try to fix so that it can come out and, you know, reflect what you think should be observed. And I think that was, in my view, a very key point that I noticed. those who are still quite emotional about it, we'll be here. I mean, whichever way this thing goes, we'll still be here. We'll analyze those things. So if you're still stuck at Sijui Luos, you're still stuck at Sijui Luyas, Sijui what, I mean, umebaki nyuma sana. Let me bring PK and then Bob Papa.
Thank you, Brother Temba. Welcome. And yeah, initially when I raised my hand, there was a burning point about what you have just commented. You know, people are really crying at the commentary because of the insults that are ongoing there. But it's good you've noticed that. And also there is an outcry there that Alex is being blocked. I don't know what that means. Then back to my point is I really wanted to talk about Matiambai's presentation, and I really wanted to talk to the panelists and Kenyans out there. This young brother of ours is speaking millions of, I mean, on behalf of millions of their generation. And what he's saying is not anything to just wish away. We are talking of the next. When we talk of next, you know, in Kenya, we are fond of phrases and we don't take serious what these phrases are all about. Oh, you are the next leader. You are the next generation. Oh, Sijui, let's remain calm. Oh, give us substantive discussion. Oh, proof. This young brother of ours,
leaders of tomorrow.
The leaders of tomorrow. These young brothers of ours, they are telling us, for those of you who are there during Moi's regime, if you are unlucky, like I was twice, it was when now the wave of carjacking was really, really raining in Nairobi. That, you know, it was really terror. That anytime you are driving or you are walking, you know, either you are unapigwa ngeta mchana. Please, let's mute. Somebody's, yeah, I think it's Guy who is not. Yeah. Those of you, hey, why is Guy unmuting? Guy. Okay, thank you, Guy. You know, those of you who can remember how it was that even unafika kwa gate yako or even mtaani, you are not sure you reach to the house. You would not even, aungetembea na kitu imekura kwa mfuko. They don't care what it is. They come and harm you and take it away. Now, let me go to the carjackers. It turned out that most of the carjackers were our university graduates, you know, and they would, like on 2 occasions, I experienced that, one alone and one with my friends. You know, he had given me a lift. He had gone out someplace. And the gentlemen, they were, you know, they were having conversation with us. That maze, si ati tunataka kuhamu watu, we have to make a living. Yeah, the situation is so hard. Yeah, nyinyi tu, we want you to give us what you have. Alafu tuwaachilie muende tena mkafanye job. Juu nyinyi mko lucky, continue to earn, then we continue to earn from you. Can you imagine? Wanakuambia hivyo, of course, wanagan nini, they are taking you round and round, and then of course they go and dump you someplace, but they don't harm you. But you imagine the trauma, and then you hear their reason. Because what are we talking about right now? The economy is no better now. Then you get a crook taking over who has taken advantage that he will give them wheelbarrows and all these kind of things. Then, fine. I wish he was elected, you know, properly. Ndio tuambie vijana, nyinyi kuleni na wembe yenyu, mumejitakia wenyewe. I wish that the election was really straight, verifiable, ikuwe Ruto amepigiwa kura. Then we would tell vijana, sasa nyinyi kamueni hiyo ng'ombe yenyu kwa sababu ndio mumeilisha. But now the guy has rigged. These vijanas, the graduates, the college leavers, the TVTs, hawana kazi na hawatapata kazi. All right, and now they are feeling disillusioned, like what Matimbai is saying. What do you expect to see? of this energy, a desperado 70-year-old man is better. Huyo anakufia kwa nyumba tu akiwaza. Okay? But a desperado, energetic, volatile, hand grenade with a pin that is almost loose, my friend, in Kenya. Just know it is dangerous. Unasikia Mtiambai na the others wanasema, I better die now than dying slowly, nikiona. That if I have to starve, nikufe juu ya starvation, I'd rather take cyanide now or take suicide, whatever, now, so that niishe. And by it, nikienda, of course, because nitaenda na those who are around me. Now, can you imagine if somebody comes and tells these people, can we do X, Y, Z? What will stop them doing that? So it is stupid for even people like Ruto and his cahoots, thinking that they will have a country to govern under this circumstance. Now, I'm addressing this so that those who are now at the verge of deciding what happens to this country in the next 4 hours or so, in the name of the Supreme Court, that they don't go there playing around. You know, Kenya, we take things so easy. Let's pray. Let's do that. It is a time to do what has never been done in this world. The Supreme Court should be a sharp object, not a sponge. It's not a baby bath. It's not madoido mingi, mabizungu mingi, and all that. It should be, and I don't know why our courts don't use hammer, because it looks like when you use a hammer is when you hammer, you chew the guinundo or whatever is not working. All right. So our court should do that. It should be seen to really cut. They should not give us haphazard rulings like that one of 2017. As much as it nullified, it put us in a more worse situation. You nullify an election, then you leave things hanging. What have you done? It never gave us a solution. It just nullified an election, then gave us the same kingangi. Kingangi in Kikuyu or Kikwetu means crocodile. You know, it nullifies and gives you the same crocodile to go take care of your goats. That was the most ridiculous thing that ever happened. As much as we were the first to nullify an election in Africa, but it was ridiculous that you are nullifying and then you are babysitting the same IDC. You see, what you do now, because it's a process, you go and do it, you make sure you do it right. And it's the same people. Kenya, even this one, if they just sit there and rule, nullify, and leave it hanging, of course, Chebukati will be there, you know, the thugs will be there, the Kamako or Venezuela rubbish will be there. They even refuse to open the server if at all it exists. You didn't say anything about it. Yeah. So we are expecting so much. We are expecting fireworks. We want to hear very stern ruling so that na ile Kiswahili watu nasemanga ili iwe funzo kwa wengine sasa, kesho na siku za baadaye. It is a turning point if we were to use English. It should be a total turning point for this country so that nobody will ever dare do that. Otherwise, Supreme Court will just be a court like any other, mchezo like any other, kizungu mingi like any other. You know, because Kenya, we know English more than the English people themselves. Yeah. Thank you, Themba. Back to you.
Yes, Bob Papa, you want to say something?
Yeah. I just want to mention about the moving target that Otamolo was trying to elaborate on. Now, you know, I want to echo sentiments of Themba. Themba, you talked about the IEBC shooting themselves in the foot, and hypothetically speaking, if suppose this was a criminal trial, where you have on one hand Chebukati telling us that he's working with a figure of 65.4 or something like that, And then his director of elections is talking about 56.1 in two different affidavits in the same petition. Now, I just want to ask the panelists, I mean, would you find Chebukati guilty? Because on one hand, he's telling us of working with a figure of 65, turnout of 65.4 something. He's director of elections. One Michael, I think, Ouma, gives us 56.1. Be the judge. Thank you, Zemba.
Yes, Joshua Mark.
Yes, thank you very much, Temba. Yes, I think the report for register about scrutiny, it did come out well because we expected them to give us a good report, and they ought to have read that report in court so that people could understand. But now we realize that they only give it in a summary. Now we didn't know exactly what really happened because they ought to have given us the whole summary, even like 1 hour. The registrar could have read that the report for 1 hour so that we could know exactly what really happened. But now they gave us in a summary because there's some issue that, like whatever Temba is talking about. There were 56 polling stations. 9 were ghost polling stations. But now we know this one, being that Temba has information, that people don't have information. They only know 45. That's why the UDL say that out of the 45 polling stations, when we did a recount, we realized that everything was okay. They were not mentioning about the 9 polling stations that were ghost workers. So to me, I think maybe they ought to have given us a full report so that we could have known what exactly happened. Now, secondly,
there's a report here, Joshua Mark. You can access it, and it is in this report that has actually, it's a judiciary report. It's nobody to give you. The report is there. You don't have to have anybody giving you the report. There's a report that was released by the judiciary registrar. So it is not even UDA talking about it. It is the registrar when they were there. They have given that report. All that information is public. You can actually look for it and you'll see it. And that is what has been also been given to judges.
Yeah, what I'm saying, to me, I may access it, but the people who are watching TV, they ought to have read it there publicly. Now, secondly, what Mchemba is talking about, I know Mato was pissed off and he left when Mchemba said that like a young guy, they'll not go for a repeat election. In fact, on the ground, not even young guys, even people who are mature, they're saying that if in any case we're going for a rerun, I'm not going to participate in an election. You see, sometimes we may not blame even Mchambai. Assume today Ruto escaped this election. Do you think 2027 you're going to challenge Ruto? Many people say no, if it's Ruto, then there's no need of doing a voting. Like that's exactly what Mchambai is saying, that we have voted, but it seems that our vote is not being counted. So in any case, we are going back for a repeat election. I want to ask the Azimio leaders. They need to come out and convince the young Kenyans. You know, we have people who are diet, like me, I'm diet. Whether if they do a repetition, even if the election be repeated even 10 times, I'll do election. As long as Raila is there. But your people are not diet. They need to come out. They must convince those people, because there are people who travel from Nairobi to go and vote in our country, use maybe 3,000. How are we going to convince this person to now again to book a bus to go back and vote again? Now this is the time that they have to come with the resources. They must ensure that they carry people from Nairobi free of charge, take them to our country, they vote, they should bring them back. So this is the right time. They must, because whatever I'm saying today, this election will be nullified. Now what next? What next? That they must come out and convince people to go and vote, because if they don't do that, there's new supporters are very demoralized. But UDA supporters are there to go and vote because they want to defend it. But as new supporters, the same way Mchemba said, they said very that in it, and exactly that's what on the ground. Stone PK, September, you are out of the country. But what is on the ground? People are very demoralized, and most people are saying that kama ni uchaguzi kurudiwa, then mimi sipigi uchaguzi. So they must come out. They must convince supporters that you must go and vote because you want to win this presidency. Thank you very much.
Yes, Kuseo.
Thanks, Temba. I just wanted to tell PK, you see, all those issues about Chebukati.
Let me read something here, Kuseo, just from the report, just a statement, yeah? By the time the exercise was concluded, the IBC had not provided the forensically imaged copy of Form 34C as indicated in paragraph 13 above. The same was provided to the court on September 1st, 2020 at 1:02 p.m. The same is annexed, served directly upon the parties by the IBC. So they had not provided the forensically imaged copy. They had not provided. The commission, however, flagged documents under orders 1 and 4 that could not be provided on account of security. On order 1, regarding the owners of systems administration password, they didn't provide that. The IBC declined to produce the names on account of exposure of the owners to security threats and risks. Regarding production of partnerships agreements with its technical partners under order 4, the commission invoked the security exemption provided by the court in paragraph 7, that the documents refer to agreements with third parties exposing the commission to breach of non-disclosure and confidentiality clauses. The commission, however, provided classified and sealed copies to the partnerships agreement to the court for reference. So you see, that's all I wanted to read from the report, Kusa. You can go ahead.
You see, I started earlier on before you were there. I was saying that it's like we are prisoners of this system. You know, if these people are selling to us a system, I do not understand at what level our data, which is in there, all of a sudden is inaccessible to us. We cannot access it. I do not know what sort of procurement terms and conditions these are. Now, anyway, I personally, I know that this mathematic thing, the way it came around is the beneficiaries are the ones who brought it around. And that's why I was saying, how was it, who had competed for it, which other system were it compared with, what were the terms and conditions of engagement? They are nowhere. Now, there is nowhere whereby you can have data. For example, you have the voter from 34As, which were ran on the KIMS kits, and you cannot go into the system where they are for whatever reason. Why could they not offer to do it for us then? If they fear that they didn't want us to see the whoever who are the providers or the technology, whatever of the system. I do not understand how we can be blocked from seeing our own data. Now, and for me, I blame the Azimio lawyers. They could have insisted in court that either this is contempt or merely we cannot, the technology requirements as per declaration number 1 are completely not met. So in other words, there is no way we can continue to use this system. It is not serving us. I wanted to come to what Stone was saying regarding this idea of Chebukati. And I was saying that if you realize at the tail end, the judges indicated that Chebukati's malpractices or illegalities are out of their jurisdiction. So I wanted to tell Stone PK, if he's expecting that the judges will say that Chebukati is guilty for this, guilty for that, that is not going to be there. Theirs was to check the Chebukati's actions in as much as they impact on the election results. Not as to find Chebukati guilty, no. That is left for another court. And it is up to the Azimio lawyers and other interested Kenyans to take up the matter in the respective courts where it is applicable. The Supreme Court judges are simply going to go per the 9 determinations. They accept it or dismiss, accept or dismiss. So Chebukati will not feature anywhere there. It will not. It is up to us. And Themba was just wondering, I tend to feel that I need to be in the Azimio strategies in the event things are going forward. The people who are there in that secretariat are not doing much. You need strategists. They can implement once we have laid out the strategic plans and how to approach issues. You can see, you see the other day when you saw the KKs are around buying people this way, buying people that way. I think, Themba, you are here on day one when I said that the DP was busy buying Azimio agents. Way before, the first days I came on this panel, I did mention that, and PK was there. I said that the biggest problem here, these people are not even selling their good manifestos. They are busy finding who are the Azimio.
So let me ask you a quick question on that comment. What will be your solution to someone buying your agent? What's the strategy? Give me one.
You go for an alternative. You think on how to edge them out, so that you can even have another standby agent.
How about if the other one is bought?
Which other one?
The next one is bought. Everybody has a price, remember?
What I'm trying to say, Themba, is that the Azimio agents were known, and the other side were typically targeting them with handsome lots of money.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. What do you do to such a person who can be bought?
So now I recruit Stone PK, but you didn't know that I have another agent. It will not be in public domain.
No, you see, agents.
Until the day they appear at the scene, you didn't know.
So you know, agents. Agents are supposed to be. You are supposed to inform the IBC early.
Correct. They must have letters and badges.
Yeah.
But what you do, you
now
can
listen,
even have 3.
Listen, Kuseo, you know that one is not workable and not sustainable. You don't work with your opponent's strengths. Definitely, you are going to lose. Because if you are saying
I didn't say that. All I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this. Personally, I know Azimio. When I made that statement, I was aware of the Azimio agents who are being approached with a lot of money, which I know even Azimio can't pay them.
Yeah, so if you are approached and you have agreed to be sold, you are not committed to the cause. There's nothing much Azimio can do.
What you do, you can have alternatives.
No, you cannot bring someone else when during the debate.
You can have an alternatives chini ya maji. You see, you
but
have
you
to find
this issue of agents. Let me tell you, Kusea, yesterday someone came and raised it, and I think we are overplaying the idea of agents. What's the role of an agent? Kusea, you have talked here about IBC. What's the role of an agent?
Let me tell you, like the Supreme Court lawyers said, you can should be able to operate without agents. But the thing is,
I'm just asking you for the voting.
Now that we are in the mix, you have to find an alternative.
No, wait, don't go. Let's go slowly. What is the role of an agent in a polling station?
Themba, I know the role of an agent. All I'm trying to tell you is this. When you know that your agents are being persuaded this side, so you just sit there and wait.
No, you see, we are. This is my
something.
This is my humble submission. We are diverting the real issue. The real issue is IBC not giving us a free and fair election. Whether you have an agent or not, whether your agent is paid or not, that is not an Azimio problem. Azimio not having agents is not an excuse for IBC not to give you a free and verifiable. If Matimbai goes out to the polling station and votes, he doesn't need to be worried that if he didn't have an agent, his vote will not count. Whose responsibility is that? The Constitution places that in the steps of the IBC. So this thing of us trying to excuse that by saying, oh, Azimio did not have agents, or agents were put.
Let me ask you, Themba. You had sometimes Azimio saying, like in Kakamega, this time around we had to protect our votes. See, it was all about that. How do you think the votes were being protected? You know that, just a minute, you know that your agents are being compromised. You must do something. Not necessarily that now you offer to pay them more. Not necessarily.
The protection. Did you see the protection in Kakamega? Kuseo, if you watched, you saw some people running helter skelter. That was the protection being talked about, not protection of agents. You saw somebody akipandishwa gari mbio in Kakamega, Ndindi Nyoro. That is the protection that they are talking about. That right now is not a protection of Uliona Sonko in Mombasa.
I saw him giving a speech. I don't know what was he trying to say. He was complaining or something.
He was alifurushwa huko mbio ile ajaiona, akapandishwa gari mbio. Hiyo ndio inaitwa kulinda kura. So kulinda kura ile you know, there are people like someone would be like Moses Kuria was caught trying to buy some people as they are coming in, akafurushwa na hizo pesa zake. Ndindi Nyoro was trying to do similar things somewhere in Kakamega. That is the thing. That is the protection you are talking about. You're not talking about agents. You're talking about protection of votes, and voter protection unit is so different from agents.
It is one and the same thing. The agents try to protect your votes.
No. An agent in the polling station, anafaa kuwa ana observe what is happening and a note. The agents don't do much. The vote protection unit inakwanga wako huko nje, au ni kufurusha watu wakiona mtu ana act suspicious. And that is what Simbarati went and did in Kakamega. Yeye alikuwa anaenda round akiona mtu anakaa ni kama anakuja kuhonga watu. Those are the kind of things they were doing there. Now vote protection, that's something that of course you know, like you're saying Azimio is learning the hard way. You see, Matimbai is frustrated because if you are going to vote, and that is what Willis was asking, if you have to vote and then also you have to hire someone to be an agent to make sure that your vote has counted, then why do you need IBC? Unafaa ufanye kama ule jamaa alisema kila mtu apewe kura yake ajipelekee huko Bomas.
You know something, I had people really praising Simbarati that he was very effective in Kakamega. That it helped a lot to scare away the interferences. Because they were taking the law into their own hands. If they catch you,
Endelea, you are not finished. Continue. You want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say that.
Let me read this for you as you check what you have in Vita in the scrutiny. Yeah. This is the report that they're having, so that maybe to just help some people understand. In Vita, the scrutiny of the contents and status of the ballot box. General observation: votes cast is not in the sealed envelope, and the scrutiny of Form 34A. There was no stamp on Form 34A. There was no IBC stamp on Form 34A. That was in Vita. Yeah. So you see,
you see.
And the general observation: manual register had 260 entries crossed. There were 2 stray ballots, MCA there, right? And of course, several others. There was alteration of aperture serial assigned, and of course, several other things that you can, as you read. Of course, there were things that you could find there that were missing. There was irregularities that were. And you see, an election can be annulled because of irregularities. you know.
You see, like now they are telling us that that Form 34A or 202 was not sanctioned by the Commission, isn't it? And when Paul Mwangi talked about it at the airport, you remember? Now the question is, why were they not removed? And the IBC Commission already found out, agreed with the petitioners that they were not required. You see, why? You see, to go ahead, just a minute, to go ahead and distribute it and to tell us that you are going to put it in a tamper-proof envelope. For what? For what? Why were they distributed in all the constituencies when their printing in the first place became suspect and IBC admitted? Why didn't the Azimio lawyers insist that these things cannot go out and they need to be inspected after the elections? Telling us that they were missing in box this, is polling station this, that is not good enough.
You see, what happened is, at that time, Chebukati came. And, you know, these people, he came and he said that we are not going to use Form 34A Book 2. And that Book 2 is going to be sealed with all the election materials together.
Why not steal and shred away?
Now, right now, you see, it's way past that. So, you know, it's way past. We already passed. Why not take? Because it's already been taken. It's already been used. It is missing. Okay, so that's where we are. So
that's why I'm asking. Why did your lawyers make it an issue?
What do you mean?
You see, it was found out that these forms were being distributed against requirement. They were sanctioned and printed against requirements, isn't it?
Yeah, and
in the petition, that was a serious flaw. Why? Forget about that they were used. Even that they were distributed from IBC, what do you call it, warehouses. They should never have left warehouses, and somebody should have witnessed they are being shredded.
No, you're right. But you see now, those are part of the case, because when you're saying that irregularity, when you are expected to have used Book 1, you used Book 2. Like they said there, they actually made a case for that. And in the report, the registrar is saying, okay. In the report, the registrar is saying that when the returning officer was asked about Form 34, why they used Form 34A Book 2 instead of Book 1, they said that Book 1 got spoiled, but they could not explain or say where it was. So you see now that's a report. Now the court.
I agree with them, but my point is they were not supposed to be there in the first place.
No, wait, Kuseo, hold on. You see, you are right, but now you cannot unsee what you have seen. You know, it's already happened. Okay, it's already happened. Well, it was not supposed to be there. Now you cannot unsee, you cannot undo that it was already there. Now the court is going to give remedy to that, because the court has already been, it has been brought before the court that this book was used. Was it supposed to be used? There are some of the questions now the court, in their decision, they're going to be looking at, okay, fine, Book 2 of 2, which was supposed to be used, Book 1. And now if it was used and it wasn't explained, or it was not used, now that's an irregularity. So the court is going to address itself to that one. It's not going to address itself to the numbers. Why were these numbers in Book 2 of 2? Because you are not supposed to use Book 2 of 2, you're supposed to use Book 1. So even if the container is not supposed to be used, you don't look even in the content. It doesn't matter the numbers that are in there. You are looking at, did you perform an irregularity? You know. So if they are unstamped 34 is, that's an irregularity, you see. So the court is going to be the court is going to be addressing all that. Okay. So in my view, what has already happened is already water under the bridge. You cannot say that now, okay, they should have, they didn't. So what next? That's what the court is trying to address. Yes, Stone Piquet.
Thank you, Temba. I think some of our listeners are really getting tired of us from what I'm seeing them commenting, because you know, some people come here to listen to very progressive discussions, and other than mzungukano. Kusei, you are doing, I mean, you're asking a very good question. I would also, you know, put it like, you've seen somebody anapanda ndege, anabeba visu, anaenda kuhijack hiyo ndege. Do you allow the person to board? I mean, we are being stupid as Kenyans. Sorry to say this. This guy printed papers, Temba. Tukajua ameprint. Why are we sugarcoating? This guy should have been, those papers should have been banned.
Hold on.
We banned Ivory.
No, hold on. I don't think you can give your view to what you think is right by not necessarily thinking that we are making it we simply, because we don't merge with their line of thinking, that now we are sugarcoating. What I've told Kuseo is, it has already happened. It doesn't matter how many times you talk about, oh, he should have put this, he should have put there, he should have done this. It's already happened. That's what we are saying. So if that for you is something you want to dwell on, because you're saying that we need to have progressive debate. Progressive debate is not talking about what has already happened. It happened. Well, he should have, he did it. So whether we talk about it, we go around it, or he did this, he did that, it has already happened. Now, what is the remedy? That's what we are talking about. Now, when you go back to talk about that and you think that that's now progress, in my view, there's no progress in talking about sasa maji limwagika, ishamwagika, ashaweka kwa ile, ashaitumia, ishafanyika. He should have done what Kusei is saying, what you guys are suggesting. It is not redundant. I mean, we can overemphasize that point, but it doesn't. You are free to hold your thought, but I mean, the other people also do have their perspective too, which is also okay. It doesn't mean that if you hold a particular point, that is the it. No, that is your point and that's your view, which is okay. You hold it, but also the others also is also a view that we don't just necessarily trash, thinking that now because we are holding a different view, so that one is, we are sugarcoating. It doesn't matter how you shout, how you call Chebukati. Alishaiziweka 34B ilishatumika. So okay, go ahead.
You know it is Juliana's affidavit
let me
as an illegal procurement.
Let me finish. You know, for me,
the vice chair, the affidavit.
Wacha pick here, Malis.
Yeah, you know, for me, my line of thought is not that I want people to, you know, side with me or not, but I believe in Kenyans. I don't care about, you know, the elite and all that. I care about those who are going to vote. And by the way, it's not the elite that will vote. So it's good we educate the mass. We want to tell the mass that Supreme Court is not everything. Yeah, we have been, you know, we've let very bad things run. Whatever Supreme Court says, we should also have public knowing the truth. We allowed rigging from day one because election is not one day. So public should know. And by the way, I want people to start thinking of that self-determination. You know, you have to have reason. Yeah, when you are being circumvented, Kenyans, you are educated by people who call it as it is. Yeah, we allowed, how were we turned into allowing extra ballots using that 2A? That is what Kenyans public should now question. We can also question Supreme Court. Kenyans, you should know that. Don't be lied to. Supreme Court is in your mwisho. Yeah, Supreme Court is not questioning some of those very great things. So we should be alert as they deliver their judgment. What is it they are saying? Because you see, there's somebody who came here and said everybody is corrupt now in Kenya. Yeah, but we still believe there are those who really stand by the truth. So the few who are corrupt should not plunge this country into problems. Because for me, let me tell you the truth, Kenya. I don't believe in another option other than nullifying this election. Whatever book you want to use, whatever law you want to use, whatever language you want to use, for me and many people, we don't see hiyo maneno ati sijui Supreme Court is final and it's this, and then they say they don't nullify this. They should disband the election, disband it, tusahau hiyo, tuweke kwa kaburi ya sahau. We start afresh. We can take 10 years, 20 years, or we decide we will never hold elections. It is simple as that. Then families, those who have money, can continue ruling. Kama mbaya Kenyans, 6 years tumechezewa mchezo. So tutakaa hapa kama malenge tu, ama avocado. We are being told, obey the law, sijui nini. The youth are crying there, they have no money. These guys wao wadosi wanaongea huku kwa panel, wanafika huko na ma-V8, they can't help you. Wametoka US, wametoka New Zealand, wametoka wapi? They want you to be their car wash. Yeah. So don't be lied. Kenyans, listen, and you can take it into your whatever. Then lastly, I would like the ordinary to happen. Somebody says there will be a worse voter apathy, which I agree. Voting in Kenya is very expensive. Kuseo, you know that. Voting is very, very expensive. Sincerely speaking, these people who vote, they earn. You know, wale watu wapa huku majuu, you have money for you. You know, those guys unamwambia alikuwa amechukulia vote Kakamega, arudi Kakamega to vote, or ama alikuwa amechukulia anywhere, wherever, and you know that is how Kenyan movement is. I think the whatever IBC or whatever committee that will be allowed to reconstruct this, they should allow people to vote from wherever they are. Kama we are voting for presidential candidates, that is. Yeah? You vote from wherever. You should. You are a Kenyan and you have a voter's card. This nonsense and rubbish of saying lazima uende pale kwa polling station ukichukulia is when you are doing the entire election. Yeah? That should be done. It's part of what should be done. That a Kenyan should not suffer. Yeah? You are flying from Boston to go to where to vote at the diaspora. You are paying a flight of $200, $400. You are using equivalent of 60,000 to go and vote, and then this vote is stolen. You are in Nairobi, unalipa pesa kwenda Mombasa kweni kule ulikuwa ukichukua kura. Then you are told presidential elections inarudiwa, rudi huko. Hey man, so there are things that we cannot start saying let them happen then we correct. Muzungu alisema prevention is better than cure, and part of prevention is even using, I always say, orthodox way. Mtu anakuja kuriki kwa polling station, Temba amesema inueni yeye juju, okota yeye, ingiza kwa gari yake, tandika yeye aende. What is he coming there to do?
They did that in Kakamega.
Exactly. So ukikaa chini ati wacha tu amalize alafu tutaenda kotini. Kenyans, we are not yet there. Kenyans, we are not yet there to abide by law, sitting and laying eggs. It's not possible. Una eject. If Stone PK is in Kakamega, and that is not where he voted. I mean, he took his vote. What business is he doing there?
That was
yes.
I want to read the general observation from the report. This is a general observation from the registrar's report. Presentation of Form 34As. All the returning officers appearing before the scrutiny team indicated they did not use the manual register. They therefore had no Form 34A to present. Presentation of Form 34A, Book 2. Some returning officers had the forms inside the ballot boxes, while others presented the forms and the ballot boxes separately. Where the forms were physically presented, the team did not open the respective ballot boxes unless the presented forms were noted not to be the Form 34A, Book 2. Before ballot boxes were opened, the team noted that serial numbers of the seals and the state of the box and resealed after getting certified copies of the original forms. The team noted the new seals serial numbers. General findings. 6 polling stations did not present Form 34A Book 2 at all. 26 presented intact Form 34A Book 2s, and 9 presented used Form 34A Book 2s with varying numbers of carbonated copies. 9 polling stations. 9 polling stations. Remember the ones we said were ghosts? The ghost ones, these 9, they presented Form 34A Book 2s with varying numbers of carbonated copies. That is a report, Registrar. Some returning officers explained the absence of Form 34A Book 2 by indicating that the presiding officer used them instead of Form 34A. Rather, they explained the absence of Form 34A Book 1 by indicating that the presiding officers used them instead of Form 34A Book 2. In such cases, the team verified the information by looking for Form 34A Book 1 to confirm if it was indeed intact for purposes of accountability. The reasons given by the returning officers is that some presiding officers mistook the 2 books because they did not understand the procedure. You see, that is a report that someone is giving, that a presiding officer did not understand the procedure. Other returning officers had no explanation for the absence of Form 34A Book 2. They indicated that they had just learned of the anomaly together with the scrutiny team. The Kiamba constituency returning officer explained that her presiding officer used Book 2 because he had spoiled Book 1. However, they did not present the spoiled Form 34A Book 1 for the team's scrutiny. And the PSD did not indicate that the Form 34A Book 2 had been spoiled. So you see, if that is a summary of a report of the scrutiny of those ballot boxes, that summary alone, someone telling you that they did not understand. What do you expect from that? You know? And of course, they go up and give the summaries. Yes.
Remember, with that one, it's a straight nullification, honestly, sincerely speaking. For me, if I was, hata hiyo najua mahali wanakula mayai, wanakula nini, they should have spent 2 hours waandike hiyo short judgment, alafu waseme they will give the narrative later. That by itself.
Na hii ni report, hii ni summarized report ya judiciary. Hii si azimio.
Exactly.
Anybody
Under the authority.
Under the authority. No, umeona hiyo summary wametoa hapo. Yeah?
So na mimi ndio nafikiria Themba kuna mchezo inachezwa. I think kuna cartel, you know, people want to go on holiday, people want to eat, because if the whole thing, I know I'm on international TV, but I think Kenyans we really need to stop your cartel. Ishaingia. Because why do you have to spend all this money? Like now, Themba, with that one, if you are one of the judges, would you really want to start writing 290 pages just to talk about how irregular the elections have been held? Sincerely speaking, is it as easy as you are writing? And hiyo ni moja, si ndio Themba? How about on the others 8? Because I'm sure there is no one out of the 9 ones. I didn't hear anyone that Azimio was not able to kind of defend properly. I can't remember, although, because I felt like if I was to rate all of them passed. They were proved beyond reason of doubt. Yeah. So
and PK, you see, yeah. this is just sampling. You get it's just sampling of. Can you imagine how many other places that such happened? You know, this report is just focusing on those. Yeah. So returning officer. Therefore, you're saying returning officer and POs, they were sent to the field and they didn't know what they were supposed to be doing. Whether they were going to use book 2 of 1, then you use book 1, and then you are confused, you spoil it, then you're told, okay, give us the spoiled one. There's no accountability to it. You see, now that tells you something, you know. And you see, when someone is saying, this is not an Azimio report, this is for those of you who are thinking that we are reading Azimio, it is, you can access this document. I mean, it's a judiciary report on the scrutiny they ordered. And there are so many things that there are anomalies that they have already written there. I mean, compliance was used with one populated carbon copy, not produced. I mean, there are things that so many of them they did not produce. You know, a lot of them they did not produce. Yeah, and they refuse to comply. There's a place also they say they cannot comply. They refuse to give information. You know, so I mean, if you read this report, it indicts IEBC. You know, it gives a lot of question. You know, it gives suspicion. The moment you say that, you know, you are trained to be an RO, you are trained to be a PO, and you are confusing which form, you know, the key documents that are supposed to be delivering an election, even after the chairman has said, the CEO has come and said, no, the chairman said, we are going to use Form 34A1. And he said it's on the public media. It was on NTV everywhere. And you are a PO or an RO, and they are telling us they have trained them so well. And then you have such a report that someone confused. You know, that you just confused. You just woke up, Stone PK, you have vied before. You know the rigorousness of the training that these ROs and POs go through. Even they release, even the whatever, they're given a booklet for training. You think it is true? Just I want, for argument's sake, is it true that actually you can confuse which one is book 2 and which one is book 1?
Never. No way. It's not possible. An arrow is not arrow. What do we call this other guy? The PO, the guy who is supervising the polling station. Is not an illiterate guy. In fact, like the polling stations I know in my area, they were the lowest headmasters of primary school, HMs. That level, that category. That guy really will confuse which form is which. We are joking, man. We are really jokers.
Julia, karibu.
Ata see PKC headmaster. The last time I applied to work with the IBC, with the Electoral Commission, I couldn't go through. I was applying for I wanted a returning officer thing. I couldn't go through because I didn't have a master's degree. Because there were many people like in Central where they had applied, they had master's degree, so I couldn't go through. So watu wamesoma. Ata PA, I think all of them have an undergraduate degree, if I'm not wrong.
So what are these degrees for?
Okay, so that's why you are saying there's no way they can confuse. I mean, those errors you're talking about, ni ngumu sana.
Yeah.
Yani, unaona this training, I was telling somebody, ni kama ile ya kuinvigilate mtihani. Inakuanga so rigorous. Yani, those bits of things that you're supposed to do, you must do them. Unless you intend not to do them. So, izo makosa. Alafu, I heard Themba say, Themba, you can answer me again. Did you say that there were 8 ghost polling stations in the 56 sampled?
9.
9 or
9. 9.
Is that in the report by the registrar of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, that was part of the report. You didn't hear that? Even
I had you reading. I just wanted you to repeat again because
it came out even in the courts.
I'm asking myself. No, you know, today I was reading some of those groups. I'm thinking I'm going to block all the groups that I belong to because there are people rumormongering and they are trying to mess my night and my day. And I'm thinking
Just block them. That's what I've done.
Yeah, I'm going to block some people.
What are they saying? What are they telling you?
That's atikuna mtu tu mwingine. I think I know that person claiming that sijui alisikia report sijui wapi, ati akasikia ati sijui court inaenda direction gani. I don't even want to say it's not worthy to tell Kenyans here, but I'm just thinking that really we have good, reasonable reasons for this case to be nullified.
Don't listen to people who tell you that. You know, everybody wants to wanasema kila mwamba ngoma huvuta kwake. So kama wewe ni mtu, now this is the narrative of the UDA people, and by now you can get there. You see, to start with, they don't even know how Ruto became the president. Even some of them are surprised that he actually was declared the president. That is how I should say, should I call it naivety, or should I call it the sense of wame block? They knew so well that Ruto cannot win. They knew so well the numbers were not working for him, but he surprised them. They also didn't understand what was going on, right? So even up to today, they still wonder, how did Ruto get to be elected? Because they were looking around, Ruto did not have numbers. Now, the next thing is this. Someone said here so well, they started now saying that we focus on 50+1, right? And for them, that is where they're trying to say that, you see, there's no way you can overturn a 50+1. That is, and if you listen to their lawyer and if you listen to some of them, that is what they'll be telling you. Ruto got the numbers. Number 3, now they want you to bring you down by saying they have started another propaganda. They are saying that wale watu wamezoea maandamano ni watu wa Azimio. Sasa anaanza kuambia mkiandamana, mnapanga maandamano, hii kitu itapewa nani? Itapewa Ruto. Now the truth of the matter as we stand right now, neither Azimio nor UDA, nobody knows the direction, right? Nobody knows. So mtu asikudanganya ati tushajua mahali naenda, tushajua. And if you hear them talking, some of them, the first rumor they tell you, kuna wengine anasema sijui ameshalipa some judges. You heard that?
Yeah, that's on that. Kuna watu wamechotewa.
Ati wamechotea majudges na nini. That is which let me give you an example. In 2017, Uhuru was running for a re-election. He could pay the judges to remain in office. It was easier not to nullify 2017 because of why? Jubilee had the majority in all the houses. So there was more convincing reason to say that actually they have been elected. But still, it was nullified.
In fact, 2017 then caught me as a surprise. The nullification ya Maraga really caught me as a surprise until he explained about the process thing. You know, I only believed him when he explained the process, but about the numbers, I was like, he amefanya makosa. So that one gave me a big surprise. But now, if 2017,
that's the line they were using then. They were saying that, you see, we won in all the how can we have won all the other seats, and we have not won the presidency. You see, so even then it would have meant even their lawyers were making that kind of argument. And the difference in 2017 was 1.5 million.
Yes, it was 1.5 million. I mean, you could look at if you compare now 2017 and now that there were grounds to nullify 2017. Then I think these things should have been nullified like yesterday.
This one is even easier to nullify because it's only 200K and you have 27 constituencies not declared. So the question is, if 27 constituencies people did not vote for the president, 27 constituencies, their voice has not been heard.
And the 9 ghosts.
And then you're talking about nine ghosts. I mean, then wacha nikuulize kitu. If you discover that I stole even $2 from your wallet, that tells you about me.
You are a thief.
Hata
Period.
kama ni $2, yani hakuna utasahau hiyo kitu. Even if it's
Na hiyo
Yes.
$9, nine polling station Julia,
Mm.
ni sample.
Sample out of 11,200 and ngapi? 90, the total polling stations.
Yes, I saw you work out. It's about 7 point something. It's tending to 8,000.
Around 8,000. Yeah.
Yes.
So you can imagine stealing only 200 votes from 9,000.
Yes. This thing is the easiest to nullify, lakini majaji wanataka kuna mayai kwanza.
If you get to steal only 200 votes from 9,000 polling stations,
Yeah.
you have 1.8.
1.8 million. Ruto did not win. In fact, that's why Kenyans don't want to go to election. There is the outright guy. Whether we look at the fake figures, yeah.
So going forward, Mr. Tuson PK,
Yes,
I think
madam.
the least that these people will do is nullify the election. But I don't know whether they are going to behave like they don't care and call for an election after 60 days and decide to ignore the Chebukati thing. So where do you think we should go?
John Piquet amesema,
Mm-hmm.
I want to reiterate what he has said. John Piquet amesema hivi. Amesema immediately after nullification, you resort to the other things.
Kidnap Chebukati. Okay, whatever. You resort other things.
Ubebe Chebukati unyo kutoka kwa ofisi. Hiyo story ingine tutasort baadaye, kesi mbele.
Because you see them, the judges just need to nullify, and then we decide what next, because we got to go back to where we started in 1990 when we were struggling to multipartyism. We got to go back there because but up to 1990 the law was not helping. I mean, mnajaribu mnaambiwa Kenya ni single party. Unatolewa KANU, unaambiwa go and stay in the bush because you don't have a party. So we got to go back there.
Sorry, Julia. Unakumbuka the grilling that used to happen at KICC? You remember?
Yes, and even
grilling.
Me, I was young, and my mama would talk. I remember when there was a coup, and me and my brother, we were small, and we didn't know what a coup is. Alafu tunasikia kwa radio Leonard akisema ati serikali kwa mikononi mwa majeshi. So we went shouting outside, hey, we were speaking in Kikuyu. You know, my mom really was so harsh on us because she was so terrified. You know, I was wondering why she's so terrified. You know, they couldn't speak. They were so terrified of speaking anything against Moi. That's where we are coming from. So I think, and for us to get that thing out, people had to say, Liwalo, Liwe. You remember the old man, Jaramogi Odinga, when he said that, I don't know at what time, he'll be at Kamukunji grounds, either at Apitia Ju, ama wherever he'll go through, but he'll be there. That was, you remember the famous Sabasaba. Nyinyi watu mnakumbuka stories za Sabasaba, how people landed in the Moites and the Jaramogi in Kamukunji grounds. So I think after nullification, Kenya got to do something, because we can't have Chebukati. We can't even have this IBC. We can't.
Okay. For me, I predicted, I have a 90% chance for nullification, 90 to 10. So
you're 10,
like we said yesterday, you hope for the best but prepare for the worst. But hiyo 10 ya hiyo sasa wanasemanga hivyo katika nini. Now, after our problem is Stone PK is the 8 million Kenyans that registered and never voted.
Okay.
That is why we are having this problem. Because if these 8 million people would get out and vote, either way, whether they vote for the Kenya Kwanza or they vote for Azimio, we will sort this thing once and for all. Because 8 million people just stood and decided. I mean, they stayed at home and they decided they're not going to vote. 8 million people.
Okay,
Because
okay,
we are told
that is problem number one, Demba. But I'm looking at Mount Kenya region. Unajua, you were lied to. Mount Kenya didn't vote. So I think more of those people are from Mount Kenya region who did not vote, right, PK? More of those people who decided that they didn't care about Ruto winning, neither did they want to vote for Raila. That's the attitude I see.
Yeah, but but then how do we really kind of what fact do we have in terms of the voters when even the Kims and all that did not show? They just said, oh,
so
there are
who
no
voted?
yeah, who voted? So I agree with Semba. If the votes were to really be counted properly, then you come en masse, it would be difficult to read. But remember, these guys were out hell-bent to read. So even if everybody came to vote, ungesikia maneno ingine. Zingine
You know why?
zimepigwa in their nose.
You know Stone PK why wameshikwa?
Yeah.
Wameshikwa kwa sababu the people did not turn out the way they wanted.
Okay, but this then hiyo ya kuturn out, mimi hiyo ilinanibamba kwa sababu if Mount Kenya didn't care who won, that was an advantage to Baba. That is how I see it. If Mount Kenya did not care who won.
Because you see, Stone PK, yeah. Probably they imagine that people will turn out. Then you see when people turn out, you don't have to add 300, 200 votes. You just need to add 2 votes, 5 votes here, 1 vote there, because the turnout is big. So, but because there was lots of work to be done, that's why you are seeing a set. Let me give you an example here that was posted. One of the things that has been put as part of the evidence by the Azimio guys. They said that you remember the Kim's kit that was transmitting from different places. Now there's another Kim's kit that was noticed to have transmitted in 2 other places. The same Kim's kit. It transmitted in
Bungoma,
in Uasin Gishu and Murang'a.
Oh, okay.
And another one transmitted from Bungoma and Nyeri. You see the same kit is transmitting in Bungoma and it is transmitting in.
And then okay, these guys say that there are errors with Kim's Kid serious. Usikie everybody jitetea.
Can I say something?
Hold on, umekuja saizi, ngoja kidogo. You see this? They were saying that Kim's kit, you can't afford to have an error in this thing. So how come the same Kim's kit is transmitting in Nyeri and is transmitting in Bungoma? The same Kim's kit, they said it was only one. Another one, they're about 10. In fact, there are more.
Okay, there are about 10. I only had about 2.
There are more Kim's kits that were used because it was a team. They were transmitting from the same place somewhere.
Okay, now what did
you remember the day when they said that there are some Kim's kits that were stolen?
Yeah.
What report was given about those Kim's kits? Chebukati just came and said there are some Kim's kits that have disappeared from our warehouse. We have informed the police. We are looking for that. And we'll be sure that they are not going to be used. So
you are right, Themba.
Yes.
Yes, it's the Kenyan way. If I want to steal your things, Themba, I just come, I break, I steal, and then I leave you. You go get an abstract kwisha.
Actually, you forget about it. You come and steal. You arrange for it to be stolen. You make sure that you make the place easier for stealing, and it is not stealing. I ask you, what time, PK, will you be coming? I can pretend to have the house a little unlocked, and then I can pretend to go and sort out something somewhere, and be sure that I don't see you, and nobody is seeing you. Just come in, At that point, it will only be me and Julia. I will have sent Julia to go and buy lunch somewhere, and her bag will be somewhere there. You come and go with it, and then now I can now go. I'll be doing the reporting. You know, so you steal from yourself, and then you go report. I know the issue of insurance here in the US is a big issue. The other day I was reading of a guy who went and killed the mother.
Oh yes, even there's a guy in South Carolina. You read that story of the lawyer who killed the wife and the son? There's a lawyer in South Carolina because of insurance. Yeah.
And another guy killed the mother, and then because I think he had been listed as one of the beneficiaries, he actually went and arranged and people came and killed the mother. And then at that time, by the time they were doing that, he was the one who drove the car that brought the guys and took them away. And then now he came back because he left. So the mother knew that this guy had left and gone to a particular place. And then, of course, he came, brought these guys, the truck, they killed the mother. And then he's the one who drove them away. Then he came back and then reported to the police. Said that he had gone home, came back, the mother had been murdered. Then, of course, the things happened, and now the investigation started. And it was found that actually he was a participant in the killing. So the warehouse thing was stage managed to make sure that these schemes could disappear. And they go to Kamago somewhere. Now, this Kamago was now, they were thinking, they were seated somewhere now thinking, now, how many votes do we add at that place? Now, because we need to add those votes, now we need also to prepare Form 34Bs. Now, those Form 34Bs from that place have to disappear, you know? And so those Form 34Bs, 34As disappear. So you remain with the P of 2. It was a whole whatever mess. So the fact that there are already those irregularities, and much more like Son PK you say, the fact that these people, the commissioners, could not agree, that already compounds the whole thing.
Yeah, it is hard to agree to do a wrong thing. Nyinyi hamkujipuki mkiwa shule mnaambia na mtasema, alafu mmoja wenyu anajipata amesema. It is hard to agree to do. And then they are saying that the KIM kids have the same serial number. It's like saying that students doing KCSE have the same index number. That something strange happened. That me and PK, we found ourselves the same index number. That something strange happened. I think my take is that we have many reasons beyond reasonable doubt that the election will be nullified. And in the event of the reverse happen, that will be a disaster to Kenya. And we will not forget those judges for having ruined our country. And any dissenting judge that will dissent, we will not forget him.
Can I just comment? Can I just comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think actually Supreme Court imefail Kenyans kwa sababu harakati, ukitaka kujua mwizi utajua tu. Wakati Ruto aliona itaenda kotini, akakimbia Northeastern akatafuta wafuasi kwa because anajua vizuri kitu inaenda kwa real, and it was very early enough. So this should tell you that a thief, alafu Uhuru ajemwambia kitu yoyote, because hao watu waliiba 2012 na wakaiba 27, so they know the system. So basically koti ingekubali ya kwamba hizo Form 34 wapige hesabu zake, jamaa akuwe nullified kwanza because amehusikana kuiba kura, angefaa run tena. Chebukati na angejipata kamiti, but you know the system is just playing with Kenyans, unaona? Because kama huyu jamaa aliiba na sasa hivi unaona amekimbia Meru, ameenda amechukua kira, it just shows it's just going to be the same nonsense. And for now, if Uhuru, Odinga and the groups, if they don't open their eyes and they do vigorous campaign, unajua Raila maybe mara mingi because he's a gentleman, he's a leader, na ni mtu ana believe in democracy. But hawa watu wengine ni power hungry, they just want to acquire power. with any necessary means, whatever. So I think court it and nullify, of course, but we as Kenyans, we need to wake up. Tumetoka the last 20 years, uongozi wa Kibaki na uongozi wa Kenyatta, it has brought Kenya forward. But sasa mnataka kurudisha Kenya 20 years back, which is very sad. Hata mtu mwenye alipigia Ruto kura, I'm like, man, if you're not thinking right, it's just ridiculous. I listened to Jeremiah Kioni, akasema ya kwamba Ruto alienda back huko Central, huko katikati penye kuna vulnerable population, penye kitambo walikuwaga wamenawiri kwa kupanda kahawa, maziwa and everything, but because hizo kampuni ziliangushwa na wale watu walikuwa wanasimamia parastatals, they lost the economy. So mnakuja mnadanganya, mnaambiwa in the next 100 days nikiform serikali nitaset aside 10 billion ama 100 billion. Those are just words. At least mtu anakuja na kuambia, well, kila mwisho wa mwezi at least utapata 1,000. You know, you can account for that. So I think Kenya is heading to the wrong direction, and I'm hoping Raila wataamka saa hii, kama kuna rerun waende washinde hiyo kitu roho safi. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Nani, Julia, hao watu wanawadanganya ati Kimskit ziko na the same serial number. Now, I want to give you the last 3 numbers, 3 digits of the serial number of the Kimskit that was used to transmit in Murang'a and Uasin Gishu. The last, actually 4. So inaisha na 9061, na ili transmit in Murang'a at, hold on. Ili transmit in Murang'a at on 10th, and I think no, Uasin Gishu 3253. Then I think a few seconds later, I think conversion, image to it was converted, image to PDF converted on time. It was converted actually at 39. I mean, it was a few seconds later, like five. It was like 7 seconds later. It can transmit the other side. It can transmit in Murang'a. So it transmit here was in Gishu. That means it was this at the same. Actually, it indicate 1, 2. So it was is it Nigeria or Nigeria farm in Uasin Gishu, and then Mwana wa Kio Primary School in Murang'a. 7 seconds later. Right now, the other one, they didn't put the time, but it ends with 4133 in Nyeri, and then it transmits also in Bungoma. Right? A few seconds later. Now, someone told you that Kimskit is equal to the same serial number. No, device ID. If it is a device ID, that device is for that ID for that device. And I can see they were specific to different places. Like I see in Isiolo, it was ending with 00J000J0. That was for Isiolo. For Nyeri was 00KA Nyeri. That was for Nyeri. For Kakamega, that was 00QS inaend na hiyo. Of course, the others are different. Y3. In fact, Nyeri was Y3KK10BB2HA. Those are the ones that you're finding in Nyeri. But now there's another one that now comes to transmit in Nyeri, and doesn't have the serial number for Nyeri. Now the other one that you're finding here in that list, I'm just giving you what they're telling you, that someone told you, oh, Kimskit because the same serial. You cannot have like my phone, even if it's a Samsung, having the same IMEI, that's the identification number with your phone.
Even your TV, even your laptop.
It doesn't make sense for your release to have here in the cars have what they call it VIN number.
Yeah, they have a VIN number. Even the cars, even the one time my son lost a laptop at the airport, and this should amaze Kenyans. My son forgets his laptop in New York, and then I think he discovered when he was already in a flight, and that laptop has had my login. You know, the way unafungua laptop unaona email ya mtu. Guess what? They see my email. It is my email. The guy sent me an email. Did you lose a laptop? But I now I'm like, I think my son lost my laptop. So I'm supposed to identify my laptop with the serial number, which means even laptops don't have the same number, even laptops from the same manufacturer.
Each device, any device, when it is leaving the even if they are batches, they can leave as a batch, but each has its own serial number. So there's no way you can come and say that they have identified. That lawyer was trying to say these devices, these skims kits, they have unique identifiers. No, there's nothing like unique identifiers. If they were set for certain places, they were given those places. You see, like for example, Nairobi was Y3KK, ends with a different number, you know, not like others, you know. It gives a different EL. The other one ends with FI, that is Bombet and stuff like that. So it is.
Kuna mtu hapa anaitwa Benson ako na shida.
Ukiamka
huyo anafikiria na chini yake. Mgonjwa kabisa.
At these guys in the US.
Yeah, kuja US hata yaende US.
Inciting people in Nyanza. Why people in Nyanza? Why?
Sasa mtu anaamka na hasira jamani. Hii hasira yote ni ya nini? Nimekukosea nini? That is information that is available. So there was, and that's what we said earlier here, that their lawyers threw them under the bus, you know, because now for that Mahat came and said that, you know, it was a genuine error. You know, these things have there's a video that emerged where they went out to try and consult and see if they can put the things together, you know, but things were not the things were not holding. We were tried to vumbi inakuja hivi inaanza kufurisha makaratasi, unajaribu kushika hii so they were not holding. So for me, unlike Julia, who is 100%, I'm 90, 10. Naacha some room ya kumon, unajua
hiyo pen yako, that pen surprises me so much.
Ambia Betty hizo vitu. Sorry Julia, nataka Themba ajibu Betty. Betty anatuuliza hizo vitu umesoma zote majaji waliona? Yes,
ziko all those you need. They have all those submissions. Actually, what people don't understand is verbal hiyo tunakuwa nayo ya submissions inakuanga just to strengthen what you have already submitted.
Yeah. Then the judges read, they refer at their own
time. It is not the it is the iko kwa ile ma volumes uliona zinapeanwa huko. Hiyo ndio sasa mahali kuna ile the meat. Hapo unapewa tu
wanawekanga bookmark ukisema hapa so that they can have quick
reference. It's only 3 days, 4 days. So 4 days you can only say so much, but those things are there. They are numerous. Nyinyi mnabaki mnasema huyu jamaa hakuna kitu amesema leo nini. But what you don't know is when they retire they go to reference when we alipelekwa kwa ile bundle linasema hivi, wanaona is it true, does it tie, is it wanaongeza.
And
So
good we have technology then, but they can just at a click find the page. And I was admiring the way they were making those PowerPoint presentations and the way they could say got page number. I also like the fact that we could Juliet Soweto, lawyer Juliet Soweto, took us through the portal. You know, I literally logged into the portal to see that form she was demonstrating. This is thank God technology.
It was life. If I was not married, I would go and look for her.
Temba, I heard you talk about the stolen Kim's kit. You know, sometimes stealing needs intelligence. And you know when they reported that the Kim's kits were stolen, they must have presented the serial numbers of the stolen Kim's kits. And the other thing is that the IBC was using local service providers for transmission using the Kim's kit. And to get them, you simply need to contact, go to court and get an order from court and contact either Safaricom or Airtel. We will know where the exact point where those Kim's kits were transmitting from, because that data is there with the service providers. So these people, when they are stealing, I think they are so much focused on the goal that they think that the DCI will not get them. They will be gotten. And even the Kim's kit, you might find that the Kim's kits they were using to transmit those fake polling stations were the ones they reported that were stolen. So there is every likelihood, if they are to check the inventory of what they purchased and what they said was stolen and what was transmitting using the local service providers, the exact point where these people were transmitting into the server will be found. So I think Chebukati na hiyo gang yake ni waizi wengine very disorganized.
Go, Papa. Black is saying that Black is saying, I advise you not to have such high hopes. Overturning it is not easy. Thresholds are very. What was the threshold in 2017? It was higher in 2017. Black is operating from an interest.
Lakini Black
alikuwa hajatoka shule.
Bona Black unakuangi na msimamo. Unaona, I heard about Kiraitu, but I liked what mother said, that better have a few people who have principles. Umesikia your statement ya mother? Unajua, and that is what Themba was also asking Kuseo hapa, that what we do about our agents being corrupted. First, we don't need agents for the IBC to do the right thing. That is one. But I'm also beginning to think that better dealing with few people who have principles. Sasa wewe Black uko wapi? I mean, see, you have the eyes and the ears to see and to hear in black and white what is right and what is wrong. You
know, Julia, what surprises me with most people, and even Black included, they are busy saying the threshold is higher. Mtu ameshinda mwingine na yani according to ile wamesema ni 200 something votes. 27 constituencies hazikuhesabiwa, and you're still saying the threshold. Which threshold are you looking at? You know, I'm wondering, even with all these things tumesema, mtu bado anasema threshold. Hiyo 50+1 of what? Of mangoes? Of is it the picky poki mutatamka? And that is Jokindungu asked, what happened if the chairman wakes up and decides that, okay, I'll give you 50% +1, and there's nobody who can check him? What happened?
Temba watu hawana capacity wa UDA. Kurizoni hivyo hakuna kabisa.
Temba, you know, one statement that should be worrying them is that the Chief Justice said, what worries us is that Chebukati or the chairman decided to announce results, but he did not tell you why that some other commissioners dissented, and maybe they will explain why. You know, that already tells you that they have already seen this man as a man of an iron fist, a dictator in an independent commission, you know, of which is like a mirror of the.
Remember, Papa. Remember, Papa Nani Lenaona's question, that why didn't you wait for the next day so that you remove this suspicion.
Yeah.
You see already,
Yes.
the assumption is he created a suspicion. So
Yes.
if
And
you
then,
if
sorry,
you
and
don't,
then, sorry, okay.
go ahead, Sophie.
Yeah, and then Temba as a follow-up of what you are saying, remember they even went to demonstrate what a team is. Using their own example, they said we are 7 here, and we are all equal among equal, but there is a team leader. I mean, can you imagine that kind of a thing? And these UDA guys are talking about that Chebukati should go just arbitrarily at our ameenda Serena wachana now. That is very umutaani.
Yeah, wachana now. And you see them, but I want to say this to Kenyans. In 2017, those of us who were supporting Uhuru, even after, especially the worst thing that happened is when Raila boycotted the election. I want to be sincere with myself that I was not at peace when Raila boycotted the election, and I didn't think that we had conquered. I in my heart and in my mind, I knew this was a big problem now in the country, because when you have half of the country decided they are not doing the election, it means that is not an election. So even if the person you think he won, he didn't win. It was just like we were going back to a single party state. So even after the election and Kenyatta was sworn in, I think Kenyatta was sincere enough to accept that things were not okay. And that is why he went for the handshake. So even now, as we sit here, I believe the Supreme Court will not be feeling comfortable upholding this election if they care about Kenya. I think they will not, in their sober mind, uphold this election if they care about Kenya, because all the irregularities are screaming and all the doubts are screaming more than in 2017. So, I mean, I don't know what more they would want to be proven to them to do the right thing. I really believe them, but they are going to do the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like I said, go ahead, Papa.
You know that there's that question of smoking Wanjala of the airplane and by road, and also there's a question of when does this image change into PDF? You know, in the affidavit, one of the affidavits of as I think Azimio or one of the petitioners, the petitioner attached the simulation process that was done, the demonstration that was done by IEBC. And in that demonstration, they did not talk about the image moving from JPEG to PDF. That demonstration was a JPEG, and end result would be JPEG. But now these other fellows, when they came and gave us other stories, I don't know whether the judges will capture that demonstration, because that demonstration would have killed all those issues of when does it change to from JPEG to PDF, and they have really cornered themselves in a nutshell.
But Wanjala asked
Yeah,
that, and they didn't respond. He asked them, at what point does it change from JPEG to PDF? They didn't respond to that.
So you people now going forward,
They said that the document is scanned in PDF. Now, when they say that, because even in the report, the registrar's report, they say that the document was scanned in PDF. What it does, Murgo released the agreement that was signed by Smartmatic in the contract, and the contract says that the image will be in JPEG. Now, the people giving you the phone are giving you the manual. And they're telling you this is how it will be transmitting. But down the line, you come up with your own protocol and say that it will be doing it in PDF. So that was the question that we asked. At what point does it move from a JPEG to a PDF? They never responded.
And Themba, the reason as to why in giving them that contract with those specifics, that whatever they transmit will be JPEG, It is to ensure that the forms are not tampered with. So there is no escape valve here for IBC. Hawawezi kusema sijui, it's not possible, because then it broke one of the agreements when they were tendering or when they were getting the specs of the system. Because if the system then was going to convert items into PDF, it would have been shut down, because PDF it means that now you have a room to do all the manenos.
Don't PK, that's why now they needed the Kamago. Now in the transition, in the interface from JPEG to PDF, that's now where Kamago came in, because you don't understand why a company would send PK to work, and then in its documentations, it is the name of PK that is coming up, but not the name of the company. You should be having that anything document from there should be Smartmatic. If it is conducting the training, official document should be Smartmatic, or like Greek, whatever, like that was printing the papers, because papers were printed in whatever, like. So you need to have the name, official name of the company, not an individual who, first of all, comes into the country with expired passport. So if you are actually a maintenance person, and you see now this is where even the lawyers were fixing themselves. Kamago was sent out of the country because he had the expired passport. He was deported. That Kamago guy. So if this person was truly a technical person for Smartmatic, what were the preparations that were supposed to be done to make sure that he's in the country legally? And how come he's working with election material, key election materials in his pocket and checking them in as personal property? Yet the lawyer comes back to the court and admits that Kamago was actually a maintenance guy. He doesn't even say what maintenance he was coming to do. He doesn't say what he was, what maintenance he was doing to the thing. Then he logs into the system many times. What is he doing in the system? I mean, if you have Kim's kit and people are coming in and you can't open it later, so why is he logging in there?
Remember, we had a Bure system. I know I'm a bit harsh. We have a useless system in Kenya. Why did we release it? Why did we release it? If he's a suspect, why didn't we hold him until
PK, yes. Let me cut you short, kidogo. This is just my thinking. They were released because I believe the government wanted it to happen that way. Because it was not by coincidence that all these things of Jose Kamago are now coming out. It wanted it to happen that way. And
hoping we'll get good results then.
Definitely, we must get good results.
For me,
and if they were released,
you see what
they were released,
PK is saying, Bob. What PK is saying,
yes.
PK is saying, you don't set, and then some people don't care. If someone has been stealing, it doesn't matter how much you expose him.
Yeah.
That is what he does. I mean, if someone's job is to steal, even if you will come and shame him that huyu nani ameiba, hajali, kwa sababu what does it matter? Does it matter anyway that now you have found me stealing? I've been stealing for ages. So what? There are things that have
the saddest part.
There are things that have been said very seriously about the deputy president that I thought that if he didn't agree with them, he would go to court for defamation.
Yes. There is a Jirongo even has Jirongo has clips that Jirongo, there's a clip he said something very serious. And the deputy has never taken him to court. The other person is Rivondo. You people, I think that is, if he was a good man, he would take them for defamation. And Mr. Zemba Bob Nastone, it is even a shame that we are discussing having the deputy president as our future president. I hope this one, we shall bury this and we'll never think about or ever having such a person vying for presidency. I pray that it never happens to our dear country again. I pray so much, Themba. We have had presidential candidates like Uhuru, like Kibaki, Raila, and all others. but we've never had, and the combination, who is his running mate? Mnaona vile anaongea matope wherever he's going. I mean, the combination makes the situation even worse for Kenya. And we are here, even the Supreme Court judges, seriously, they are Kenyans. They should look and see if they
Can you imagine Gachagua saying ati sio ni mzee wa kitendawili anatuchelewesha na hii mambo ya makesi hapa. Can you imagine that's going to be and that's going to be your deputy president. Ati yo nimekutana na askari hapa wakaniuliza ati hii uniform yao tunabadilisha lini. Askari nikawaambia msihesabu kutoka tarehe 9, mhesabu kutoka ile siku tutaapishwa. Ni hii mzee akitendawili bado natuchelewesha hapa na hii makesi. You know, you listen to someone like that, and you're imagining that this is a person who is going to unite Kenyans. And for me, let me say this. I have said it again, and I'll say it again. That combination is the bad combination, and I will still forget that I have.
Bad is not enough. You are using
if the 10% that I've given room to comes to pass, I will not be having a president in Kenya. Huyu atakuwa president ya wale watu ambao
mimi Themba nikiamka kesho nipate hiyo 10% yako kwa sababu ni yako. Hiyo 10% yako. I will come up with ways of forgetting that Kenya is my country.
Julia, you know what Gachagua said, which for me I found very interesting. You go to people of Central Kenya, then you tell them that you know the development taking place in Nyanza right now.
Mm-hmm.
It is because money has been stolen from Central, has been taken. Development has been diverted from Central, so it is going to Nyanza. Now, listen. Nyanza has been in opposition for the longest. Secondly, in Central, there is tarmac road up to, I can dare say, up to every home, every village. You can come from Nairobi to Nyeri, back to Naivasha to Nakuru without going into any Marab road.
Sure.
Nyanza, you can get to a certain place and you are told, hii barabara imekaa bila kutengezwa kwa muda. There are places in Central where hawajai kuwa na shida na stima. As in Simba inakuja because they are closer to Nairobi. People come from Central, their homes in Nyeri, they work in Nairobi. Wanakuja, wanafanya kazi na wanarudi nyumbani. They are not paying rent, they are not doing anything. Manyumba ya Nairobi city zimejengwa mingi, landlords wengi wao wanatoka Central, wanaishi makwao na hizo nyumba zimejengewa watu ambao wanatoka Nyanza. Why did the people come from rural urban migration? Walikuja wakahamia huku kuja kutafuta kazi. Watu wa Central wahami, wanakaa nyumbani, wanakuja, hata wengine wanakuja wanauza maziwa, wanauza nini hapo asubuhi, wakitoka wanarudi nyumbani. So someone is telling you, someone who wants to be the president of Kenya, telling you that kwa sababu hamna develop, you know what kind of development you are looking at. Unaambia mtu ambaye is looking for types of shoes, ya kwamba yule mtu amepata kiatu moja, huyo mtu ni ile kiatu ya tatu haungepata. Ndio imepelekewa yule mtu. These other places, even according to Ndi, they are trying to catch up with Central.
And then but let me tell you something. They have challenges of climate. And they have Nyanza, I think Nyanza province and part of Rift Valley and coast and lower eastern provinces, they have challenges of even just having the basic needs. You know, I lived in Nyanza for many years, and now I know that ukiwa Nyanza, for you even ukuwe na unga ya kutosha. Kwanza mashamba hayana chakula cha kutosha, hayatoi chakula cha kutosha. It is not because those people are lazy. Even the climate there is very unfavorable. One time I traveled from Kisumu towards Homabay, towards a place called Mbita Point. I mean, the place is so dry, and then when it rains, it becomes floods. Unaona, yani unaona, these people are not only struggled, are not only marginalized, but also they are fighting against the climatic conditions. So when you brag, it really pains when you brag and really talk about how if you further want to discriminate these regions. It pains, and people begin to wonder. You want
And
to
even the duo never campaigned in Nyanza. They never Ruto never stepped in Siaya. Ruto never stepped in you know, Raila went to every party, went to Nyeri, he went to Uasin Gishu, he went to even his home, whatever, to campaign because he wants to be Kenyan president. Ruto never campaigned in Nyanza. He never went to Luo Nyanza. He never stepped there. Regarding Gachagua, even as much as he went out, he never went to Nyanza. So that tells you their policy. Their policy is going to be anti-Nyanza. Their policy is going to be, Ruto decides that now that I'm president-elect, I'm going to Kiambu to say that they have shown the world that they're anti-tribal. I mean, you go to the same people who voted for the Ruto duo to tell them that you have shown the world. What kind of nonsense is that? You're going to the same people who voted for you in 2007, 2013, the same people who voted for you in 2017. Now you are going to tell them you have shown the world that we are not tribal. I mean, when I look at that, for me, I find that already they have shown clear sense of imbalance. Now, they have not stopped there, Stone PK. Give me one mtu wa bodaboda ambaye amechaguliwa ati anaenda kurepresent watu. Walisema hii serikali itakuwa ya mama mboga na watu wa bodaboda. Ni wapi wamechagua kwamba sasa walifanya nomination? Uliona mtu wa bodaboda? Uliona mtu wa waridhi? The people who are being chosen to go and sit at certain tables, they have stopped watu wa boda. Sasa hata mtu wa boda hakuna story anaambiwa.
And then but morally, hata kama me, I'm still thinking about the mind of the Supreme Court judges. Morally, even if they want to claim whatever results they are seeing, can they trust Gachagua and Ruto? Can they entrust Kenya into their hands, morally, in their hearts, in their minds, in their souls? Hata kama unaona kuna ile hata ukabila, hata sijui kama ukabila tuweke kando. I think morally they need to ask themselves, if they decide to uphold the election, they'll be giving Kenya to Gachagua and Ruto. What have they done? What have they done? What will they have done to Kenya?
They will live to be hounded.
They will live to be hounded because they will have, I don't know, they will have done such a disastrous thing. Hata kama they want to say it's argument for law or whatever. Unajua kuna ile morally. It's like Solomon. They brought this Solomonic wisdom into the court, and Solomon asked those two women that let's cut this baby into two. And Solomon knew that was the only way to find out the owner of the baby. Because we got, even as we are chatting here and people are criticizing us and say we are biased towards Azimio, it's no longer even an Azimio situation here, Demba. It's no longer even a Raila Ruto situation. It is in whose hands? Are we safe? That is the question.
For me, I don't care if you say I'm biased, because who is not? I mean, they say that we all move towards objectivity, but everybody has a bias. For me, I'm biased. I mean, you look at a leader who stands for a cause. What does Ruto stand for? What does people have risen to presidency who stands for nothing. Ruto stands for nothing. Rising to power, he
stands for something. He stands for corruption. He stands for a handout economy. He stands that for the end justifies the means. Yani themba ile shamba yako, kama ninaweza enda kwa lands nibadilishe jina lako, niweke jina langu na nisishikwe, that is okay. That is the kind of a person Ruto is and Gachagua, and the people support. That is why I keep saying here, ukikuja hapa kutetea Ruto, I just conclude that for you to stealing is okay, you killing is okay. So I will ask the Supreme Court judges to ask themselves, Do they think this is the only opportunity they have to redeem this nation? They have to redeem Kenya, and they have to give directions.
We cannot allow thieves to steal an election and still go away with it. We have got them pants down, and they have to be told so. And actually, whichever way it goes, they have already been found out that they are thieves. In fact, campaigning against them will be the Stone PK. Tutakuwa tunasema tu fukuza mwizi.
Fukuza mwizi kabisa. You know?
You people who are saying this, kama huyu sijui football TV, let me ask you, how do you give your child to a wolf? Because how you people, you are trying to say Kenya itakuwa wapi miaka 2 from now, even or 1 year from now? Let me ask you people.
Alafu shida, wacha nikwambie Stone PK. You know the people in my own analysis, the people supporting the deputy president na nini. Ukiona mtu anaweza ku afford bundles ya kuingia kwa YouTube kufuata, that is aka mtu kako na to hela.
Ndio.
That is not someone who has to think about between food and bundles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
if true. Someone can afford to be online, anakuja online kupiga kelele, that is someone who has some money. I probably ajui kusuffer. The people who are really suffering, they are choosing between nitanunua bundles ama nitanunua chakula. Unaona? So these people don't know. Maybe they are entrepreneurs, or maybe they are somewhere. Yani there's a group of some upper middle class, upper middle class. Wamesoma kidogo, wamepata kahela, so anaweza afford nini, anaweza afford bundles, anaweza afford wifi, ameweka nini hapo. These are people who don't know what suffering is. The real people hako kwa mtandao kwa sababu ya nini? Angependa kuwa kwa mtandao, lakini hiyo bundles na wifi ya kukaa kwa mtandao ndiye apige kelele hana. Unaona? Haya, na huyu unaona labda kama amekuja hapa ni yule labda amekuwa facilitated na mtu fulani akamwambia wewe wacha nikupatie hela uingie hapo uende upige kelele kidogo. Hao nao wanakuja kwa sababu ya mtu fulani. But majority of those you are seeing supporting Ruto are those ones who already feel ile uchungu ya economy kuharibika, feel ile uchungu ya mtu kuiba, yani mtu ameiba na anakuja. Gachagua stole money. He did business with the county government when the brother was the governor. He supplied things as conflict of interest. Now he has like 200 million, whatever. He cannot explain where it came from. And he still one that person. Ambaye hata inasemekana as a DO, he did atrocities to people of Limuru and other places. Huyo ndio nataka sasa awe sasa ni deputy president. By chance, Ruto is bad enough. And imagine now Gachagua ingia ati sasa ndio president.
Yes, Gachagua ingia. Imagine Gachagua in a UN meeting representing Kenya. Atasema nini?
You guys stop. You know the good thing about it, if you pick about you, tutasafa sisi wote. Hakuna mtu si ati wewe umesupport Ruto ati wewe utakuwa kuna kababble mahali mtakuwa mnakaa ati sasa nyinyi watu wa mlivote mlisema Kenya kwanza na nini ati nyinyi zile unga imepanda nyinyi mtakuwa mnaambiwa wewe si ulivote Ruto, wewe kuja tutakupatia unga na 90. It doesn't work like that. Uchumi ikikuwa mbaya sisi wote tutasafa.
Yeah.
Ukienda kwanza unajua anaingia na watu wengi, watu wa a team of thieves.
Yeah, it's a team of thieves.
Wanakuja kupora kabisa mpaka hicho. Wacha ile ya NYS hiyo ilikuwa kidogo. Wacha hizo zingine hizo ati sijui mnasema. Sasa hizi ndio sasa atakuja kupora zaidi. Lakini tutaumia sisi wote. So wacha kukaa hapo nasema ati nyinyi watu wa Azimio sijui mtaenda. Hakuna mahali tutaenda. Tutakanyangana tu hapo Kenya. Na ile kuumia tutaumia tu sisi wote pamoja. Na ile kitu tutakuwa tunasema tutakuwa tunawakumbusha, you see.
Yes, so Kenyans pray very fast that the Supreme Court judges remain sober and ushers to a new dawn. Because if you don't do that, I think we'll be giving our country, sending our country to the dogs. Mimi sijaita mtu mbwa, but we will be sending our beautiful country that we have struggled this far to bring this far to the dogs. Hapo ndio mnapeleka nchi yetu. So if the judges are listening, don't send our country to the dogs. We beg you, do not send our country to the dogs.
Julia, acha nikufurahishe Stone Pike. Unakumbuka mkituambia unasema nini? Wepe ni ule ule, alafu wengine mlisema duraku kumira. Wache uchumi anze kuwachapa hata nyinyi watu wa Central tukiwa pamoja.
Yes, that is the truth. Unaona kuna rafiki yangu
niwakumbusha, sijiji ndio mlisema wembe ni ule ule, si tukule tu pamoja.
There is a friend of mine ako kwa hii group. Sasa aliniambia ndugu yake alikuwa anampigia simu ati kumekauka, akamwambia usiende upigie Gachagua na Ruto, usiwapigie simu akuletee wakusaidie kumekauka. And he was telling the sister, sio hivyo, kwani nyinyi mlikasirika aje? Kwani mnachukulia hii maneno ya siasa serious? She was so much, why are you asking me? You people, you wake up and vote for these criminals, alafu nanipigia simu. Call them now, watume kitu kwa M-Pesa. That is what she was telling me.
Siwezi patia mtu hata ndururu. Never.
Alafu wale walikuwa Darius alikuja akasema ati kuna mtu alikuwa, I think ni brother yake atakuja hapa alisema ati kuna sipini nani alikuwa anapatia pesa, alikuwa anatumia fees. Huyo jamaa ati alikuwa na support UDA, alimuitisha fees juzi, akamwambia enda kwa UDA wakupatie fees.
Exactly. Unajua kama mimi, the people I'm supporting, nilikuwa najua baba akiingia kutakuwa na relief. You know, a few Kenyans that we are supporting, they are not even relatives.
Imagine saizi PK bana, ile tungekuwa saizi tunajua kuanzia next year fees ya high school na ya college kwisha.
And that is what
and
is
and you see,
and progress.
The issue is not even this 6K ama whatever watu wanasema ati 6K haitapatikana. The issue is we have a disease that is corruption, and Ruto cannot fight corruption. Sasa nyinyi mnapiga ndomo hapo kwa chat. It's okay, endeleeni kupiga ndomo. Let's see how Ruto will fight corruption.
By the way, haya unaona wakiongea hivyo, hata ukiingilia wengine ni wezi. I can assure you. It's true. Some of them wameingizwa jeshi, wameingizwa kwa serikali, those who are
like team, somebody called Team Bryden.
Kenya Power and Lightning, ile wamepitisha. They are the people who've been stealing and connecting people. All those guys
from Kenyans.
Waizi tupu. That I can say. When a mwizi is supporting mwizi, they are the ones who say they have deals. Wameiba kwanza KPN, Kenya Power. Those guys were in blue. Wakienda
niwakumbushe Fred Ngati alituambia the forms that Julie Soweto is presenting do not have security features. Now, whose portal was that?
that was I googled and I found those forms. That was IBC portal.
Do you know, these people are so stupid. Mpaka nikajua huyu ni Gatia, ni leo ya huyu.
Alafu ati those ones were just those ones were just there to mislead.
And na huyu Ben, sorry, huyu lawyer.
Unajua aibu zingine.
Tumia gadget yako. That was a killer.
Unajua aibu zingine au wakili wanaleta. Unajua somebody of the stature of Fred Ngatia. Alafu unajiembarrass kama hivyo. Unajua portal ni ya IBC, kila kitu iko ndani ya mfuko ya IBC. Tukiwaambia simama tutoe, tukitoa tunapata ni ya wizi. Sasa
lakini wacha niulize, manake these lawyers wa IBC lawyers wa especially Ngatia, Professor Githu Muigai, Kamau Karori. These guys have been lawyers, Wahuru. Now, when they came, the way they performed, in my view, they performed so poorly. I'm wondering, were they there just as a setup? Well, I don't understand.
No, watu waling'ang'ania
But
pesa.
even
Unaona?
Uhuru's time, they are very poor tender. Even during Jubilee.
Yeah, even Jubilee, by the way, they were very poor. They didn't do well.
I don't even believe in, I don't see them as top and all that. I don't have to accolade them. In most of those criminal lawyers, the only people who had brains in kama SMOTN, those are the people I still recognize. But these other guys saying that simu imeibiwa, tunauliza nani ameiba, unapiga inaring kwa mfuko ya Bob. Unauliza Bob hii simu ni ya nani? Ati hapana, hiyo achana nayo. Na ni iPhone PK. I mean, really? Hata afadhali angenyamaza bwana. Just, some of these things when you are over 30 years and above, ukishikwa tu nyamaza, just keep quiet, man. Don't try to defend. Because after 30 years and above, you have tried so many things, so you hata kama ndio law.
Another thing is that
nilikuwa nashangaa.
Another thing is that
okay, go ahead. Acha ninyamaze.
Another thing is that despite the fact that IEBC was very economical with the opening up of those servers, their basic programming the things and the programming language that anybody who has done programming would be able to grasp very fast. And some of the things is that like that portal thing, when you go to any website, those things that you see after the .com or anything of that nature, they mean something. And if you have done programming, it will not escape your mind what it actually entails. And I think when they just opened that server where they were just showing the teams that went to scrutinize, basic stuff. That basic stuff actually did them more harm than good. What we didn't access actually is the originals, the Form 34As that had hit the server, because those servers were several. So there is one that has got a backup of what comes in at all times. Now these others that they were giving us, which they have doctored, they still had some footprint. So the funny thing is that they still think, UD has got this imagination that they are ever smart, and that's why their lawyers can come and embarrass themselves on things that we have been shown live. And Julie Soweto kept on telling you that it is live. She was rubbing it in. It is live. We are not taking it from anywhere, and they could not see that. It is such an embarrassing thing, and even I wonder what the former Chief Justice of Tanzania was there with the team of other Commonwealth judges. They must have found us doing some very mediocre stuff, which was very embarrassing.
Watanzania wanatudharau Bob, wanasema Mkenya ni mwizi sugu. Watanzania, you talk to Tanzanians, they tell you watu tunawaogopa bana ni Wakenya. Mkenya akuibia mchana.
So going forward,
mimi nimekuwa huko.
Yes, Bob, endelea.
Mimi nimekuwa TZ, and when I drove there from Namanga to Arusha, I was arrested 4 times because of that speed limit of 50, and yet a bus would overtake me, and it is speeding at more than 70 to 80. But when niko nyuma ya hiyo bus itapita, lakini mimi nashikwa. 4 times I paid that fine that they pay of 30,000 in Tanzanian shillings, which is about 1,500 bob. And I was wondering what really was happening, but the passengers that I was having, that was my brother, the wife. When I was going to pay the fine, these other cops are saying, "Our Kenya ni wajeuri kweli. Unaona vile anafanya." You know, and I tried to plead that sikukuwa naelewa nisamee, but nikamwambia but kama iwezekani wacha nilipe fine. Then the guys are talking like, you know, they don't trust Kenyans absolutely. You kanyaga Tanzania, wewe ni mwizi. That is
and that is why, Bob, we are saying here we need to protect our integrity, because kuna watu the world holds views about countries. There's some countries now, some citizens of some foreign nations that have challenges getting documentation to the US because of the level of corruption and all that in those countries. So if we have a corrupt president who has cases even in The Hague, I mean, I think it's going to be a bad thing for the country. I even think for foreign investment. I don't know what's going to happen to foreign investment. So, mimi naona we tuendelee kustruggle hii kitu, you people, let's pray for nullification. But after that, we got to make things right. We have half of Kenyans who think we should do things right. So those less than half who think they're okay with this, somehow they might join us, because if you can't beat them, you join them.
You know, let me give you an example of the investor. Dangote came to Kenya and he wanted to put up a cement factory, but somebody somewhere asked him for a and he just flew over to our neighbors in Ethiopia. The factory is there, and the cement that comes from Ethiopia is cheaper than Bamburi. So you can imagine the kind of that investment would have gotten employment, would be generating so much with that investment of Dangote wanted to put up for the cement factory. Now the factory is in Ethiopia. They are bringing in cement which is cheaper. We have lost on employment. We have lost on consumption of electricity and other issues. You know, that I doubt whether they will go up with this character. Never. But let's hope they won't get there. That is step number one.
Yeah, let's pray Stone PK's plan works, that we have a nullification.
Stone PK is saying, wachana na mambo ya maombi.
No, Miss Stone, I'm praying hard.
Stone PK is saying, hii story ya kuomba, watu wameomba sana na bado anapata wezi. Sasa anasema acha tuache kuomba sasa. Wakisema si Raila, watu watoke sasa waamue ya kwamba hii kitu tunaichukua na fujo.
Ati somebody is saying that Edwin Rono, Julia Paul Eldoret is celebrating us that now. Why is Eldoret celebrating? Why is Kisumu not celebrating?
No, Eldoret can celebrate. I mean, it's okay. You guys are not even celebrating na mkona president-elect. Ingekuwa Raila sasa ndio president-elect, mngekuwa mnaona ile celebration iko Kenya. From Kisumu to Mombasa to Moyale to everywhere. Yani Kenya akunge tulia. Sasa hivi ati mko na president-elect, lakini bado lazima mbembelezwe, muambiwe ati yeye msijali yeye hii kitu bado tuko nayo. Oh, wacha hii kitu kidogo itokee hapa mbele alafu tuende. Hiyo akungekuwa na time ya hiyo, my friend.
ile blue angeona. Ile blue. Hey.
Wacha hata hii 90% yangu ipite, yani Supreme Court inalify hii
90%
kama Raila ameapishwa.
Unajua tunamwagika hapo.
Ile celebration mtaona nullification ikifanyika, nyinyi hamjui kucelebrate. Udaku mtatafuta mahali pa kuingia. Kwa sababu yani tutacelebrate kama Raila ameshaingia huko sasa. Wacha.
Mimi niko na confidence.
Wacha nyinyi, papa. Hawa watu wako na president elect. anatembea na certificate. Mtu aliandika akasema Ruto ajue ya kwamba kuna watu wengi sana wako na certificate huku nje hawana kazi. Bila wako na certificate.
Kwanza yeye ako na ubaya, ako na Venezuela.
Unajua Themba hiyo certificate unajua wakati unaenda kutafuta job uko na certificate ambayo unajua uliiba mtihani, unajua for instance umeiba mtihani wa daktari na unatembea na certificate, unajua unaogopa hata ukipewa hiyo kazi utafanya nini? you don't even have confidence.
Kabisa.
That is why they are not celebrating.
Anajua kuna mahasla huko wako na certificate na hana kazi. Hiyo kama hiyo yake ako nayo sasa na hana kazi.
Yeah, that is why they are not celebrating, because it's not a genuine thing. So they are not even confident that even if they are sworn in, their government would last for more than 1 year, because these people are suspects. Unaona hiyo list ya UDA ni kama charge sheet. Yani unaweza peleka kamiti wote given an opportunity to do so.
Unasema
hata ile certificate were they to share? Were they to share that certificate? Manake mimi naona kama ni deep.
What do you mean sharing?
Iliandikwa na mkono hapo. Iliandikwa haraka wakadao kupatia Gachagua.
Gachagua anaongea mambo mengi na hata hana certificate.
Ni kama tuweze kufanya pompo alafu wewe ni estimate wangu sasa mimi natoa yangu na kuenda kufuata story PK mko pamoja.
Ati watu wa UDA watakuja kumoderate celebration yao. Hakuna, tutamoderate hapa.
That is funny. They come to moderate.
Ati wakuja moderate celebration yao. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi tuko hapa. Nyinyi mtaenda kumoderate ya Venezuela mahali pengine. That is mali ya wizi. Unaiba na unataka
And you see, remember, these people are mad with us and they are still watching us. Why are you watching?
Wangekuwa washatoka, si wanasikia ile kitu. Wanasikia kwamba mko na certificate lakini hakuna mahali unaweza enda.
First and foremost is already 8 o'clock in Kenya, right?
Yeah, unafaa kuwa mnaenda kungojea sasa
kusikia. Kazini, go to work. Can you go to work? So, what time is the ruling to Demba? Ruling ya saa ngapi?
Hawajasema.
Watatuma, itakuwa breaking news, alert. And I think it might be somewhere later in the afternoon.
I think it will be at 3. Last time ilifanyika saa ngapi? 11?
Yeah, 11. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be maybe at 2 or 11.
So
maybe because they know the tension, they might do it early. Yeah, because it was a very easy case to determine.
Okay, hata kama staki kublock mtu huyu anaitwa Daniel Ngeno. You don't bring profanity to the show. It is not acceptable.
Yeah, please come say vitu zote za Ruto, say useme nini, useme Themba ni mbaya, Themba ni nini. Mimi nimezoea. I've been through the trenches and I have a t-shirt to show. So don't think that you attacking Themba, ati sijui Themba nini. Haya, hao wengine watu wa UDA mkikuja, pigeni tu kelele, hakuna shida, but don't use profanity. We don't need that. I mean, you don't have to. You can still disagree with us. Upigie debe mtu wako bila kutumia profanity. I mean, you are better than that. And even I don't think your guy will like it when you come to use profanity here. We are not using profanity. Hatujatumia any profanity. But pigia debe mtu wako. Watu wa UDA, wewe kuja useme vile Ruto ndiye atatangazwa, kuja useme vile Ruto ndiye atachukua, vile hata ashachukua na nini. That's okay. I mean, kuja toa hiyo maoni. In the meantime, ukikuja hapa kupiga kelele kuendelea kuwatch, tunakula bando yako na unaendelea kulipa mtepei. Sasa haupendi lakini unaendelea kutulipa na hiyo pesa. Bando ikiisha unaenda unaweka ingine, unarudi tena, tunakuchokora, tunakwambia baba ndiye ataapishwa, tunakwambia Supreme Court leo itaamua ni baba, na wewe unakasirika, unasema baba ndio atanini atachukua, unaendelea kutulipa tena, zinaisha, unaenda kuweka zingine. So life is like that. Either way we gain.
Unajua hawa jamaa ile desperation. Unajua paka huyu mtu wao anaitwa nani? Itumbi. Itumbi anachukua photos za 2013 anasema ati Uhuru anahama. How desperate do you be? You know. Uhuru bado analala, hata saa hii nadhani analala. Amepumzika vizuri. Amekalia kiti.
Itumbi has worked for UDA. I think he deserves a pat on his back, and maybe amefanya hiyo kazi ya kuandanganya kwa social media. Amefanya kazi mingi sana.
Unajua Itumbi yako job yeye lazima tafute, na baada ya hii unajua lazima endelee kutafuta. So unaona kama hiyo Hustler Nation nini anaikulia hapo, watu wakienda huko kulogin kutafuta vitu, si pesa yote inaenda huko, inaenda kwake. Sasa he feeds them with lies, wanazoea yeye yake ni bongo ya biashara, and he has to keep them on toes. Kuna kitu anatafuta, so hata kama hakuna kitu anawawekea hapo, he makes his money. Sasa wala wanaenda huko kuangalia, na sisi tunakaa hapo. Unajua pia sisi hapa tunaendelea kuirritate watu hapa, tunawaambia Azimio ndio kesho ndio.
Yes, and they are still coming back. I can see 748 people.
It will be overturned, it will be nullified mapema haraka, na Azimio tutarudi kunini. So unajua kikasirika ukirudi hapa, sisi pia tunaendelea kufurahi kwa sababu unaendelea kupatia Mutembei hela. Yeah, so
wanafikiria majaji wanaweza fanya Kenya ikwishe leo. Never. They can't do that.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if you're not a patriot, kama si mtu ambaye unashughulikia governance, I always say that you cannot be someone ambaye unajali Kenya and you support Ruto at the same time. At you think about Kenya, mtu ambaye amepora Kenya, you cannot trust someone ambaye amepora nchi kuijenga. Hata mtoto pikia anasema tu watoto wadogo akiulizwa saizi mwizi ni nani, wanasemanga ni nani?
Maybe what watoto wanafikia another name for mwizi ni Ruto. Maybe that's what they think.
Yeah, you know the way they apply in Kiswahili. They think it's a vocabulary.
Toa maneno ingine maana sawa na mwizi, wanaweza kasema Ruto Kashagwa.
Haya, nafikiri sasa tutaanza kufunga. Tungependa kukaa lakini hatuwezi kaa sana. Tutawaleta hapa tena tuendelee kuambia kwamba kuna vile Kamago walishikana na the Venezuelans, walishikana na Ruto wakatuibia kura yetu, na hiyo ndio tumejua kotini. Sasa kama wewe unataka kwenda kwa mwizi, sawa, sisi tumeamua kwa mwizi hatuendi. Tuendi kwa mwizi
kamwe, hatuendi.
Tuendi kwa mwizi.
We are not right.
Hebu niulize, what was Black doing when he was all along alikuwa UDA, then he came one day akasema ameokoka.
Alisema ameokoka.
Black was playing safe. Unajua Black was let me tell you, Stone Piken, nilikwambia hapa kuna watu ambao hata walikuwa surprised vile Ruto alitangazwa kama president elect. One of them is Black. Black knew so well that Azimio has taken this thing, so he was trying to manage his emotions so that hiyo siku watu sasa wana celebrate kama Azimio asiumie sana. Yeah, immediately Ruto alitangazwa elect, Black aliruka the same evening.
So we don't need such people.
Yes, we don't. That's what mother was saying. Stone, mother saying we better have few people who are wako na msimamo. And me, I still believe Kenyans we have a remnant in Kenya. Even in the days of the Israelites, kuna huyu Elijah was telling God that he wants to die because he's the only prophet of God. Mungu akamwambia Elijah, you are lying to yourself. I have 7,000 of mine prophets who are still faithful. Alimwambia si mmoja na si wawili. I have over 7,000 prophets who are faithful to me, Elijah. What do you mean you're alone? So Wakenya, I know it feels like that the team Jambazi, like they are doing well, but let me tell you, we have more than half Kenyans who are ready to do the right thing, who cannot be compromised, like the likes of Kiraitu and the others. This is what I see Kiraitu. We don't want to have 10 houses. We don't want to have to be rich. We are okay. We don't want to be called wealthy. We are okay with having enough and doing the right thing. So Wakenya tuko wengi, those who want to do the right thing. And I believe the judges are also there. They want to do the right thing.
But Kiraitu ni nani? Kiraitu aling'ang'ana kwa sababu hakutaka Munya. Munya wanted to be the governor. Now Kiraitu insisted that Munya asipotolewa ataenda kwa UDA. Aya, kwa sababu by that time Uhuru na Raila wanted to make peace for consolidate vote. Kiraitu akacreate sijui Mbasi. Akasema hii Mbasi. It took a lot of time before even he joined Baba. All that time he was trying to see if if Munya was going to run.
Hey, then Bagoja, John Duran, can you stop spamming the show? One post is enough.
So when Munya step aside, what Munya did, Munya only campaigned for Raila. He didn't campaign for Kiraitu. He went whenever he was going to Meru, he was campaigning for Azimio president. Mpaka kuna siku nani akacomplain, anaitwa nani, Kiraitu akasema ati kwa nini Munya is not even mentioning nini. Akaambia hapana, we campaign. Munya, Kiraitu ameangushwa. In fact, Meru was not even UDA stronghold. They voted for that nini. Kwa sababu kama ingekuwa UDA wangechagua this guy, huyu senator.
Walichagua nani Meru?
Walichagua Mwangaza Kawira, independent candidate.
Oh, that is even a big show that they had to vote for an independent candidate na wakawacha Kiraitu. Something very wrong with Kiraitu.
Waliacha Kiraitu na wakaacha mpaka ule mtu wa UDA na ule mtu wa UDA ambaye alikuwa sijui ana kampenia UDA, wakamuacha wakachukua huyu this lady. Sasa unaona Kiraitu hata akienda anaenda huko yeye ni kwenda kutafuta survival. Sasa anataka kwenda
anaenda kuomba pesa.
Yeah, ni survival. Sasa anasema sasa nimeleta party ya Mbas na haina hata MP hata mmoja.
Hata haina conductor hiyo Mbas.
Na haina hata MP hata mmoja. Alafu wakatuharibia, wakafanya walileta sijui Leni, alikuwa anaitwa nani, Leni Kivuti hapa Embu. Na wakaleta competition huko. Sasa unaona hata ikakuwa hata wametuondolea fujo. Sasa itakuwa rahisi Azimio ku consolidate when it wants to campaign in other places, and if you have to go to buy election in some places, kuna party sasa tutakuwa nazo huko. Tutakuwa tunagongana kama sisi na wao. Unaona? Sababu sasa hakuna stories za sijui you treat, sijui tuachie hapa, sijui tuweke nini. That was they came just to create for us a scenario. And you think that time when they were campaigning, like in Mandera, they were campaigning to support Azimio, and then the person wakes up and says that in that Azimio I was not accepted.
It's okay. Mbivu na mbichi zitatokezea. We will know who is who. We will know. We don't even care about those who are defecting, who are being bought. We don't even want them. Watch our end. We shall remain those who are faithful to the cause. Period.
Okay, now we want to take your closing remarks, because now we want to get down and get ready for the Supreme Court hearing, hopefully by the time we wake up, we'll have known what time itasemwa, ama kama itakuwa imesemwa, tutakuwa tumejua in between, you know. I haven't seen any breaking news at what time watasema, so we cannot update you on what has not been said yet. So watakaposema tawaambie, but for now wacha tuchukue closing remarks kwanza na Bob Stone PK alafu Julia.
Yeah, thank you very much, Themba and the other panelists. Mine is just to stay put for now. You know, we have been personally, I've been used to hunting from 207, and I've gotten used to it. So nothing will surprise me. However, going by the developments of the country through the 2010 Constitution, and also the jurisprudence that has been developed by the court since 2013, 2017, up to 2022, I am extremely confident that with the evidence that was presented, I only see a nullification minimum. And I also see naona kama Chebukati ataadhibiwa. Vile mi naona Chebukati ataadhibiwa kwa sababu the reason is that the Supreme Court would want to pronounce itself emphatically on these independent institutions, in that they would want them to operate within the law and to be accountable to the people. So I doubt very much that this time Chebukati will be left to go scot-free. He violated the Constitution gravely. He created some office for himself, which is not in the Constitution. And the main issue about having the Supreme Court is to help us interpret the Constitution well. So I think I'm looking at a nullification as a bare minimum, and Chebukati and the Commission will have to get some reprimanding. And let's hope that will be the case. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Stone.
Oh, it's me, Themba. Okay, thank you, Themba and the panelists. My closing remark, which I hope it is my last closing remark before Azimio government takes over. I would want to say that this country is not at a crossroad. It is at a cliff where it's about to fall into a valley that, or a valley that has very wild animals waiting to swallow and crush it. And the only savior is the 7 judges, who can probably throw a lifeline to be able to salvage the country out of that imminent disaster. And it may, when you have a loved one, a loved country at that verge of collapse, verge of endangered, and very endangered, then it is the cost of what you do to salvage it doesn't count. So whatever it takes to salvage this country, whatever it takes to save this country from that imminent danger, imminent disaster, let it be. It is not worth the billions or whatever. It's not about money. It is about ensuring that this country is up and is saved and it's running for the generations to come. So nullification of a presidential election, Kenyans, don't be given those nonsensical stories. Oh, it's very costly, it's this and that. You better spend the money, because what they have stolen is just too much. These others are sideshows. The money they have been dishing for you for the last 10 years is what they have stolen from you. So don't be, kind of duped that, it will be so costly to run another election. We can continue running as many elections as possible until we get it right. We will do anything and everything in the next few hours. I know people there on the side, the UDA, are saying funny things. They are saying being a thief, it's a quality of smartness. When you are a con man, it means you are very smart. Yeah. Well, yes, you are smart in feeling, so you are smart in that world, but you'll be outsmarted by people who are standing for what is just. With those few remarks, let me say, Wakenya musilale, mapambano bado iko, na sasa ni mapambano tu, si wimbo. Let us listen to the Supreme Court. Let's hear what they are going to say, and from there, sisemi kitu. Asante Bwana Temba.
Okay, Julia.
Stone amesema atasema kitu baada ya nullification. Sasa
Kabisa.
tutangojea Stone vile utasema. So I also hope, I don't know, mimi sina 10% Zemba, because I don't want to see a situation of Kenya with Team Jambazi. I'm not going to see that in my heart. I'm praying very hard that the judges think morally about our country, Kenya, about the future of Kenya. And clearly we had many reasons that should lead to nullification of these results, many reasonable reasons beyond the moral feelings that the judges may have. So mimi naangalia mbele. I'm looking forward to see where we're gonna have a good election in future, maybe not even after 60 days, probably in far much future. So Wakenya hatuna shida having President Uhuru being the president. Let's remain calm and let's wait for the Supreme Court. Asante Demba.
Okay, Richi.
Sijui kama mnanisikia. Asante.
Nasikia kabisa.
Thank you. Yangu ni matatu. Ya kwanza, I have learned to manage my expectations, and I want to stay within my reach today. Ile kitu ninafanya ni kuomba sana. So mimi nitaomba. Unajua kwa Catholic kuna maombi moja inasema, Bwana sema neno moja tu na moyo wangu utapona. Kwa hivyo hata leo mimi naomba tu Supreme Court iseme tu neno moja na moyo wangu utapona. I know tumekuwa na a lot of discussions about what might happen, what might not happen, but today is the day. Leo nataka kuambia finally, ukiona Supreme Court judges wameingia hapo ndani na uone candidate wako hayuko hapo ndani ya Supreme Court, ujue mumeoshwa. Kwa hivyo jipange mapema. Wewe usingoje. Mimi nakwambia mapema, nataka watu wazoe mapema. Ukiona Supreme Court judges wameingia hapo ndani ya koti na uone candidate wako hayuko hapo ndani, unajua hizi vitu watu wanajuanga mapema sana. Nyinyi ndio mnajifanya mtu.
You think they are going to have known Makiadi?
Yeah, they know, Julia, they know. Wanajua.
They know. Wataambiwa.
Okay, let me ask you.
Wamanage watu wao.
Do candidates go for the hearing? Do they, or it's the lawyers?
The candidates, if they can, ngoja nikuambie, ukiona elections, kabla election iishe, unaonanga candidate ameenda mahali.
Okay, wacha hiyo ni election.
I'm just giving you an example. In 2017, Raila alikuwa kwa courtroom. Correct? How did he know? So these people live in Kenya, they know, wako na kitu inaitwa intelligence. Wewe kaa macho, kama unataka kuzima TV, uzimie TV mapema hapo. Usipoona candidate, if you don't see your candidate kwa hiyo ruling, hapo wakisoma
Kwanza
hiyo
akija
ruling.
amevaa kabisa.
Kama amevaa suti na kila kitu tayari kutoa press conference, zima hiyo TV uenda
Okay,
ukalale.
me Makiadi, this is how I'll do it. This is how I've prepared myself. I've not given myself 10% like Zemba has. Me, I'm either here or here. I'm never in both places. That is me. Ni wale watu kama wanakupenda na kama hawakupendi, hakuna ile ya katikati.
Haki ya Mungu.
Sasa stop imagining. So me nimeamua, if these judges send us to the dogs, I'll start preparing myself of what not to do with that, with Kenya.
Julia, today is the 5th.
Umemaliza Makiadi?
Raila is the 5th.
Sijamaliza.
For me, the PK, Raila is the 5th. Hakuna hiyo ya katikati.
Our panelists wameniharibia closing statement yangu. Mimi nataka kuambia namna hii wa Kenya mnao tutazama zaidi ya 700. Wewe kaa ukiwa macho, na nitarudia. Ukiona baba amevaa suti, ako hapo anangojea ruling, wewe tafuta kama unakunywanga soda, tafuta hiyo soda mapema uweke tayari. Ukiona WSR yuko hapo karibu, wewe kaa tayari pia. Lakini ile kitu naweza kuambia, usipomuona hapo, jipange next week mambo tofauti. So manage your expectations, anything is possible. Like I said yesterday, always prepare for the worst but hope for the best. That's all I can say. Thank you, Nemba.
Asa keep tunafunga. Umekuja kutoa closing remark.
Hii tulikuja kusalamiana na kusema hope for the best. Mimi niko 100% like I've been listening to you guys for a long time. And nikusema tu hii ni nullification. I wanted to close the show for the first time to kukana nyinyi. Mufunge tu. I'm not saying anymore. Lakini ni 100% tunashinda hii kitu.
Umepatia Julia moyo.
I'm like Julia, exactly.
Tuko wengi. Hakuna ile ya kupendanga watu nusu. Hapana.
50-50. Julia, over time some of us have learned that 100% is a mirage, is a fallacy.
Including bombers.
100% is a fallacy. So you need to always have like me. I'm giving 90% to nullification, 10% to wacha nikwambie kwa nini nasema hivyo Stone PK. Unajua kwa nini nasema hivyo? Before 9th, at the evening before 9th, I mean the night after the voting 10th, sasa yani vile zilianza kukauntiwa nini?
Yeah.
Everywhere and every platform and everybody, it is coming home. Yani watu walikuwa wanasema it is coming home. Oh,
and then what happened?
It's coming home. Yani mpaka nani anaitwa nani? What's his name? Our Sifuna akakuja akasema, ninyi mnaniuliza hii swali kila wakati. Nimeshawaambia kaeni tayari, kesho ndio ile siku. Wakasema haya, kesho yake watu wakaandaa mpaka nini, mpaka mimi nilipoanza kuona kuna press conference watu wameitana Azimio wote wameitwa KICC kwenda sijui kuongea, nikajua hapa something is not right, and their mood was not, they were not looking. Alafu the next thing nikaona anaitwa nani, Kinywa na the NSC, I mean the transition committee, wame meet and their body language was not very pleasing. They were saying that now Kenyans, you need to go back to work. We are going to ensure a nice transition. Nikajua hapa iko shida. Sasa before long jioni kukatokea drama na video. Sasa mimi nasema hivi, you can be hata wacha nikwambie that surprised even watu.
Sorry.
hiyo ilisurprise mpaka hata watu wa UDA wengine, kwa sababu hawakuwa wanatarajia hivyo kabisa. They were not even expecting hata ati nani atapewa hiyo kitu. So hii pia inaweza kuwa very sure alafu watu wapitie katikati, ndio maana tunapatia hiyo 10%. But
hata majaji wakose kutoka kwa hoteli
hata hao washindwe, hata labda hawajapeana time saizi, kwa sababu hata hao wameshindwa kuagree. Sasa consensus imekataa, ndio maana hawajapeana time.
Yes, that is what is happening, and me, I suspect there are 4 judges on one side and 2 on the other side, and there is kuna mmoja mwenye hajaamua chenye anataka.
Na unajua the reason there are 7 ndio kusiwe na hiyo that kind of thing. So I mean, either way we don't want to cast aspersion.
In fact, iki to them, beyond the arguments, this also goes to principles. Beyond the arguments goes to people's principles.
Yes, that's right. So you kwa wale ambao tunawaambia, wale ambao mko kama Stone PK, Kip na Julia, kuweni 100%, mpime suti. Is not kupima suti kwa sababu bado there are several steps tutaenda, but sherehe ile itashika hapo, najua itakuwa ni kama tayari suti imeshapimwa.
Gladys Wanga amesema tupime suti bana.
Lakini wale wako kama mimi, it is not over until it's over. Sisi na Makiadi tuko katika hiyo ngeli ikitangazwa ndio
lakini Makiadi ashavaa blue bana. Makiadi ashapiga blue, ametutangulia. Makiadi yako blue.
Stone PK, mimi nitarudia na nikuambie, manage your expectations manage your expectations.
Makiadi and Themba, I understand where they're coming. It's like once bitten, twice shy.
Yeah, we are coming from the Indio. Nani amesema, Babu Owino amepoza sema, what are we really waiting for? Alafu akapost ingine akasema, may God save this country.
Yeah, that's the point. I read somewhere. Okay, mimi najua napenda maneno ya kanisa sana Themba. I was watching these people who are talking about what's likely to happen to this country, and the person was saying is a struggle of the right against evil. Na alikuwa naomba watu wenye wanaamini Mungu sana, they pray, because it is a struggle of the devil trying, that is according to him, install evil men in power. So
this is what Robert Alai said 1 hour ago. He said, good morning ODM, and tuko tayari, Azimio inawezekana. Yesterday alisema full confidence. So you can depending on whom you are reading,
Yeah, na wakumbuke ile njia yangu ya pili. Hiyo.
Yeah, hiyo yako ya pili. You people, you closed the show, but you didn't discuss. Maybe you'll discuss tomorrow if you still want to come back to the show. Now, after the nullification, what next? Sijui naona mtajadili hayo kesho. What next?
Hiyo sasa, unajua tutaki kumwaga nini kwenye kuku wengi. Kuna strategy tuna nini. Umesikia hata Kuzee amevolunteer, tunamtuma ground. Hata mimi mnanituma ground. Themba tunaenda ground. Not Mtembei, tutakuwa tukiongelea ground. This time we are all going there.
Mimi have been in the streets before. Wacha nikwambie Stone PK. I've been in the streets before. I ain't going back to the streets anymore.
No, it's after nullification.
I was wakati wa baba tukitoa baba kutoka airport. Tukitupiwa tear gas. I was there.
Not that, Themba. We are saying after nullification.
After nullification, you see, Themba, we have a problem here. We have a problem. We want a nullification. After nullification, we need a new president. Again, we have a problem.
Oh, after nullification, yes.
Yes, we have a rogue commission.
Not after your 10%.
Julia,
for us to get it properly.
Julia, I had a high school teacher alikuwa anasema usimtukane mamba kabla hujavuka mto.
Wachanga hiyo yako Makiadi. Mambo sana.
Ni msemo tu, anasema usimtukane mamba kabla hujavuka mto. So wacha ninyamazie hapo.
Lakini wacha nikwambie, wacha let me give it to the Azimio guys. Wacha nikwambie hii kitu ikiwa nullified itakuwa celebrated ni kama baba ameingia State House. Hiyo nao nakwambia for free.
And it will also give energy to the people.
And then after that, now that's what I was saying. Yeah. After that,
Chebukati out
to really prepare properly. I mean,
wewe unasema to prepare ama Chebukati kwanza aende.
Si anaenda preparation number 1, huyo ndio tunafukuza live. Huyo tutafukuza live, not legally.
Mimi niko njiani.
Where is your tie?
Bob, where are you going?
Naenda kuchukua suti yangu.
Wapi tie?
Mimi nataka kwenda kuchukua suti yangu. I know why Kip has come here. Kip is very scared staying alone. You know, he had to come to the studio so that he can be around people. Kip, don't worry, we'll take care of you.
Anaona nightmares za Gachagua na Ruto kwa his dreams.
Nimelala 2 hours. Nimelala 2 hours bana. Hey, hii kitu serious. Unajua last time like Temba said,
sijui kama
hii ilituchapa shock, and now there's a glimpse of hope, lakini
sasa wewe Kip umelala, sisi hatujalala. We are still thinking whether to sleep or not.
I'm working now in quotes.
Tufanye hivi wale hawataki kulala, tusifunge show, muendelee mpaka itangazwe, kwa sababu mnaweza kuchapa gumzo watu wakienda wakikuja. Now that Kip is here, Julia, I know might not sleep right now. Stone Pike alisema halali. Siwacha basi tuache tusifunge show.
Stone, do you want us? Kip is here. Kip can admit people. Kip tuma link kama unataka kuongea na watu.
Narudi after an hour.
No, Kip yuko Stone, yuko hapa Stone, I'm sure will not sleep. Are you sleeping, Stone?
Yeah, I was going to say, nilikuwa nafikiria ikitangazwa 11 I will not sleep.
Watu wapumzike. Ni hii kitu itatangazwa saa 10 na
are they cooking chapati ama githeri? Ni nini wanapika ndio watangaze?
Ngoja nikupatie saa, Julia, kwa mpole.
Unajua huyu ni ana hiyo.
No, I'm giving you information. Unajua sasa ubaya mnatakanga mtu awakutie sources yake ni nani. I'm just giving
wewe mimi I will not listen to you between now and the judgment, because
I've told you a lot of things which come to pass, but you don't want to believe me. Saa 10 na nusu.
I tend to agree with you. I know.
Makiadi, what's your source?
Why Stone?
Why should I tell you my source?
No, you need to give me
they want to manage Azimio.
Mimi nimewaambia namna hii, endeni mkatulie.
Azimio, unajua celebration itakuwa deadly. Ama ikiwa tu pande yetu yote, it will be deadly both sides.
Okay, Makiadi, tell your sources that even if wakitangaza saa 10 na nusu tutala celebrate hata kama ni usiku.
Ngoja kidogo. Wamesema between saa 9 na saa 10 na nusu hapo. So endeni mkatulie. Kama unataka kwenda kuvaa suti kama Bob namna hii, uzunguke town, enda uvae suti. Uzunguke town, ukitosheka saa 9 uko umekaa kwa TV. Alafu ungoje kusikia maneno mazito.
Mimi nataka kuambia
nataka kupiga nduru ya furaha. I want to shout today. Niko
na habari.
Yes.
Niko na mambo muhimu sana, lakini haiwezi kuwa live, lazima iwe show imefungwa ndio niwaambie. Wale watu watakuwa kwa panel.
Hiyo acha tufunge show basi.
Haya, funga show. Tuambiwe.
Turudi nyuma ya tent.
Wacha tufunge show turudi nyuma ya tent basi. Haya, kina Yahe mko chini, pigeni blue tuwasalimie mkienda, mtoke sasa kwa studio. Mkuje baadaye. Makiadi amesema ni between 3 and 4:30. So
na nyinyi Kenyans, can you go to work? Stop wasting time here. kazini.
Hizo bundles sasa, hizo zimebaki pelekea Itumbi. Sasa sisi tumetosheka na hiyo ya leo.
Umechokoza Itumbi leo, but Itumbi needs to go to jail.
Haya, pigeni blue hapo tuwasalimie tukisonga. Naona Sara, asante. Naona Baba the Fifth,
Na
Balkis.
usisalimie watu wa UDA Themba.
Watu wa UDA watoe jam. Kuna Martin Dako, Jane Awor, Joy Abesa, asante sana. Tunafunga show. Naona Ann pale amekuja kusalimia Stone PK. Sawa, Nicole mazuri, asante. Pigeni blue ndio tuwasalimie. Usipopiga blue, mimi sitaji jina, mtu hajapiga blue bana. Piga blue tunakusalimia. MS Mulinge, Miriam M, asante sana, mtu wa kawaida. Asante sana. Eugene Adams naona alirudi, ametoka Kenya. Hiyo safi. Grace Njeri, asante, naona umepiga blue. I hope nyinyi ni blue, ampigi tu blue. Cyprian Kambuni, Vicky Odunga, blue. Piga blue tunakusalimia. Asanteni sana. Tutaonana tena kesho sana wakati kama wa leo. Tungependa sana kuendelea, lakini lazima tuache mpumzike. Kuna mambo mazito yanakuja baadaye. Kuna wengine watalia, wengine watafurahi. Sasa tukuache uende ujiandae, ikitegemea ni upande gani, utakuwa upande gani, kama utakuwa upande wa kulia ama utakuwa upande wa kucheka na kufurahi. So we want to help you go start getting yourself. Kula mapema, kwa sababu baada ya hiyo unaweza shindwa kula. So this is the time ambapo unaweza enda piga ugali kabisa. Piga engoho, ugali na busuma na engoho kabisa. Kula ushibe, kwa sababu you might not be eating for the next few days kwa sababu of the things that will have happened. But it shall be well. Balkis Mohamed, Hadija Smith, asante sana. Tunakuacha, enda maombi, kula, kunywa maji, piga shughuli, jaribu kidogo utoke kwa mtandao, maanake mtandao inaweza kustress, ikakuharibia nini yako. So toka kwa mtandao, fanya kitu huko kando. Wachana na Supreme Court, ifanye kazi yake. Wewe fanya kazi yako, fanya vitu zingine, kuja baadaye. Otherwise, thank you so much. God bless you. Tafadhali subscribe kwa Mutembei TV. Na kama kawaida huwa pia mimi napiga nini yangu hapa, napigia debe channel yangu inaitwa Themba and Lulu Show. Themba. Huwa napiga tu debe, tafadhali kama huja subscribe pitia hapo, subscribe. Tunakuletea vitu murwa, vitu kibao mzuri. Tafadhali nenda hapo pia subscribe kama huja subscribe. Themba and Lulu Show on YouTube. Jana tuliimba wimbo wa taifa na Makiadi. Leo wacha tuimbiwe wimbo wa East Africa na Julia, now that Julia is here. Tafadhali Julia, fanya ndio turudi kule nyuma tusikie kunaendaje.
Haya, wacha tuimbe East African Anthem. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano viwe msingi wa umoja wetu, na tulinde uhuru na amani, mila zetu na desturi zetu. Viwandani na hata mashambani, tufanye kazi sote kwa makini, tujitoe kwa hali na mali, tuijenge jumuiya bora. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Julia. God bless you. People, as they say, adios, amigo. See you tomorrow
See
baada ya matangazo itakuwa sasa tumeshajua ni nani na ni nini tunaongelelea. So see you tomorrow. Turudi sasa sisi pale nyuma ya curtain